here. That action that we saw about 10 minutes or so ago, you know, a lot of the people that I'm seeing here are mothers with children, you know, random citizens, and that affected people when things were shot at them and their eyes were burning and their lungs were filled with smoke. So that pushed people away. I saw a mom running off with her 2 kids and she left the area. So there are, of course, those who are willing to stand their ground, and you're seeing them here. There are others who have just decided they want to get a few blocks away or they want to get out of here altogether.
You know, when I asked you about those trucks, we know those are federal. I'm wondering, do they have, is that where they pick up people and transport them back to this building? Just asking, because never really, you know, heard that talked about yesterday. We just saw the vehicles knowing that that had something to do with federal law enforcement. So I'm just wondering if the windows were blacked out, can we tell if they actually are carrying people?
The ones that you saw, those vans going into that, we call it a sally port there, garage.
Yes.
Yeah, hard to tell. I spoke to Santa Ana police about an hour or so ago. They could not confirm that anyone was taken into custody, although, as I said, there's been a lot of video posted on social media. But we have to remember, this is a massive federal court complex. So anyone coming in and out could be doing other business here. So we don't know whether, you know, the cars moving about or going into that garage, into the federal area, has people who were picked up today. But this address right where I'm standing, 34 Civic Center, is the U.S. Immigration Service. So it's a possibility, but it's not something I've been able to confirm.
Michelle, you know, I was reading one of the city council women tweeted that the city's jails were being used over the weekend to house some of the protesters who had been arrested in Los Angeles over the weekend. Do we know anything about that?
Well, I know in the past, Santa Ana, the city had a contract where inmates from other jurisdictions would be held at the Santa Ana City Jail. But I just interviewed a city councilman, and if I can get...
Okay, Michelle, we're having a bit of an audio problem with her microphone right now. Are you back with us, Michelle? Okay.
Okay, let me move a little closer. Can you hear me okay?
We can now.
Yeah, to answer Rutabay's question, I was just talking to a city councilman a bit ago, and, you know, Santa Ana is one of our sanctuary cities in the state of California, and law enforcement here does not cooperate with immigration-type matters as far as the federal government is concerned. And the city councilman seemed to indicate that those beds, if you will, or the cells that at one time were going to be used for immigration holds, I do not believe that that is still happening, but I'm going to try and track him down because he's here in the crowd and confirm that to see if they are still at the Santa Ana jail. The city jail is about a block from where we are, and the Men's Central Jail is also, which is run by the Orange County Sheriff's Department, is also right here.
Yeah, I know it's a very chaotic situation out there, and just having you on the ground with your eyes and ears is just so helpful to explain what's going on right now. I know the police department in Santa Ana, you mentioned, it is a sanctuary city. The police department has said it does not and will not participate in immigration enforcement efforts, but we do see a police presence there, I guess, in terms of crowd control and to keep the peace.
Yes, Santa Ana police indicated that they were not going to be here. They were not getting involved in this. They said unless things turned violent, and I believe at the point at which when things were being thrown in the direction of these federal officers who were on the stairs, and then they were firing the less lethal back, that's when someone indicated that the police should show up. And again, it's a short drive. It's a 1-block drive from the police department, so that took them 30 seconds to get here.
Okay, Michelle, and that's I guess similar to what LAPD and LA County Sheriff's Department, they say they are not involved with anything that has to do with the immigration raids themselves, but they are there also to keep law and order. So thanks so much, Michelle. We'll be getting back to you.
And of course, these protests are popping up around Southern California. Lori Perez just arrived in downtown Los Angeles.
So, Lori, what's your location and what is the situation right now?
Okay, we are at the corner of Los Angeles Street and Temple Street, and you can see how many people have assembled here. A lot of movement at this moment as police officers. At one point, we saw them surrounded by protesters. This is a crowd that I would describe as simmering. They seem to be ready to erupt with the slightest provocation, much more so than the crowd that we saw yesterday. I will say that is tempered by many people who are yelling. We can hear them yelling, don't give them what they want. Don't do it. Don't give them what they want. So, you know, on one hand, some people who seem kind of at the edge, and then on the other hand, people who are asking them to calm down, to keep things under control. But a very large crowd here has assembled. They are far outnumbering the number of police officers who are here. This building just beyond this corner, we should note, is where Naturalization and Immigration Services are. Behind that is the Roybal Center, where the detention center is, where lots of the people who are being held are have been for the last few days. So that's why this is kind of a physical focus for this crowd. Not as many people, again, as we saw yesterday, but the temperament, at least at this moment, seems a little bit heightened. Seems a little bit more heightened than some of the crowds that we saw yesterday. Hopefully, things will remain under control. It was a little anxious just a few minutes ago, though, I will say, as we saw about 6 to 10 officers surrounded on all sides by the protesters, and we were just kind of holding our breath, hoping that nothing escalated. The officers have since crossed over onto the far side of Temple Street and have kind of assembled with their fellow officers and gotten into a better tactical position in terms of, you know, not being surrounded by people. So, you know, we're keeping an eye on things here. This is kind of the hot spot as far as we've seen in downtown Los Angeles. We did, of course, just arrive just about maybe 30 minutes ago. So we're still getting the lay of the land, but that's what's happening right here where we are. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Lori, excellent job. You were certainly out in downtown LA for such a long period of time yesterday, so really appreciate your reporting. You know, you mentioned that they are now more have formed like a tactical position, so just wondering, did LAPD almost just sort of let that happen until they felt like, oh, this is a time for us to move away, that we could possibly, you know, we're being encircled here?
It certainly seemed like that to me, because I was starting to get a little panicked, thinking this is not a good situation. I mean, they have people all around them, and it was only a few minutes, and then they kind of started to push in, you know, to the other side of the street. So I think they quickly realized that we are being surrounded here, and this is not a position that we want to be in. So our best bet and our best plan at this point is to get over to where the other fellow officers are on the other side of the street. So then again, they are face to face with the protesters in one direction, rather than having some guys facing one way and other people facing the other way, and trying to have to defend themselves all around, which is, you know, not a good scenario.
And we're looking at aerial pictures on the other side of the screen. I don't know where that is in relation to you, but we see other cars just kind of stuck in the middle of the crowd. It almost looked like time stood still, not law enforcement vehicles or police cars, but just other cars who looked like they were just trying to make their way downtown, who are now surrounded by protesters as well. Are you seeing anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are hot spots like that in different places around the city. In fact, when we were coming down from Studio City, we got off the freeway because we knew that there would be stoppages like that. We could see protesters in different spots around the 101 causing some disruption. So I think that that's what people are seeing, particularly as you get more into the heart of downtown Los Angeles. There are some groups that have splintered off and are causing some disruption on the streets and on the roadways, causing some traffic delays, etc. The biggest concentration, though, seems to be right behind us.
And I asked you that question, Lori, about LAPD simply because, we've heard so much from the White House saying that the LAPD couldn't handle the situation and that they needed the extra help. So I was asking you that question to see, did they seem like they were a bit anxious at that moment, or is that a strategic move, knowing when to get out of the way or when to get away from the protesters and get a more tactical position? Don't know if you can answer that. Go ahead.
I will say, in my estimation from covering this yesterday in its intensity, and then, just the little short while that we've been here, to me, that is handling it, right? Because they're not engaging and they're not getting into a physical confrontation with any of the protesters and demonstrators. So that is their manner of handling it. And some would say that's the best manner of handling it because, nothing is escalating. I don't know if, police officers are highly trained. I can't say that I saw any sort of anxiety or fear in their eyes in the moment when I was watching them surrounded. But I think they were focused, and I think if I had to guess, that was a conscious choice to, okay, let's move right now because we are in a spot that we don't want to be in, so let's move off that.
And the good thing so far is when Rudabeh mentioned those cars that we just saw moments ago stop, we don't see anybody approaching them, and with any kind of violence or, movements that would be considered demonstrative of, about to commit violence in some way by stopping them or not letting them move forward. Looks like they're there because they're pretty stuck.
Yeah, and I think...
Okay, now one's moving through.
Well, and I think, that's what I was trying to convey is that along with the many demonstrators here who, of course, have some very passionate feelings about this issue, there seems to be a lot of people here who are trying to keep things measured and trying to reason with the people who are out here to keep things under control. For the protesters' safety, for everybody's safety. So there is a big component of that group that we have witnessed even in just the first half hour here of people trying to say, let's keep things under control. In fact, the crowd started to get a little antsy and we saw some movement in the middle of the street. And I saw two young women run out there and kind of push back some guys who were kind of jawing a little bit too aggressively, perhaps towards the line of police officers. And the two young women went up and kind of pushed them back and were, trying to calm them down. So I think there's a mix of that going on here. And I think as the days go on, perhaps we'll see even more of that as people try to stay on mission and on message.
And Lori, I know you were out there over the weekend. How does this feeling compare to the way it was this weekend in terms of the tension? You said it was kind of simmering. That was the feeling you got earlier.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit more hectic than the group that was here yesterday. And just demographically, I will tell you that yesterday when we were out there, it was a larger age range of people. There were, young and old kind of mixed together. This is a decidedly younger crowd that is out here, which, young people are passionate. And so perhaps that speaks to why they are a little more amped up. So that's why I was saying it feels a little bit like this crowd is simmering on the edge of, ready to go should they get some sort of provocation or what they perceive as provocation from law enforcement.
Now, Lori, are they listening to someone? And I guess my question is there someone talking to the crowd, not just telling them to remain calm, but why they are there? Because, over the last couple of days, we did see people. I had asked Jasmine Veal. She said, yeah, I see some people with megaphones that seem to be organizers, trying to keep the crowd in order, if you will. But, sometimes in these kinds of demonstrations, we hear someone, reiterating why they are there. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we have not seen that.
Okay.
we haven't seen that in the short time that we have been here. Like yesterday, you know, we certainly heard organized chanting and, as you said, people on megaphones kind of talking about the reasons why they were out. We have not seen that yet here today. It seems to be more just some kind of face-to-face confrontation with the law enforcement. That's not to say it's not happening. It's just that we are not hearing it. And now you see, here's some bangs, right? And you see lots of things getting thrown at the direction of the police officers. I didn't want to be in this direction. Woo, let's get out of here.
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure you're safe.
I don't want to get...
So if you need to get to safety, we can let you go.
Yeah, we just noticed that. We're looking at a live picture here where the police looked like they were moving to move this crowd back, and then that's when things really started getting physical. In fact, I saw a young woman there actually throwing fists at officers. So they're obviously trying to push them back, and we see they have less than lethal weapons out, but I don't know what is being thrown from the crowd. Do you see that?
Yeah, there's definitely physical contact. Let's bring in Mike Rogers. You've been watching all of this along with us, Mike.
Yeah, you know, it looks like I saw a bottle being thrown. I saw some other things from the crowd being thrown. LAPD is in a much better position than they were yesterday. The crowd is smaller and there are more officers than there were yesterday, but they are starting, as you mentioned, and you can see, to push them. And you have these people. See, she just got hit with a foam round right there. They're shooting another one there. Okay, so now she's probably going to... Well, I'm surprised they didn't take her.
Me too, because she just assaulted an officer.
She just threw that bag at the officer. And that just goes to show you, you know, we talk about it. These officers are moving this crowd and they're pushing them while still having that restraint. I mean, he just got clocked in the head with her bag. And they didn't even try to pull her back and take her into custody. So you see that officer swiping at the woman with a baton, and this is where we're going to get. Now, I just was checking. They have not issued an unlawful assembly. They have not issued dispersal orders, at least not that they have put on X, which is where they were doing it all day yesterday. So they still haven't done that. They may just be trying to kind of quell the crowd and have them in a more controllable position.
And Mike, I know we're watching this. This is a fluid situation, but we do also want to get to this breaking news in about the past hour that President Trump has authorized another 2,000 National Guardsmen to Los Angeles, which would make 4,000 along with the Marine deployment.
Yeah, along with the 700 Marines, so that'd be 4,700 troops essentially, if you will, between the National Guard and the Marines. Which Governor Gavin Newsom said they were given, the first 2,000 were given no food or water. They say only approximately 300 are deployed, which matches up with the numbers the federal government has given us too, saying you have 100 in Westwood, you have 200 down here. There was some in Paramount and Compton. We have not seen them anywhere else than here at the federal building, and I understand we want to go back to Lori Perez now in downtown Los Angeles.
Come to me.
Lori, we got you.
Okay, I want to tell you something that's developing. An old woman in a minivan. I don't even know how she got into this corner. She's in the corner. She's trying to get out of her car. Protesters are they trying to help her? They're trying to help her, but this is really hectic right here. You can see other cars also. I'm kind of hiding behind this sign because, should law enforcement start to use less lethal tools, I don't want to get hit by that, but.
Well, you know what, Lori,
you can see this has really devolved very quickly. These cars, I don't know what these cars are,
And that begs the question.
These cars are doing here.
Yeah, why are they there? Why is that street open, actually, when you see all of those people? It would be difficult to navigate around that crowd anyway, even if there wasn't a demonstration. That's, and as you say, hopefully that's what they're doing, is helping this woman get through the streets. I'm wondering, though, why they haven't blocked off more.
Yeah, giving them access, safe passage.
Yeah, because if you've got, now see, we're looking at these young people right now throwing whatever they're throwing. I'm hoping those aren't rocks, but we can see those being lobbed at police officers. And we know that they didn't close the downtown area today. People went to work. And people are probably just trying to leave work. And there's another smoke bomb going off, obviously, from law enforcement. Okay, Lori.
No, I don't want to go back up there.
Okay, we're going to let Lori get repositioned. I don't blame her. We see a lot going on right now. We see a lot of things being thrown by the crowd, Mike, at police officers. And again, just really strange, if you ask me, to see those people who were probably just motorists trying to get through that street.
And all of a sudden caught themselves in a situation that they weren't prepared for. And it happens very, very quickly because, you know, those motorists were probably just driving through, and then all of a sudden you have LAPD pushing this line, and then they get surged with this group of people that is now surrounding them. Now, with the crowd, it appeared, was, you know, at least helpful enough to help them get out of that area, you know, which was kind of what we saw yesterday a little bit too, until we had that one, you know, crazy person in the minivan that was, you know, doing that.
The donuts.
Yeah, and he ended up being arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. So they're trying to get some of these people out of here. I can't really tell, you know, why LAPD decided they wanted to push the line. Maybe just to get them into more of a compacted area. You know, yesterday they were just everywhere. And that was so hard for law enforcement to deal with because they were in so many different places that law enforcement couldn't get to. And today, they've made a concentrated effort, law enforcement has, to make sure that the crowd can't cross the 101 into Chinatown like they did last night, where they caused so many problems. And that was that line of people that they're now pushing. And you see, they pushed them past the federal building, the steps of the federal building. So that is where they've been congregated for a long time there, facing off of those California National Guard, you know, soldiers, as well as federal law enforcement in the black up there on the steps. LAPD came in and pushed them all away from the front of those federal steps. Now the crowd can't be in the faces of the National Guard and federal law enforcement right there at the steps of the federal building. So that may have been what the plan was here, is and again, it could be, while it did get hectic there, it could have been a de-escalation tactic by LAPD to get them away from federal officials, which has been kind of the flashpoint for the protesters. They want to express their frustrations and their concerns to federal officials at the federal building. Now LAPD has taken that chance away from them by pushing them away from the steps of the federal building.
And let's just reiterate right here too. The National Guard they're not going to, they weren't out there yesterday,
right,
especially after dark. That is not their mission to help law enforcement control crowds.
Right.
Am I right?
You're absolutely right, Pat. And that is what, and we're seeing a bunch of people scatter. I can't tell what started. Oh, LAPD moved in to move them away. Okay. You see the officers coming up the steps there, and that's forced the crowd to retreat back that way. And you see things being thrown at the officers there now as well. But to your point, Pat, every time we see this is our local law enforcement. This is LAPD, this is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol. The California National Guard has not moved from any federal property. They are here at the federal building, they're at the Metropolitan Detention Center, and they are in Westwood. They have not been a part of at all, despite President Trump's claims on Truth Social, they have not been a part at all of dealing with the crowd. They are protecting the federal property, and they have not moved from federal property.
Which begs the other question. If you've got more National Guard troops on the way, what?
To do what?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that also, you may think, even with the Marines as well, that they are planning other raids in other parts of California, certainly Los Angeles and surrounding communities, which they don't announce, so we don't know that.
Right.
So, you know, we're just wondering if they send in more National Guard, if they're not allowed, that's not their mission to help law enforcement necessarily. It's to protect federal buildings and federal property.
Right, and absolutely, and there may be a circumstance where these military units come in to assist with federal immigration efforts if they need to create a situation where they have to protect these federal law enforcement agencies that are conducting these immigration raids. They may use the military to do that. Pat, I see Chief Jim McDonnell, Mayor Karen Bass is stepping up to the podium for a press conference. I think we should probably go to that.
And then I'll go back on a conference call I was on and have to go back on, but I'll be back after that for one-on-ones if you have an interest. So good evening and thank you, Mayor Bass. As of this afternoon, the Los Angeles Police Department is on tactical alert and in a state of partial mobilization. These designations are critical tools that allow us to expand our operational capacity to safeguard our communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity. Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed, and prioritize major incidents. Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also implemented a partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the President intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. The Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen is professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Desde esta tarde, el Departamento de Los Ángeles está.
Okay, so we've been listening to a press conference. You just heard from Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonnell there talking about how the police department has now been issued a tactical alert, ramping up staffing, bringing people in who are off, making sure all the officers are ready, scaling up quickly. He called this an unpredictable situation.
Yes, and very fluid. That means those that are already on, they will be held over on their shifts. He also talked about mutual aid, which is, I'm going to talk to Mike about that in a minute, but the mutual aid, that's getting help from other jurisdictions. He seems to feel comfortable with the other departments outside of Los Angeles coming to help LAPD, which is very different from hearing that they can't control the situation. Even last night, Chief McDonnell said, yeah, they were a bit overwhelmed, if I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. But he said we would assess the situation. So it sounds like today that he believes that they can control what's happening. He even mentioned that the deployment of the Marines, without coordination would just sort of add more confusion.
Yeah, confusion and chaos, and it's got to be a very coordinated effort, and that is what LA County, the law enforcement agencies in LA County are able to do, because there is a plan already in place for mutual aid here. There is a mutual aid coordinator. There are ways to do that communication-wise, not only with the department heads and the chiefs and the sheriffs, but with radios and be able to communicate with each other on the ground. There are mutual aid frequencies they can all talk on. It's a well-established plan in Los Angeles County, and the chief seems to think and says that that is a good plan, and one that they have been able to make work, and one that they can continue to make work in this situation.
And that also includes, when we're talking about Pasadena Police Department, other local jurisdictions, CHP, of course, has capability. They can call in whoever they want, right? There are agencies from
statewide,
from all over the state of California, which could happen if need be. Is that correct?
Right, and CHP has already mobilized more CHP officers from other part of the state to bring them down here. So they've already pulled from within their department. We saw yesterday Pasadena, Burbank, Alhambra, I thought Montebello, Torrance, all of those agencies also came in to assist LAPD. 100 sheriff's deputies came in to assist LAPD. So there is, mean, yes, I mean, it's a lot of people in downtown LA, but LA County as a whole has a lot of different law enforcement agencies that can and have stepped up to help LAPD, deal with this in this time.
What we haven't heard so far is if they have been in contact or coordination with with our, not just law enforcement, but our armed services. If the Marines are coming here, the additional National Guard, if they've had talks with them and efforts to coordinate everything that's supposed to happen. I've not heard that.
No, and in fact, in Chief McDonald's statement, the written statement that he sent us earlier, he said that the department had not even been notified that the Marines were being deployed to LA. And that was what prompted his comments about an uncoordinated effort will certainly present logistical and operational challenges when dealing with all of this. So, we had a number of elected officials on last night, and here comes the chief back to the podium so we can listen to it in English.
Who is in our Professional Standards Bureau. I'm also joined by Commander Ryan Whiteman, who usually works Operations South Bureau, but during this incident is the Day Watch Incident Commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions, Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
How does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground, and what is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see two parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that, needed additional help, would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites those? Do you feel that makes it any different on the street?
I think everybody, it's a very emotional topic, absolutely. Could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety. But to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Chief, we'll take two more questions, and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially? Because it doesn't seem like everyone that's being hit is being attacked, including press. I don't know, it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
Can you
Sure.
explain how you minimize, or at least just not do that?
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that, and we're looking into that.
What about the force trampling and the force?
Yeah, we're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Chief, Jeff, go ahead, and then Mary Beth, and then he's going to come back, guys.
All of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from them.
Right.
I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets and moving them towards the west?
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later and after having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. but we're out there and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
Mary Beth, how many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know there, LCD, one of the divisions had put out that there was looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they had to engage with these protesters? Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the Federal Building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Great. Oh, headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Chief, was any talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention of that if things had continued at this point, any thought of curfew?
Yeah, no, we're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly pulled that off in not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right, we'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Huerta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU, USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the Federal Building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the Federal Building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around the area trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point, she actually saw him moving into a detention facility. But since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago, this same type of fear that was going around. But I heard today about something that is so over the top. Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet, and they will fall out of status and then subject to arrests. This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday. Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning of this administration, we were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants. But I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living. At Home Depot, you have day laborer centers so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be so that it doesn't interfere with the business. These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots, and to call on various secretaries of the administration to go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city. Our city needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided. We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy, you scare people from going to work, because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging. It's damaging to individuals, it's damaging to families, but it is also damaging to our economy. Now I want to talk for a few minutes about the violence and the vandalism that has happened after the protests. We are fortunate in our city to have a well-established institutions that promote and fight for the rights of immigrants. They have protests and rallies often, a couple of times a year, and they never devolve into violence. Well, these protests have, and what typically happens is a fringe element, many times not even connected to the major protests, takes the opportunity to create havoc and commit vandalism. And I will tell you, it infuriated me, but it also
Okay, we're bringing down Mayor Bass's microphone right now to invite you to KCAL News at 6 o'clock. We are simulcasting on Channel 2 and KCAL 9.
I just say that anybody that does that, don't come and say that you are supporting immigrant rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be supporting immigrants and vandalize our city. And understand that if you do that, and it is 100% unacceptable, you will be arrested, and it might not happen that day. So don't think because you went home that night that you are free. There's a lot of videotape, there's investigations that will take place, and you will be held accountable and frankly need to be separated from the people who are really fighting on behalf of our immigrant community. And we need to stop the raids. This should not be happening in our city. It is not warranted, and the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not, because of the intervention of the federal government. And it's, again, I don't think our city should be a test case, a laboratory. With that, I'm happy to open up for questions. Whoa, 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 whoa.
What's your reaction to the deployment of 700 Marines?
I mean, We didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding 2 buildings. They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
Have you been in contact with President Trump or anyone from the administration? And if you could speak to him, what would you say right now?
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor. And if we need the National Guard, we can do it in the normal circumstances, which is the request is made local and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
And have you been in contact with the administration?
I have been in contact with the administration, not the president.
Right here in these stripes and then Robert. You touched on it lightly, but has the National Guard contributed in any meaningful way in crowd control in the past 2 years?
No. The National Guard is guarding the federal building. Now, there was an incident that I saw where there were vehicles that needed to get into the federal building, and so the National Guard cleared the area, and that's where I saw gas, that's where I saw, you know, the flashbangs.
Robert and then Liz.
Mayor Bass, when it comes to the people that you're talking about right now on the streets of Los Angeles that are looked at worldwide, what are your sources on the ground telling you in terms of, are the people there with a message regarding immigration being now outnumbered and possibly outrun by these vandals, as you're calling them?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, when you see their numbers, it's when everybody's left. So the crowd could be thousands. And then late at night, by the time you see their numbers, you might see 100 or so. So they're not being outnumbered. And I don't know of anybody that identifies with them. In other words, they're part of our organization or they're not. The flyer that was out for the rally on Saturday night was a flyer that had no organizational affiliation. So we don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like what happens with the illegal parties, where people, you know, put out a word and on social media it draws a crowd.
I think a lot of people in this city agrees with you, and I'm sure appreciate you speaking up for them. I'm wondering, would it be more powerful if, you know, they got a chance to be lawyered up, you know, to fight back against the fact that they're being potentially against their violating their civil rights? You know, is there anything that you can talk about you know, providing legal representation? For example, the city of LA just approved a budget with money for legal representation for immigrants. And so that felt like an uphill battle, and more probably maybe needed. Is there anything that you can say about what can be done about, you know, posting bail, about like...
Let me just say that the immigrant rights organizations that have existed here for a long time are providing that type of support. I cannot see a possibility of the city of Los Angeles bailing people out with city funds. Whether or not there are resources to legal services, typically what that is a contract with an organization to do that work. We have those contracts. I don't have any reason to believe that they would end.
But would it help negate what Trump is trying to do, you know, trying to deport people, like in a very indiscriminate fashion?
Right. It will help to negate it when people have legal help. Yes?
Mayor, if I may, you talked about how you're in communication with the White House.
I was.
You were. And in terms of, you know, the budgetary problems that you're facing, has a part of that conversation been about reimbursing the city for law enforcement over time?
No, let me just tell you that my conversations with the administration was before the deployment of the National Guard. I was trying to make the case that the National Guard was not needed here. I was trying to make the case that if the National Guard came here, it would be a provocative move, and it would be like a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos in our city. It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. This was a solution in search of a problem, and the problem was not happening on Thursday.
We're going to go here and then when it comes to the solutions, the administration has claimed that there's a lack of transparency when it comes to what they know. Have you considered...
What they know? What are they looking for?
Well, there's been released information when it comes to potential ICE raids, and they've said
Oh.
when it comes to working with them, would you be considering to give them a list of the violent criminals, particularly focus on the ones who they should be focusing on?
I mean, I don't have that list, and I don't think our chief has that list. So to me, you would be talking about federal warrants, which means the federal government would have the list of violent federal criminals.
Mayor, hi. It appears that this is going to continue from all the representatives we talked to on the congressional level, 30 days. So what can then we expect? What can you tell both the immigrant population, the city population about what?
Well, let me just say, in terms of the immigrant population.
Okay, we've been listening to a press conference, a joint press conference given by first Police Chief, LAPD Police Chief Jim McDonnell, and now Mayor Karen Bass. Just a couple of points here. The mayor said that according to immigration rights organizations, 5 raids by ICE have been held throughout the region. We're going to get to more on that, but first we're going to go to our Jasmine Veal, who is in downtown LA, where some things are happening. Jasmine?
Oh. Hey, sorry, things have really just kicked up a notch here because they are now telling the crowd to disperse, so they're blasting off these, I guess, types of bombs over the crowd just to tell them to back up. So this is, we're still at the top of the LA Mall here, right coming up to Temple. And I mean, blast after blast. They're moving the skirmish line. This is what they've been doing here on a 4th straight day, right, of these protests that have, again, ratcheted up a notch now. They're pushing the protesters further down Los Angeles Street to Temple. This is coming just about 30 minutes after they told all the demonstrators and protesters that had gathered around this federal building here to move off. I don't know if we have video. James, my producer, let me know, because you can see kind of the chaos that unfolded. See, just like that, they're trying to push these demonstrators back and move them away from the federal building. You have the sheriff posted up here. You have the LAPD. You have the National Guard. I just saw reinforcements arriving on more trucks with their riot gear. And there also have been pepper balls being shot from the top of the federal building by the National Guard onto the crowd below now. I don't know if it's a warning or if that even has any impact from that high above. But, you know, protesters will then, some of them, a handful, I've seen maybe just a few, clash with the officers holding the line here on Temple, and then that creates them to fire off more of the rounds. Water bottles are being thrown at one point near the federal building here, yelling, taunting. And again, anytime anyone gets close, that's when they fire off more of these less than lethal rounds. So it's ramping up again. It was, you know, we've been here for hours now, and it was a pretty much peaceful march and a protest, a pretty large crowd that had gathered earlier. And now this, when they started to move that skirmish line. So I'm walking with Gus here down to Temple to see. Okay, and now you can see the line that we're talking. So they have pushed all the protesters back, and so we're right in front of City Hall now. Yeah, and some of these protests, let's see what happens here. And, you know, they keep pushing us back, too, and they've been good to just try to get us media out of the way safely, and they warn us, you know, we're going to be firing off, you know, what if we need to fire off these rubber bullets, we will, at the protesters. And so they've given us just a few seconds to kind of jump off the roof here of the LA Mall, if you're familiar with the area with the food court down below. So again, many of these protesters have told me they need more peaceful bodies out here to get out the message. And they said they did not like how things escalated Sunday night. The burning of the Waymo self-driving vehicles, the graffiti, the vandalism, the looting. They were very disheartened to see that as their message got lost. But again, many of them wanted to rally out here again, coming with their families, but some leaving knowing that things were just getting too tense. Some telling me they're just trying to get out of here before this happened. And I don't really know what the end game is here tonight. You know, as officers have really pushed this crowd. Now we're just looking at Temple down to Los Angeles, and you can see everyone's kind of scattered about at this point. But they were really, if we can get some video, James, let me know when you have it, because I want to show you kind of what unfolded in the last hour here. We were at that news conference with the police chief and Mayor Karen Bass, who talked about, you know, to stop the raids, and that she said we are a city of immigrants. We were listening to her talk about that as it was happening, as this skirmish line was moving. So James, just let me know if you get that, and I'll go ahead and. Okay, there's a lot of, and my producer telling me, and unfortunately, I mean, there's a lot of vulgar language that we're trying to blur out for TV purposes and not show the writing and the signs and what people have been saying and yelling at the law enforcement officers. Okay, so you can kind of see what tactics they're taking right now. They are moving, and the video shows it, that I was trying to get to, everyone off the top of these buildings. They want everyone as far away as possible from that federal building. So, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, sorry, there's a lot going on here, but the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, I remember her saying on X, Kristi Noem said, if anyone lays a hand on law enforcement officers, they'll be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So, yeah, unfortunately, you do have some people who have escalated things here by confronting some of the law enforcement who have fired those rubber bullets and pepper spray. Nothing that I can smell at the moment, but they were right on top of the federal building up there. They are no longer there as they've moved the crowd away, but they were positioned up there firing into the crowd, just pop, 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 one after another, which made some people look up and start yelling back at them. So hopefully, we'll see this crowd kind of remain calm here for the moment, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Jasmine, we saw just in your live hit there just how quickly things can change, how they can get really chaotic and then get peaceful again. So, of course, we will check back in with you soon. I want to go to Lori Perez now, who is also in downtown LA. There have been I shouldn't say little, there have been pockets of protests all around the downtown area. So you're in another area. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, there was actually quite a large protest where we are here on the corner of Temple and Los Angeles Street. In the last few moments, though, that has been pushed out of here. An army of police officers literally face to face with protesters, pushing them further down Los Angeles Street to the south, getting them out of this area, away from the federal buildings. And it's remarkable to see the very many different kinds of law enforcement and military we have here. LAPD was, of course, leading this enforcement, backed up on a second line by sheriff's deputies. And if we flip around, I'm going to show you the very big military force and sheriff's deputies who have now assembled here on the intersection on that second level. Maybe in the back, you might be able to see some of the military guys. They've been marching around that building. That's the building where they do some immigration services, and so they are protecting that building. They wanted all of these people away from this area because that's where, over the last few nights, they have caused so much damage and destruction, because that's where some of the detainees are being held. So it was a lot of activity. The police were using flashbangs to kind of disrupt the demonstration and to get people moving, and they certainly were able to do that in a pretty efficient way, getting them out of this intersection. It was a bit hectic for a while, but now we're going to see if we can, in fact, on foot, follow them and to see what occurs as they congregate further to the south on Los Angeles Street. But for now, right here, this, as you can see, has been cleared.
All right, Lori, thanks so much for that. And you mentioned that's where the detainees are being held. And from what we heard from Mayor Bass, detainees who have not had access to family members, they have been denied access. No, it just makes me wonder. We're going to bring Mike Rogers in here. It seemed like all of a sudden they decided to really clear that federal building. We saw the municipal aid with the sheriff's department joining LAPD, and you just wonder if something else that they know of that's going to happen, whether it's more National Guard troops coming in, or there'll be more activity at the federal building.
Yeah, and I think, because that is, again, that's been kind of the symbol of this protest is federal officials, federal agents, the National Guard, which we should also point out the National Guard is the California National Guard. That is, people that are in our communities now have been federalized to be a part of the federal government.
People that were here for the fires in January.
Correct, yeah, that just left to help us with that. So I think if LAPD is trying to be diffuse the situation, which we've heard from the chief over and over again, that's what they're trying to do, getting them away from those federal officials, those federal buildings, will remove kind of that target for these protesters that want to so badly protest what's going on at the federal level. So the group is smaller, though. LAPD is in much bigger numbers than we saw yesterday. Yesterday they were very, very much in an outnumbered situation, and they were not able to make these pushes and make these moves because they were so kind of outnumbered by the large group. Tonight, that is not the case at all. You can even see in these lines, I mean, these lines are 4, 5, 6 officers deep. So they've got plenty of people to do what they need to do. And what they'll do is if they end up wanting to make arrests, which we've not seen, especially when that woman smacked that officer with her bag, if they want to make arrests, what they'll do is just pluck a person and hand that person to the officer behind them, who then can facilitate an arrest. We did talk to Sheriff Luna last night, who also told us that he is mobilizing the Sheriff's Department's booking teams. They're mobile booking teams who can be there to whatever the charges may be. If it's just a dispersal order, they'll likely just get a cite and release. If it's something more serious, obviously they'll go to a jail in downtown Los Angeles to deal with that. But smaller groups, a lot more officers than we saw last night. It seems like law enforcement is becoming more coordinated. One thing that I was also just listening to, and this is also intentional by law enforcement, when they push forward, the group splits. And the more they do that, the smaller the groups will end up getting. So you had one group that kind of split off to the east, another kind of continued to go south, and that's what they want, because the more law enforcement splinters them out, the less powerful they become and the less of a problem they become. So they do that every now and again. You'll push them towards an intersection, and you'll see one group kind of go this way and another group go the other way, which is what they want so that these groups can get smaller.
Yeah, and we should point out, too, both the mayor and the police chief both talked about vandals, people who are disrupting and causing damage, that they would be caught eventually, even if they went home last night or over the weekend. There is video of them out there, and they will be caught. That was the warning that both of them put out there. We want to check back in now, thank you, Mike, with Jasmine, who is in downtown LA. And Jasmine, you were telling us about an incident earlier. I think we have that video turned around now.
Yeah, and right now, again, we just now see more reinforcements arriving or another perimeter being set up. You see lights and sirens with all the LAPD cruisers turning right past Temple. We are standing at Temple and Main, and they're going past City Hall to the left. Not sure what they're responding to, or if they're going to set it up and push this crowd and the demonstrators elsewhere at this point, who have been just kind of standing here facing off with the officers that have pushed them away from the federal building to this location. Okay, so behind me you have a line of sheriffs and then the LAPD, but I want to show you one of the less than lethal projectiles that are being used as crowd control. This right here, the foam baton, and that is just causes that blunt force without serious injury. Although one man walked by and you can smell it. It smells like that sulfur smell. He walked by and he had a big red bruise that he was just showing off to the crowd on his side. Obviously, maybe had gotten too close to one of the rubber bullets or the foam projectiles, the foam batons. I do want to get to that video. We are right here on top of the LA Mall when they decided to move that skirmish line down Los Angeles Street and started pushing us off. Take a look. And you can hear what I'm talking about with those rubber bullets that were being fired, the pepper balls fired even from above we saw by the National Guard stationed at the top of the federal building. The crowd started yelling. There were some taunting remarks being made by protesters. And again, anytime anyone gets close to that law enforcement line, they go ahead and they don't hesitate to use those less than lethal tools that they have. We have seen more National Guard troops walk out of the federal building in a line to back up the LAPD, and they've remained there at the federal building. Those Marines are apparently could be here. I'm hearing from some reports stationed inside some of the federal buildings, but I have not seen any Marines that we know are being deployed here, 700. But again, these demonstrators gathering for a fourth day, rallying against the multiple immigration operations that have taken place across the LA area since Friday. So since then, they have successfully moved everyone kind of to here. And you see how thinned out the crowd has gotten here, at least in this area of downtown. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much for that update, Jasmine. And we know our Michelle Gili has been in Santa Ana all afternoon long. And we know that Mayor Bass had mentioned that there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. And we're surmising that some of those raids could have happened at Home Depot in Santa Ana, restaurants or what have you. But we do know, Michelle, that there has been a lot of activity at the federal building there in Santa Ana. Is that where you are now? Still, or have you moved?
Yes,
Okay.
Pat, we've backed off. We've backed off a block or so because there were smoke bombs and pepper balls being fired by some of the federal law enforcement agents, and it was difficult, obviously, to see and to breathe. So you can see the crowd. They really keep moving. This is where they were about an hour ago. They then marched to Sasser Park, which is where I'm standing. They had a rally here, and then they moved back to the federal building. You can see the federal agents there lined up in front of the main entrance to one of the federal buildings. This whole complex here is filled with federal courthouses. There is a U.S. immigration office very close to where those agents are standing. There's a federal court, the Ronald Reagan courthouse, etc. So this is what I've been told by Santa Ana police, because Santa Ana's officers have now showed up to the scene. This is, I want to remind our audience, a sanctuary city. Santa Ana police do not cooperate. Excuse me. They don't cooperate with federal agents as far as law enforcement activities, immigration activities are concerned. But what Santa Ana police told me is that their officers were activated because the protesters were blocking the employees who were trying to leave the federal building here. Santa Ana police say members of the crowd began throwing rocks. We did not see that, but we did see water bottles being thrown at the federal officers. And that is when we saw the officers deploying their less than lethal rounds into the crowd. As I said, there was a lot of smoke and this pepper ball type device. I'm getting it in my throat a little bit now, as a matter of fact. Santa Ana police say that officials need to maintain order, and that is why they're using these projectiles. They also say that they are here, this is Santa Ana police, to maintain order, to de-escalate any kind of situation, and to also keep public safety in mind. Santa Ana police, that crowd that you're seeing there, beyond that crowd is a skirmish line. Santa Ana police are there wearing helmets and shields with batons. We have not seen them do anything but maintain that line. And as we said, they're here because things were being thrown at those federal officers and employees were not being allowed or able to leave that building. I have seen no arrests down here, and I know, Pat, during the last hour when we were live with you, there was a question about people who were arrested by ICE or detained by ICE being housed in the Santa Ana jail. I did clarify that because Santa Ana is a sanctuary city, it is not holding any beds or cells for anybody being arrested or taken into custody by federal agents. Santa Ana police, they do not have any clarity as to where those people are being taken. The building right behind the one that you're looking at there is the men's central jail run by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. And as far as I know, it also does not have anybody who's been detained by the feds. As far as how this all started today, I'm told that people began gathering here around 1:30, 2 o'clock. Okay, the crowd is now throwing. I'm seeing things throwing, and you can see them all running toward us. And now the smoke is being activated in the air. So not clear exactly what is starting this situation, but I was seeing water bottles being thrown up in the air, and we see a lot of smoke coming from the front entrance there at the federal building.
Bombs, if you will, are coming from law
enforcement. And this is pretty much what we've been... Right. Yeah. And then what sounds like an M80 or something being set off. We've heard a few of those this afternoon. Not clear exactly who is throwing those, but people are now starting to run and scream. But as I said, we haven't seen any arrests here. The federal officials are maintaining their position there at the front doors of that federal building. That's clearly a firework. Commercial grade fireworks, very powerful. Dangerous, of course, if people get too close. so this seems to be kind of the center of it. But Pat, what I was saying is the immigrant groups and these rapid response networks have been posting different immigration actions. And today it seemed here, compared to the past several days, today is the day where things were really heating up. There were at least 3 different actions that we know of, at least that were posted on social media at 2 Home Depots and at a Carl's Jr. And we believe that's what prompted all of the people to gather here in front of the federal building today.
And you know, begs the question too. We're not exactly sure. We've heard 30 to 60 days where these raids can take place. And we don't know, I guess, until the rapid response team, as Michelle put out the information, really after it happens, which also, I'm sure that a reason for that is so people do not show up at those different businesses where they are going to actually sweep people. The other question, too, is if they're not holding people there, you wonder where they are being detained.
Yeah. There must be facilities throughout. Yeah. That is some kind of sage or some sort of a ceremony that someone is spreading smoke around there. But there are definitely facilities in this complex to house federal inmates, federal prisoners. This is not a federal prison here, but I know in past stories that I've covered when we've had people arrested for federal crimes, there are facilities somewhere in this vicinity that is managed by the federal government. So I believe that the people gathering here today, that's what brought them to this spot, because as we said, where the protests began is at the U.S. Immigration Service Office. So that's the latest here in Santa Ana. Things have calmed down for the moment, Pat. And we're just going to continue to monitor the situation as the evening goes on. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Michelle. We're going to take this moment to tell our viewers that our local coverage will continue on KCAL News on Channel 9. We are expecting our CBS Evening News to come on as soon as that 6:30 mark hits. And right now we're looking at a picture in downtown Los Angeles. This, again, protest against ICE raids that have been happening. This is the 4th day. The LAPD has formed a number of skirmish lines to keep people in safe distance from the federal building, which is where our National Guard has been stationed, and ICE, of course. And they're doing that to actually protect them. We do understand that more National Guard troops are on the way. According to the federal government, at least 2,000 and 700 Marines have been called up for deployment from Camp Pendleton. We will have more information about that as you keep it here on KCAL News for our continuing local coverage. But if you want to watch the CBS Evening News, you can turn now.
And now we want to turn it over to Lori Perez. She is in downtown LA. We're seeing chopper video from above, but how is it looking on the ground, Lori?
Okay, so we're actually mobile at the moment, trying to get around. We are at the intersection of Los Angeles and First Street. This is on the backside of City Hall, and LAPD has pushed a big crowd down First Street very effectively. They have been moving them down this way for the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. Woo! And you can see sometimes that's protesters who are throwing fireworks, and sometimes those bangs are the police who are using those flashbangs to try and disrupt the crowd. So every time that happens, things do get a little hectic because it kind of amps up the crowd. Ooh. Up on top of the roof. Mojo, see on top of the roof? There are people on top of the roof in that building across the street who are throwing things down onto the crowd, and I think that's what's causing a little bit of escalation. They're running, they're throwing things and then running back and hiding. But we are trying to follow the crowd, follow as the police push them back, just to keep an eye on things and make sure that things stay as calm as they have been up until this point. But we don't, I mean, I think this is going to be much of the scene throughout the night, with protesters kind of just splintering off or moving wherever police push them, but not necessarily dissipating, but just staying in mass and just moving from corner to corner. Then they stop, they kind of face off with police. And we're going to be doing this cat and mouse thing, I think, for a couple hours, which is certainly what we saw last night as well.
On the right-hand side of your screen, a lot of protesters running. From what it's not clear, and there's traffic trying to make its way through this crowd as it kind of spreads out around the street. You see these couple random cars just stuck in the middle of all of that, and they're running from something. Not sure. We see law enforcement there as well. I think LAPD. Not clear exactly what they're running from, but we've seen these little skirmishes kind of break out throughout the past 4 days.
Or where they're running to.
Right, where they're running to.
And that's the danger with these cars, these motorists there. I don't know if they really know where to go or how to get out of that crowd. And from what, okay, Lori, where you are, well, those vehicles look parked. I'm not exactly sure. I'm just wondering if there's some kind of coordination. I guess they wouldn't have traffic officers out there, but maybe they need them to guide these people. There's one vehicle that we're looking with he's hanging out of the rooftop or the sunroof with the Mexican flag, so we know he's probably part of the demonstration.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the confusion and chaos that's out here on the street, right? Is because as much as they are trying to keep a handle on the crowd as we see them continue to march down the street here, they can't necessarily gauge where they are going to move. And so when they're moving into these traffic zones where there is still traffic moving, where the streets have not yet been closed, it gets chaotic, and it gets certainly, I would imagine, pretty confusing and scary for the drivers. I mean, there's a guy he's going down the wrong side of the street because I think he just doesn't know what to do. He's trying to avoid the protesters and the police, but he's in a car on the middle of the street. So yeah, I mean, this is all the kinds of things that police are having to coordinate as they are trying to deal with this crowd and not engage them, but move them efficiently out of spaces where they don't want them.
It's interesting. We were talking about offices still being open downtown itself, which is obviously why you still have vehicles in traffic like that. It makes you wonder if eventually they will close off a number of the intersections in downtown Los Angeles just to avoid these kinds of incidents. I know, as far as we know, they haven't made way onto the 101 freeway. They have at least managed to keep them off the freeway, which is a good thing. And now I guess the question is, how do you get to a freeway if you need to get to it?
Yeah, Jasmine is also downtown, Jasmine Veal. Let's check in with her now. So Jasmine, how's it looking where you are?
Yeah, Rudabeh and Pat, I want to show you what a difference a few hours makes. This is a hard closure right here, and look at the contrast to what's happening just a few blocks away. So they have cleared the protesters out of this area, and right here at Arcadia and Los Angeles Street above the 101 freeway, this is the line of officers, CHP officers we've seen, and LAPD holding the line here, not letting anyone through. And because down the way is that federal building and U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement, where that large crowd of demonstrators had gathered earlier, even piling on top of the LA Mall. They were above, they were below. You had National Guard members facing off with those demonstrators, or at least just staring at the crowd. And then things really kind of escalated when rubber bullets were being fired onto the crowd below as they came too close to law enforcement. Take a look at this video. We were on top of the Los Angeles Mall with a bunch of protesters getting that bird's eye view when suddenly we were all pushed back and told to get off very, very quickly. Take a look. So again, those were rubber bullets being fired at the crowd of the protesters, pepper balls, I mentioned fired from above. from that federal building, that location there at the crowd below. There was a lot of yelling, a lot of confusion sometimes, even the media trying to get off, get our equipment, and follow the orders of law enforcement as they were trying to clear the area. And the crowd had thinned out at this point. It was not as large as I saw it a few hours prior to when the skirmish line had moved it back down Los Angeles Street, but they were throwing water bottles, and I just heard a boom right now, so that it seems like they're trying to continue to push the crowd past LA City Hall. But, you know, water bottles were being thrown, and it really escalates within a matter of seconds, and then things hopefully, you know, can remain as calm as they seem to be at the moment. People just waving some Mexican flags, driving past in cars, honking horns, but I'm not noticing anything too crazy here right at Arcadia, where they really have cleared out the area. And protesters, as we bring it back out here live, and you see these officers, and, you know, you heard the police chief talk about how hard they are working. They're out here trying to keep the peace and maintain order. And protesters have told me, too, that they need more peaceful bodies, that many of these protesters said that they just want to get their message out. They did not want to see all the vandalism and the looting and arson that happened over the weekend. I mean, right here where I'm standing, I want to show you this soot. All this black ash, that was a Waymo self-driving car that was burned yesterday. And you see just one black spot after another down Los Angeles Street. So tow trucks had to come in here, clear out all of this rubble after these cars were set on fire. There's graffiti for a few blocks around here, just really vulgar graffiti, and some of the windows that had been smashed in that we saw LA City Services cleaning up today. So a lot of hard work being put in after, unfortunately, some bad apples that took things to the extreme, hoping we don't see that again on this Monday night.
You know what?
But yeah, live here from Arcadia in Los Angeles and downtown. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Jasmine. Mentioning Waymo, we understand they certainly stopped their services in downtown Los Angeles anyway, because they believe at least 5 cars burned. We're going to bring Mike Rogers back in the conversation. You were here last night when those cars were set on fire.
Yeah, and that was about 5 o'clock in the evening. I mean, that was early that all started to happen, and they burned hot and long because the fire department wasn't safe for them to get in there as well. Really just a chaotic night. I will say it does, you know, we're looking at here, it does look like, you know, a sense of chaos here, but I just have to draw the comparison from tonight to last night. I mean, last night was just so much worse in downtown. Tonight, LAPD is able to keep the crowd moving, and as we talked about earlier, every time they do that, it really splinters them up. I want to ask our director, Mike Parrott, to go to our other helicopter shot, because I want to show you Santa Ana. This is where Michelle Geely just was, and something of note, you know, like we've talked about so many times with these protests, they really ebb and flow. While Jasmine was talking and Lori was talking, we saw a lot of activity where somebody was trying to set things on fire, tear gas was being shot, pepper balls was being shot. But as John kind of pushes in, something that we've noticed is different from what Michelle was telling us earlier. That's about the entirety of law enforcement that is here. Those look like federal agents. They, you know, we had seen Santa Ana PD earlier in Michelle's shot doing, you know, skirmish lines, but we don't see that now. And here we go. They're going to activate again. So we've got Santa Ana. We've got federal law enforcement agencies that are pushing towards the crowd. They're using those pepper balls, and you'll see these crowds begin throwing things at them. There goes some tear gas that just got thrown. We'll see that get moved because here comes a van. That's why. So they're going to start throwing things at the van. And what's interesting, though, is I don't know where Santa Ana police went, because there was a lot more of them. That even almost looks like a prisoner transport van. There were people sitting in the back there. So you've got this small handful of federal law enforcement that have moved forward here with that orange type of tear gas that is being used. But they are certainly outnumbered by the amount of protesters that are down there. So they did back up, though. They definitely did not like the tear gas. So the crowd backed up. They're at least on the other side of the street, back towards the parking lot, and pushing back even further after they launched that tear gas. But that's been kind of the situation down here. You know, Michelle was down there. She showed us that as well. I don't know what happened to Santa Ana PD, but now it looks like it's being held up by these, you know, members of the federal law enforcement agency. It looks like I see HSI down there. I can't tell who some of the other agencies are as well. I just John telling me Duke, which is OC Sheriff's helicopter, is just orbiting. They had a Department of Homeland Security Black Hawk that had been orbiting this scene as well. That looks like it went to March Air Force Base for fuel, and now you've got Duke from Orange County Sheriff is orbiting. So it's this situation, you know, as soon as the agents back up, everybody comes back into the street and they, play the game all over again. Obviously, though, it looked like they were trying to protect that van that was coming through. There's also a weird kind of sideshow thing going on over here where it looks like there may have been a celebrity or something that was out here. They were taking pictures with people. The crowd was really excited to see him. That guy looks like he's actually gone away now. So lots of people milling about. You've got the people that are more engaged with law enforcement, but then just kind of a very spread out type of scene over here.
It's interesting too. We see a lot of activity in just, my opinion, from watching this since we've been on the air, that when a van moves up or comes into view, that's when the crowd, goes forward and tries to get closer to the federal building. And of course, the vans get things thrown at them. Well, okay, I don't know what this gentleman here is doing, but
and that's
what was that?
This is on a rooftop?
That's an actual rifle. No, it's on a elevated platform, and that federal agent is pointing a rifle at somebody. That's
the guy in the yellow, I guess.
Yeah,
These two guys.
and you can see they're kind of taunting each other. You saw that federal law enforcement agent, wave his hands like, let's go, let's go. And that guy in the yellow doing the same thing. I mean, something escalated quickly to point, lethal munitions at that person. That was intense there for a second. So I don't know what the conflict was with that person in the yellow, but that federal agent with the rifle there was not having it. There's some fireworks now that we see going off too.
Maybe that's what that was about. But that can get even more dangerous when you're actually, we actually witnessed this. We saw him. You say that's a lethal weapon.
Yeah,
Mike.
Yes,
that's an
absolutely.
actual. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
You can see the provocation happening right here, and then
there's some more tear gas.
Yeah.
And now what we've seen, we haven't seen it here, but what we saw a lot yesterday is the tear gas would get thrown and the protesters would grab it and throw it back at the law enforcement officers. That happened to CHP a lot yesterday when they were trying to regain control over the freeway. So, but that hasn't happened here. Hopefully they'll, de-escalate this a little bit, but this guy on the left here, that agent on the left with the lethal, weapon there, was not having whatever was going on.
No, it was pointed right at that guy.
Yeah, and see, look, he's, waving him over.
You wonder if those guys have on masks. When I say those guys, the agitators.
See, there he goes again, pointing it at him. So I couldn't tell if that agitator did. I mean, you certainly law enforcement does. That's been kind of the name of the game for them, and that's something that they say they need to do to protect themselves and their identities. A lot of the protesters did, and John, if we can see that guy in the yellow, I don't know if he's got one on.
See, so he's still there. That's why I asked that question, because with that tear gas, he hasn't retreated, really.
Right. Well, and the problem with the tear gas is it's blowing back towards the agents. It didn't. That deployment of it didn't go super well for them, because now it's coming right back into their face.
Yeah, you can see the cloud of it there, how strong it is. You can imagine what it's like on the ground, just seeing the cloud. Just a tense situation overall. When we had that wider shot of the protesters and the demonstrators in the parking lot, they were very spread out. And then you see the law enforcement kind of sticking together as a unit with a tactical approach. And then you see a line there. You see them in various places holding a line, whereas the protesters sometimes are together, sometimes they're scattered. Yeah. And then you mentioned that sometimes the law enforcement officers will come and break them up. But you can see how scattered they are around, it looks like a whole city block.
Yeah, not a very organized group as we've seen in other situations. And really, what we saw last night too, when the night started to get, winding down a little bit, is you see a group of not very many people causing the most problems. But now, well, as we say that, it looks like a bunch of them are starting to kind of move forward back towards those agents. But I am surprised that I don't see Santa Ana PD here. It seemed like when we were talking to Michelle, they were holding it down a little bit better than, this small handful of federal agents that are here. Also not here, noticeably not here, is the National Guard. The National Guard is here. They're protecting buildings in Los Angeles. We know that they have deployed 2,000 of them, but are only using, according to federal officials, 300 National Guards troops. So it's, who knows why they haven't deployed them to Orange County and Santa Ana.
So what federal officers are we looking at here?
So I've seen HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigations, and that may be all HSI. It's hard to tell because, especially the guys that are wearing kind of the camouflage, it gets DHS, Department of Homeland Security. That's with the yellow, the less than lethal pepper balls there. It just gets difficult to kind of tell exactly who's who because it's hard to see some of their patches. But yeah, I mean, in downtown we had seen, ATF, DEA, FBI. This primarily looks like Department of Homeland Security and HSI. but it's kind of hard to tell totally without being able to see their patches.
Okay, somebody just walked out. Now, all right, I guess she must be with law enforcement.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to redirect or maybe redeploy some of their efforts here to other parts, and I don't know if they're grabbing soon.
It is kind of ironic, though, that you have so many National Guardsmen, basically troops,
Right.
and the Marines headed to Los Angeles. And here we are in Santa Ana with just a small number of federal agents and local law enforcement protecting this federal building with a couple of agitators there. You see the person in the yellow and a couple of others. And most of the rest of the crowd seems to be peaceful as far as we can see from the chopper video.
Yeah, and you know, who knows if that's you know, kind of a political move here, because certainly in Los Angeles County, that's what the president has been going after, is the mayor, the governor as a whole. But it is a very good point, and to notice that there is no National Guard here, and that these federal agents are certainly outnumbered by the number of people that are here. But to your point, the people that seem to be engaging with them is a much smaller group than the people that are just kind of looky-looing and kind of hanging out back there. But they are starting to get closer. They are getting more bold as you know, the federal agents are standing there on the stairs.
Was that a protester?
Yeah, see, now I can't
Oh,
tell
now
what
they
that
have
is.
shields, and it looks like they're taking something, rocks.
Yeah. Okay, here comes some more
They're
tear
throwing
gas.
it. That's right.
See, and this
And
is
he's
what,
trying to
yeah.
bat it back to officers.
And yesterday, I mean, when we saw us dealing with CHP, they were basically in a soccer match with the tear gas. They just kept kicking it and balling it back and forth to each other.
You see they have their shields out now,
Yeah.
a little bit different than the posture before.
Things definitely seem like they're getting a bit more tense down here in the way that this is doing it, and those protesters that are, you know, becoming more willing to get a little bit closer and, you know, taunt those federal agents a little bit more.
Well, you see, I was about to say, especially those two, but now there are others that are maybe getting up enough nerve to try to come forward. You would think Santa Ana PD would know about this and come to the scene.
Right. Well, that's what's interesting is they were here. I mean, when we were talking to Michelle earlier, they
Right.
were there. So I don't know why they've chose to withdraw from the area. If that was like, you know, a tactical decision, if the Fed said, hey, we're good. It's hard to tell exactly, you know, why that decision happened. I'm going to ask John to just widen out and just make sure, John, we don't see Santa Ana PD down there anywhere. I mean, certainly they're not where the most, you know, action is between law enforcement and, I mean, between the federal agents. Okay, they're on the left, John. Who is that? So here's some more federal, looks like federal vehicles coming in. That looks like it may be Santa Ana PD. So.
Oh, right there, yeah,
right.
the black uniforms.
Yeah, so you've got, yeah, that's Santa Ana PD. So you've got, so the cars are more federal agents that are coming in. Those are with, you see the Arizona license plates. Then the police officers that are standing on foot, that is Santa Ana PD. So why is Santa Ana PD not up with the ones on the steps that are kind of taking the brunt of this? Who knows? But this may be more federal agents that are going to come deploy right out front to deal with the crowd that is obviously, you know, clashing with the federal agents at the front.
Okay, you just said Arizona license plate, so that obviously means too that even, well, the law enforcement, Chief McDonald said they were bringing in sources, municipal aid from other departments. It looks like the federal is doing the same thing.
Yeah, they'll get them from wherever they can, and now you've got the crowd even in the parking lot starting to push back. I thought I saw somebody, you know, shoot some less than lethal rounds over there. So, you know, hopefully the feds are going to get some of this extra help that they need out there, because they're definitely outnumbered up there on those steps, and you've got Santa Ana PD holding the line back over here by what Michelle was describing as the Sally Port.
And I know we're looking at Santa Ana now, but we talk about Chief McDonald of LAPD talking about just how unconventional this is, and talking about kind of the normal process where LAPD deals with it, then they bring in neighboring agencies to help, then they would bring out and bring in the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department would then reach out to the governor, who would then request the National Guard. But all of that has been bypassed in the case of Los Angeles, at least, where the National Guardsmen were sent in along with the Marines. And now we're seeing Santa Ana, where there are no National Guardsmen as far as we can tell.
Well, and the, you know, the chief was talking about this last night, though, even outside of Los Angeles County, because the federal government has federalized the California National Guard, even if the sheriff of Orange County wanted the federal guard or the National Guard. They are not available to them necessarily because the governor is no longer in control of them. Certainly, you know, Orange County historically has a better working relationship with federal authorities and sometimes with the Trump administration in that situation. And it looks like somebody is
injured,
hurt, or at least laying down.
Oh yeah. Well, we don't know if they're.
It's
Are they wiping their eyes?
Well, and if they've got, so look at the people
gas.
that are helping them. They've all got kind of red crosses taped on themselves. That red bag would be kind of like what a mobile medic would use. Sometimes you see them at concerts and stuff. So I don't know if they've designated a group of people to be medics in this kind of situation for something like this. But
volunteers. A lot of times volunteers show up at protests, and you see it looks like milk, which is a common thing that protesters use when they're when they have tear gas in their eyes, because sometimes water really doesn't work. So it looks like at least some of them are a little bit prepared and signaling to others that they can help them medically. Now we see some other people who it looks like they're also taunting this police line. This is the local Santa Ana police, right?
Right. Yeah, Santa Ana police there on the left, and then you've got the feds that are still up on the steps. As you know, you got those. You look like a group of younger people riding bicycles through there, and then there's obviously the agents that are still up on the steps. John, yeah, they're still up there. Okay, and then you've got the. I don't see where that guy in the yellow went, so maybe he got bored and left them alone. But he was certainly
or
taunting
took his
them.
jacket off.
Yeah, right.
But you know. Again, you know, we had talked about this, or just in speculation, that as soon as they see some federal vehicles, maybe that's why they started moving in.
Yeah.
You know, approaching the federal building all of a sudden, because we're wondering why is this happening all of a sudden, even if it's one or two, quote, brave, put that in quotes, protesters. But maybe that is the reason why when they see these vehicles. And now, yeah, there's only a few right now in terms of federal authorities on the steps there. You know, another question, we don't know just how these raids are being carried out, how late they can go. Can they show up at any place after dark and, you know, make a sweep of people? I don't really know the ramifications. Do you? Or the
Right, no, and it kind of depends. I mean, if they're going to do it in the form of a warrant, there are certain rules and requirements, at least at the local level, and forgive me, I don't entirely know at the federal level. If you want to do an overnight warrant or a no-knock warrant, that is specified in the type of warrant that you get. I don't know that that has to be done at a federal level. I will say, though, you know, we've seen immigration enforcement action in Los Angeles, in other counties across the Southern California here, where they are in, they're out, it's quick. Right. But what we saw on Friday was kind of this lingering enforcement action by the federal agents. And so you wonder if the Trump administration has said, we will continue to do this no matter what. We'll bring in as many forces as we need to facilitate that. But you wonder if they're going to want to start doing it in a faster way, where you don't have these agents that are kind of lingering like they did on Friday, giving people the chances. And Saturday, I mean, in Paramount on Saturday, Border Patrol came in and did a thing, and they were there long enough for crowds to gather and to come protest them and all of that. And that is fairly unusual when they do these. We are usually seeing situations where they're in, they get who they want, and they're out. And they move through pretty quickly, and it doesn't give time for crowds to gather. But Friday and Saturday, they stayed around long enough for crowds to gather, which then caused these really chaotic situations. So we'll see if that. I mean, the ones we heard of today didn't manifest long enough for those crowds to get created. It's certainly in Santa Ana, it wasn't. You know, Michelle had told us it was a Carl's Jr. and a Home Depot, and those agents didn't stay there long enough to draw enough attention to themselves to create a crowd at those locations. It ended up being here at the federal building.
Of course, that's part of the strategy of the federal government as well, right? To make a statement, to make a show of force, and to gain media attention, to make a statement that we are conducting these raids and that you should be afraid if you're here and you're not documented and have entered the country illegally. And then we heard Mayor Bass in Los Angeles also talk about people who are showing up at federal facilities to go through the process of getting a green card or getting citizenship. And keeping their appointments. And then also being arrested and detained there, in some cases entire families. And she said that, you know, she was concerned that that would push the people who are trying to go through the legal process into the shadows. So she mentioned that, a lot of anger in her press conference earlier. So I think that is, we have heard President Trump also talk about that, and other members of the administration, that is part of the strategy, to make that show of force and to send that message.
Well, you know what's sad today, and I'm going to use the word sad, because there are a number of students who graduated. And from the reports that I heard, there were a number of young people quite upset that their parents or family members were afraid to show up to graduation because they were afraid that they would be swept up. And one young lady, if I'm not mistaken, said her parents, they had applied for documentation, but they were still scared and they didn't make the graduation. So, that's sad to me, no matter how you look at it or what side that you're on, how you feel about this situation, because these are young people who, they grew up here, they go to school here, but, if their parents or loved ones are not here, or I was going to say not here illegally, but again, we have to make some kind of determination, or maybe someone will tell us, if you have a green card, are you okay? If you have a work visa, are you okay? If you've applied and you haven't reached legal status yet as a citizen, though, are you okay or not?
Right.
I haven't heard any distinct answers to those questions, and that's what I'd like to know, because people ask me and I can't really answer it.
Well, and even to that point, we spoke with that attorney who said her client had a stay from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, prohibiting the government from deporting her client, and they still detained him. And she said, when she asked the agents, why are you detaining him if you know you can't deport him? Their answer was, because we can. And so that's according to that attorney. But that makes it very gray for a lot of people to understand, where am I at in this process? Can I be deported? Can I not be? Even if I can't be deported, I can still be detained. It gets very confusing. And to your point about graduation, the Huntington Park mayor said today that they're at the graduation, there was a false rumor that ICE was outside, and it panicked people that were inside. And some people left because they were afraid that the immigration officers were outside.
And, federal policy has been changing as well. Those who are awaiting refugee status, whose countries are no longer on the list, those who are awaiting amnesty. A lot of questions for so many people in the community. We are going to keep an eye on this in Santa Ana from our live helicopter video. And we're going to check back in now with Lori Perez. She has moved locations and is still in downtown LA. So, Lori, we see quite a big crowd behind you.
Yeah, we've hiked quite a few blocks to get over to where we can get a good vantage point of the protesters facing off with law enforcement. We are on the steps of the Japanese American National Museum, and this is where they have kind of stopped walking, where the LAPD has kind of stopped pushing them forward. So they're just kind of staging here now. The crowd considerably quieter than they were before as they face off with LAPD officers, just kind of lingering here in the intersection. And I will tell you, when we were coming through Little Tokyo, it was bizarre to be walking through, that main restaurant area. There were people inside the restaurants eating and drinking and kind of peering out from the windows. There were workers in the stores and the restaurants. Faces to the glass with the doors closed as this entire situation took over the road and went back past their establishment. So it was kind of bizarre to see. Also, there's a hotel. We could see hotel guests on the second and third and fourth floors looking out from their windows, watching down on the police as they were pushing the protesters back. Kind of just a contrast to what was happening in the restaurants and in the hotel versus what was happening on the street. And of course, as you saw, mixed with so many cars, because they didn't close the street down, right? So there were still cars on the street who were trying to navigate carefully their way down the street, continuing their travels, but suddenly being surrounded by protesters and by the police force. So for the time being, this is kind of a calmer situation where we are a strong force of police. You can see have established a perimeter, not allowing them to come down onto the campus here of the Japanese American National Museum, and then further down to the Museum of Contemporary Art. But this is right at the heart of Little Tokyo here, where the protesters have now stopped walking. The police have stopped walking. And so we're going to keep an eye on things here, because certainly there are a lot of treasured things in this area that we don't want to see destruction to. Last night, once the sun went down, that's really when things escalated. when there really seemed to be a different element of people who lingered, and that's when some of the trouble started last night. We're certainly hoping that that does not repeat itself on this evening. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thanks for saying that when you said there are a lot of treasured things in that area, and there are a lot of people who may still be alive or their parents or grandparents who remember what happened to the Japanese at one time when it came to the government rounding them up. So just wanted to mention that. We are taking a live shot now from KCAL, and we are in downtown Los Angeles. Mike, do you know exactly where we are here?
Yeah, we're technically at First and Japanese Village Plaza. We're coming into Little Tokyo. They've been able to significantly move the crowd to the south now. And I'm trying to see that your next major is going to be almost Alameda, near First and Alameda. So we've gotten away from all of like Civic Center area. You know, we've gotten away from City Hall. We've gotten away from the courthouses. And LAPD has done a good job of pushing everybody kind of, you know, to the south in hopes that they'll eventually just kind of start dissipating and getting out of here. And the crowd, and last time I saw a more wide shot of the crowd, it did look like it was starting to get a little bit smaller. We haven't seen a ton of clashes. I mean, LAPD just kind of, you know, does their thing, pushes them forward, and then they move about. And every time they get to an intersection, the crowd kind of gets just a touch bit smaller when they do that. But there, yeah, you see right here on First Street. And I wanted to point out something that we saw earlier, which was when we see the crowd run, it's almost like they're doing right now. It's likely because LAPD, when they are in this kind of tactical formation and they have these platoons that are moving about, they do it in a running formation. So they're not necessarily running to anything, but when those officers make those movements, those officers are running, which then naturally kind of makes the crowd run as well. So that is sometimes what happens. And then you get it out to here to this street, where you've got cars and traffic just, you know, kind of moving here as they try to go about their business. And then you've got this kind of group that is starting to spread out a little bit, and they're starting to kind of move into this area here in downtown LA at First. And I believe this next major is going to be Alameda or somewhere there close to it, maybe San Pedro Street.
You know, we had heard Chief McDonald say earlier that he was calling in, did he say 400 LAPD? 400 additional LAPD officers. Yeah. And when we look at these groups splinter off into smaller groups, I know that makes them less lethal, but it's also probably a good thing to have extra officers where they may sort of anticipate where they could go.
Right. And really quick, Pat, I want to ask if we can go to Santa Ana really quick. There was just a development, and it looks like that most of the crowd just kind of pushed away here. But Santa Ana police made significant progress in pushing this crowd forward, and they actually just threw a ton of smoke. I can't tell if they actually used tear gas, but there was smoke down there as well. There was tear gas, John telling me, and I think that's what got the crowd moved out. You're still looking at downtown. Nate, I don't know if we can switch over to the other chopper and look at Santa Ana really quickly. I just want to show people that they've made some significant progress in pushing them away from, thank you, this is Santa Ana now, pushing that crowd away from the federal building. You see that pond over there on the right, all the way back down here. Thanks, John. That is the Santa Ana Police Department that has finally given those federal agents some relief at the steps of the building. But look, and John is going to pan down a little bit for me. You can see all the cartridges from the less than lethal, from the things that were thrown, all the kind of debris that gets left. That's water bottle. And I think there's some smoke bombs as well that the police department was throwing, as well as tear gas. So Santa Ana PD making some significant progress. And again, just like we saw in downtown LA, to get them away from the federal building and get them. Okay, so John is telling me the top of the screen is actually the federal courthouse. So the area at the bottom was a federal building where they have the detention center, and then up top there's the federal courthouse. So they're actually kind of pushing, you know, away from one federal building, but closer to another. Now you see some more cars in the mix, but again, the crowd, you know, splintering a little bit as they pushed them away.
And the perspective from above is so important. As you mentioned earlier, when you said, can you zoom out so we can see if the police are there? And then there are police lines there too. Even when you're looking at some of these protests over the course of the last few days, if it's zoomed in, it looks sometimes bigger than it actually is. When you zoom out, it gives you a little bit more perspective. But there you can see the local, looks like Santa Ana police blocking off that street and really containing that situation, as opposed to those federal agents who were far outnumbered, who were standing in front of the federal building and taking projectiles from some of the demonstrators, a couple of whom were taunting them. But now you see it looks like it's much more under control with local authorities kind of cordoning off that area.
And the question now is, where are those people dispersing to? They have scattered, as we can see from our pictures, from our chopper shots. We just wonder where they're, I don't know what we were looking at there for a moment. I thought those two might have been getting into, did you notice that? The federal agent and the other gentleman with the black?
Bumping into each other there.
Yeah, okay, maybe that was just a friendly bump or a kindly bump. But, you know, we haven't heard about them actually gathering somewhere else in particular into one spot, because that would just, you know, I would imagine that would create another problem, even though the federal building has been the thrust of where these demonstrations have taken place, because that's where the ICE raids, that's where they facilitate from, and possibly, but I believe Michelle said that's not where they're detaining people, so we still don't know exactly where they're being taken.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if Orange County, I know in LA County they've got the Metropolitan Detention Center, that's in downtown. I don't know if Orange County Jail has a contract with ICE for detainers.
Well, I know the city said that we are a sanctuary city. A couple of the city council people have come forward and said we will not be assisting in immigration efforts. They stopped short of, something's happening here.
Ooh.
Wow, is he?
Okay, there's the person in the yellow. They caught up to him.
Oh man, they really wanted him.
And he's still resisting.
Look at that.
Well, it looks like he didn't change his sweatshirt after all.
Right. And I wonder, I can't tell if it's that same agent that was really frustrated with him earlier. It doesn't.
That pointed the weapon.
Pointing the weapon at him.
Yeah, and he does have looks like a mask or a beanie or something on. Yeah. Oh, it's got a full-blown mask. There you go. So, and it's important to remember too, when you get arrested by the feds, you are not facing local charges. I mean, you're not facing disorderly conduct charges at a local level, which carry a much less severe punishment than federal charges. I mean, you know, Mr. Huerta in Los Angeles County, you know, he is facing, the last time they charged somebody for the same thing that they're charging Mr. Huerta for, that couple faced 6 years in federal prison. I mean, these are not small charges when you get arrested at the federal level.
And this person was clearly, I mean, you know, throwing projectiles, and now his face is out there for everybody to see. But, you know, he was doing a lot more. And I think I can safely say that.
Yeah,
I mean,
and they were hot about him.
Yeah. When you mentioned David Huerta, I mean, this clearly
is not that. Yeah.
No way.
Right. And interesting, you know, he had the mask on. They ripped the mask off. That has been a sticking point that President Trump has been kind of harping on, that these people, protesters, legally, he says, are not allowed to wear masks, and they should be ripping the masks off. And, you know, Sunday morning on Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan had Kristi Noem on to ask, how are you going to do that? Are you going to have federal agents go rip off masks, everybody that's wearing them? She wouldn't really answer the question, but you saw that happen in this situation. So we'll be curious, and we can try to reach out and figure out what they're going to charge this guy with.
And as far as the mask is concerned, we also understand, he said that the federal agents should wear them because they didn't want them being doxxed by the public.
Right. And let's not forget that this is not just ICE agents. These are DEA, FBI, ATF, groups of people that do lots of undercover operations, and at some point they will have to go back to that world once however this shakes out is done, whether it's in 4 years or whether it's sooner than that. They'll go back to their regular roles at their respected agencies, and they may need to still protect their identity when they do that.
Well, they're certainly making what do I want to say? Talk about making an example.
Oh yeah.
Walking him over up the steps in front of everybody.
They did not forget about him.
Yeah. Bright yellow sweatshirt makes it kind of hard.
Okay,
I don't want to say anything about, I mean, we've seen, and the reason I brought that up is how many chases have we followed where the person can go in and try to camouflage themselves by taking off the jacket. So obviously, maybe this guy didn't care or he didn't think about that.
And we've heard this from numerous officials and authorities, right, throughout these press conferences. Like, if you might be going home tonight after this protest, talking to people who are vandalizing and causing violence and arson, etc., you might go home tonight, but we will find you. We have video of you, and you will be arrested at some point. They have been saying that.
Oh, sorry, Ruta Bay. We just heard that Michelle Gili can talk to us now. And Michelle, we've seen a lot of things happen since we last spoke with you. We noticed they did just take into custody this guy, this protester that was throwing projectiles at those federal officers who really became pretty upset with him. But now he's in custody.
Yeah, and it looks now like the crowd is mobilizing once again in front of the steps there at the Civic Center. I have been listening to some of the questions that you've had specifically about detainees as at the Orange County Women's Central Jail, which is off in the distance there. And I have called the Sheriff's Department to check on this. At one time, I do know that ICE detainees were held in our jail, that being the Orange County Jail, not to be mistaken with the Santa Ana City Jail, which is just across the street from the Men's Central Jail. The Sheriff's Department tells me that they are going to check for me on that information. They do not believe that ICE detainees are held there, but the sergeant is going to make 100% certain and get back to me shortly on that. So, bringing us up to date on the situation here, you know what, this is a cat and mouse game, right? So, the protesters, the demonstrators get close. Some of them taunt the federal officers. That then prompts them to set off the less lethal smoke bombs and the pepper balls and that kind of thing. Earlier, I think it was the 4 o'clock hour, Tim Kimball, my photographer, was in the crowd there, and he got hit with one of the pepper balls that ricocheted off the ground or hit him in the stomach. He is fine and, rinsed his eyes and was able to continue shooting video for us. And we're very appreciative of that, of course. So as, the sun goes down here, people are getting off work. They're showing up with their signs. Lots of young people here. They've got their flags, and like I said, it ebbs and flows. They get closer to that line of federal officers. Some of them get too close, and then the smoke bomb goes off and the pepper balls go off, and everyone retreats. They run back in the direction where I am through Sasser Park, which is just, 500 feet from the entrance to that building. And things calm down for a few minutes, and then they're back at it again. I also checked in with Santa Ana Police. You've seen that their skirmish line has moved quite a bit up from where they were about an hour ago. Santa Ana maintains, the police department, that they are here to for public safety, and also to make sure that there is not vandalism or any sort of destruction. So I asked whether they might start shooting off pepper balls or the smoke bombs, and the officer who is in charge of the media there said, again, they are here for public safety and to make sure that there is not destruction or defacement of buildings and things in Santa Ana. So you see the situation here now. Things are loud but calm, and I predict that in a few minutes things are going to change, because that's what's been going on here for the past 3 hours or so.
You know, that's interesting, Michelle. I don't remember hearing about much activity out of Santa Ana yesterday, last night, and it seems like today certainly has been a different story. Maybe that's because of some of the raids that took place in those businesses that we were talking about. So I'm sure Santa Ana PD is going to be keeping their eye as the evening grows on, and hopefully, nothing even close happens to what happened in downtown Los Angeles last night. But I'm sure they have to be ready.
Okay, here we go. So now the crowd running back toward us. Something has obviously gone on near the staircase where the federal officers are. It looks like I can see some smoke in the distance, and now everyone is running toward us.
We can hear it.
The Sheriff's Department, yep, that's an M80 or some sort of firecracker set off, I believe, by demonstrators. The Sheriff's Department has gotten back to me. Orange County Sheriff does not house ICE detainees, anyone arrested for immigration through the federal government. So it is unclear where the people who we believe are taken into custody today around Orange County were taken. Maybe somewhere in LA County, maybe another county. We may have a facility here in this complex, just not clear on that. But we know they're not in the Santa Ana City Jail, and we know that they are not in the Orange County Sheriff's Department Men's Central Jail or the Women's Jail.
You know, you wonder if even family members know where they've been taken, Michelle. And I say that because a lot of people still, at this day, from what we've heard, family members that were taken into detention on Friday, Saturday, that they have been denied access to family members, so they don't necessarily know. Well, they believe that they're being held at the Metro Detention Center in Los Angeles, but you know, I guess they're not even 100% certain.
I mean, I think the fact that Michelle has been reporting and asking authorities, and they don't even know, I think that says volumes about this entire situation, and not knowing where people are being held, where they're being transported. In many cases, you know, people have children and they're separated from their children. So I think it says a lot that we don't know, and even some of the people in charge of these institutions and law enforcement agencies don't know.
And Santa Ana is a sanctuary city, so you would possibly think that there would be more information, but this has taken on a very, very different tone with the administration being involved and federal agents here taking over. So there is very little information that's being dispersed at this time.
And another 2,000 National Guards, men and women, on their way to Los Angeles, 2,000 already here, and 700 Marines also being deployed.
You know, now that we're talking about that, do we know exactly what the Marines will do when they get here, what they can do?
All we've been told is that they will join in with the National Guard, and that they will continue to support the federal mission. And we don't really know what that might be. I mean, is that continuing to guard the federal buildings? Are they going to go out with federal immigration officers as they conduct operations, you know, immigration operations? We don't know. They will join in, and they say, quote, seamlessly join in with the California National Guard and be under that same command of that two-star general that is commanding the California National Guard right now. But they've been, you know, honestly and probably intentionally vague about what they're going to be doing, because we just don't know their plan, right? We don't know if they're going to go out in the streets and assist with these, you know, enforcement actions. They said they will be there to protect federal employees. So that makes you wonder if they're going to be going out and assisting in some of these raids, or at least providing protection while federal immigration agents do their work.
Let's mention, so far we have not heard of any agent that has been injured as a result of conducting raids. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but we haven't heard that.
Right.
We don't have any.
I know Friday night
number.
or Saturday, the FBI did put out a flyer saying they were looking for a person that assaulted a federal agent. We didn't hear about that federal agent necessarily being injured to the point of needing medical treatment, but they did say that they were at least looking for that person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just picking up on what you said about being able to go out with the agents and for protection.
Or at least crowd control. I mean, that was what, you know, what we saw on Friday was those agents went out there and they were clearly unable to control the crowd around them and still conduct their operation. And it got to a point where they, you know, kind of got bottlenecked a little bit in there. And then I think some outside agencies had to come in. That was where the big criticism of, you know, LAPD, which there's disagreements on how long it took LAPD to get there. And then, Pat, what we ended up seeing Friday night at 11:30 in downtown was that really large showing of federal law enforcement agents with Bearcats, with, you know, armed. They were in helmets. I mean, they really showed up to get those guys out of there.
And you know what? We actually saw LAPD behind them, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Which is...
Yeah, I mean, remember LAPD showed up for a minute and then just decided, like, you know, this is going to be on you guys, because it ended up being in that parking lot where all those federal agents were staging.
Yeah.
And then the protesters figured out that they were staging there, began to protest them, and then we spoke with Representative Jimmy Gomez, who was trying to get those agents to just leave, and ultimately those very, you know, armed federal agents pushed the crowd forward enough to be able to let the rest of the cars kind of sneak out the back behind them, and that's where we left it. But that was the only, since Friday, and to my knowledge, that was the only time we saw federal law enforcement engage in crowd control operations.
And maybe LAPD was behind them just in case anything happened to the federal agents?
Right, potentially. And on the right side of your screen looks like live pictures from Michelle, and I think that's probably another pepper spray or tear gas, you know, cleaning going on there. You can see pouring water in his eyes.
Okay, yeah, and that's why it's so important to have, let me just note, our very credible reporters on the ground witnessing and bringing live pictures as to what is actually happening. Because if you hear different reports and if you hear it summarized by, let's say, Washington, D.C. versus the city of L.A., it's two very different stories, right? So we have a team of reporters who have been covering this from the very beginning, in the middle of all of this chaos, as we try to sort out exactly what is going on as all of these federal agents and troops are being brought in to Southern California. We want to go now to Leslie Marine.
As we mentioned, 700 Marines are being sent to Los Angeles to work with the National Guard as the state is filing a lawsuit to get them out. And here's KCAL's Leslie Marine. Hey, Leslie.
Yeah, Pat and Rudabeh, you guys have been talking about it, right? Moments ago, the governor posted on social media that he is being informed that the president will be deploying another 2,000 National Guard troops on top of the nearly 300 that are already here. We know over the weekend he wanted 2,000 here, but the governor says that right now it's about 300. Now, the Pentagon has also confirmed that. The governor claims most of the troops that are here in Los Angeles are sitting unused in federal buildings and called the move reckless and pointless. Now, the U.S. Northern Command has confirmed that those 700 Marines from 29 Palms will land in Los Angeles in the next 24 hours. And we spoke about this. Their job will be to help the National Guard protect federal personnel and federal property. This all coming as the governor is now suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his consent. The state is asking a judge to not only declare the call-up of the National Guard troops unconstitutional, but also they want the court to halt any future deployments. Now, we know that the governor and the president, well, they haven't spoken since Friday, but today the president backing up the idea of having the governor arrested for challenging the White House's mobilization of the troops. Meanwhile, local and federal leaders are criticizing the president for what they say is escalating the violence.
But he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
What we saw yesterday happened after the president's unnecessary, counterproductive, and most importantly, unlawful order.
Well, CBS News did speak to the president's border czar, Tom Homan, who first stated the governor could face any arrest for immigration interference. But today he said there is no intention to do that. Meanwhile, Governor Newsom has addressed the statement, saying that would be a line that cannot be crossed as a nation. Rudabeh, Pat, for now, we'll send it back to you. A lot of developments still coming out from the governor's office and, of course, the president and the White House. And we're working to get that information to you as quick as possible.
All right, thanks so much, Leslie. I believe we're looking at a shot here. Is this in Santa Ana?
Yeah, this is still in Santa Ana, and what we are seeing, and John, if you can pan down just a tilt, just a touch rather, it looks like people are beginning to, peacefully, essentially surrender, I would say. I don't think they have been told by law enforcement to take that position, but we often see that when people decide this is our peaceful protest, we're going to sit or we're going to lay, we're not going to move, take us into custody if you so choose. So that is what is happening, or what appears to be happening there in Santa Ana, where you have this group. I think once they arrested that guy in the yellow sweatshirt, they've thrown so much tear gas at it. The rest of the people that are here, and I don't want to say everybody because I haven't seen everybody, but appears to be a more peaceful kind of civil group. Santa Ana PD, I haven't seen in the last couple of minutes shoot any, tear gas, pepper balls, smoke, anything like that. So you've got this group, and it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maybe people laying down there on the ground that are probably signaling that they're ready to be arrested.
Okay, Mike, thanks for that. I guess a different story. Back in downtown Los Angeles, where our Lori Perez is. And Lori, we understand that it's getting pretty loud there right now.
It is loud, definitely, but we are at yet another kind of stopping point. The police have pushed the protesters further down South Alameda Street towards the Arts District, if you can picture that in your head. And we've kind of just been stopped here for about 15, 20 minutes with the force of law enforcement facing off with the protesters. You can see them just kind of opposite of each other right here in the street. lots of yelling going on, of course, lots of emotions pretty high, but so far no action, no actual physical confrontations that we have seen. You know, it's hard to know what the plan is here. You know, they've been taking them down the streets. We were surprised, frankly, when they brought them through Little Tokyo, which is kind of a bustling business district. And now we're on kind of a more residential street where they've been kind of stopped for a few minutes now. So hopefully this crowd seems to be kind of thinning out, and the force of police seems to be swelling. So we're watching that dynamic. Oh, watch. And now I don't know what precipitated that running. There was no tear gas, which we usually see before they start to run, but something happened right there that made that crowd start running. I do see them on the left-hand side. They did take a young man into custody, or they detained him, rather, put him in handcuffs. Oh, and now you hear the bang. I don't know what's going on that's kind of precipitating this activity, this increase in activity here. But now we're on the move once again. So we're moving. Again, this is South Alameda. We are heading towards the Arts District. A crowd, you know, of maybe 100 or so people. It's hard for me to see. You guys probably have a better vantage point from SkyCal. But oops. And now, see, this is where it's going to get ugly again, because now they're throwing glass bottles. Now they're throwing rocks again at the police, water bottles, etc.
Yeah, what we see, Lori, is we can see the crowd, a lot of them running, and we see officers. Yeah, we see a projectile there. We see officers approaching quickly, and like they're moving them back to where we don't know, right? But that's what we noticed.
Yeah, it's just interesting. You know, I mean, we don't, of course, know the police strategy, but like I said, we'd been all standing here for probably 15, 20 minutes, nothing going on except for a lot of yelling. And then all of a sudden, we saw the police kind of mobilize. We saw the crowd start to run. So, you know, we see this from time to time, and you can already see now it's kind of de-escalated, and, well, you know, we've moved just not that far down the street, and once again they've stopped. So this is kind of a repeat of what we saw yesterday evening, yesterday afternoon with these crowds as they kind of splintered off, and police had to kind of address the crowds in different parts of the city.
You know what, Laura, you were on the scene when during the BLM protests. So can you, you know, just now, what's the difference here? You know, when I asked you before about is it organized? Are there people that are on megaphones or, you know, talking to the crowd, either encouraging them or reminding them of why they're there? Can you point that out? Or maybe make the contrast?
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question. I think during the BLM protests, first of all, they were much larger, consistently larger for the days that we were covering them. And they did seem to be more on point. There were lots of organizers who were continually leading the chants, changing the chants, or people just on megaphones kind of elucidating their viewpoint about what was happening and their viewpoint about the issues for that protest. We have not seen that as much here today, at least. Yesterday, we did see a little bit of that, but not as much. Here, we have seen also, I will say, much more destruction, much more profanity written on the streets and on the buildings and the walls. So it's a kind of a different tone, I would say, to this protest than the BLM protests. But again, I think I was mentioning earlier, even today from yesterday the demographic was quite a range of ages in that crowd, you know, young and old and even families. And this crowd here is a much younger crowd. It's a much, you know, late teens, 20s kind of crowd. And that in and of itself sometimes, you know, depending on the group of people, that creates a different atmosphere in that group of people. And that's what we've seen here today.
All right, I'm glad you sort of, you know, explained that, Lori, because I just remembered at the top of mind what happened during those protests, and I know you were there. So I figured you can sort of, you know, walk us through what's happening. And maybe it kind of makes you wonder if it's not, maybe it's social media that has really driven people to the sites where they are. But you set it up for us that there doesn't appear to be really a lot of organization or particular leaders, so to speak.
And I will say in both those protests and in these protests last night, you know, at the end of the night, towards the end, you always seem to get kind of the agitators, right? The troublemakers who are not necessarily connected to the cause that brought the people out, but who are just trying to take advantage of a chaotic situation. We saw that in BLM, and we saw that last night as well with some of the unrest that happened, some of the tagging and some of the looting. You know, those were not people who I would consider necessarily connected to the cause that brought out the bulk of people over the weekend. They're just, you know, hangers-on who are trying to stir things up and use it to their advantage.
Lori, does it feel like the crowds have kind of come together? Because we've been looking at different pockets in downtown LA with various protests, but very geographically close to each other. Does it look like they're kind of coming into a unified crowd, or are they just in pockets around downtown LA?
I think they're in pockets around downtown LA, and I think that it would certainly be the strategy of the police to not allow them to kind of recongregate. This crowd, you know, we're way on the outskirts now from where we were yesterday. I mean, yesterday we were way further north towards the 101. We're heading towards the 10 this way and towards the Arts District. So I think they really are trying to dissipate them. I mean, it's difficult for me to know because I'm just with this crowd, but we have not seen them growing in number in terms of actually meeting up with other groups of protesters. I will tell you, I can hear here on the ground, I hear a lot of glass breaking, so perhaps things are escalating as they move further down towards the Arts District.
All right, our Lori Perez joining us live from downtown LA, where those protests have now continued for a fourth day. We want to say good evening to everyone and welcome you to an early edition of KCAL News at 8 alongside Juan Fernandez and Mike Rogers at the desk. Good evening, everyone. I'm Susie Sa. Again, we have been following these protests, continuing coverage here on KCAL News in various parts of Southern California tonight, not only in downtown LA, but also in Santa Ana, where protests have also gotten very heated as well. This after immigration raids, we believe, over the weekend as well and today. And Mayor Karen Bass with the city of Los Angeles saying today that she believes that there have been 5 at least known raids that have taken place. And because of that, there have been a lot of passions and anger and families who have no answers right now as to where their loved ones might be, and a lot of people who are concerned about that.
And this has been going on again, as Susie was saying, since Friday when those first raids played out at a Home Depot, at a donut shop, and of course at that fashion house in downtown Los Angeles, where the bulk of the protests started on Friday, and it started escalating over the weekend, Friday into Saturday, then Saturday into Sunday, and of course Sunday being the worst that we've seen so far.
That's right. First time we're seeing in Orange County today, as we've been talking about another protest that started up in Orange County late this afternoon. Let's go live now to our Orange County reporter, Michelle Geely, who is live there on the ground to tell us more now. Michelle?
We've just been hit with smoke from the pepper spray. So let me go back to you guys, and we'll come back when we can catch our breath.
All right, Michelle, you do that. You take care of yourself and your photographer. Of course, situations we've seen over the weekend, Mike Rogers, of reporters and photographers being in the line of fire when it comes to some of these pepper balls and also the tear gas canisters.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, Tim Kimball's already been hit. Tim Kimball, Michelle's photographer, has already been hit by tear gas a couple times tonight. He actually got a pepper ball to his torso when all of that was happening. And I do want to update the situation in Santa Ana because that has been kind of evolving, and you can see they are still using tear gas. They pushed those people away from the federal from the federal steps where they were, and now they're pushing them actually towards the federal building. So we're continuing to monitor that situation. SkyCal is going to head back downtown. I also want you to know that there's now starting to be, as we look live now, this is again in Santa Ana here, as Michelle and her photographer Tim Kimball doing a great job and obviously pushing away far enough away from where the law enforcement line is. And you can see just behind that flag, that Mexican flag, you can make out the patrol car there on the right-hand side. You can see that line of police officers that is there trying to quell that crowd and push them back. Now, It looks like there is a mix of federal officers as well as local Santa Ana Police Department officers. What we had been dealing with, the situation we've been dealing with earlier, is that federal law enforcement was far outnumbered from the protesters that were standing on the steps. We saw a really intense situation with a protester was wearing a mask and was wearing a yellow sweatshirt that was throwing things at federal law enforcement agents rather. One of those agents with a lethal, munition, a lethal weapon, a rifle, was actually pointing it at that protester and kind of waving his hand towards him. And you see what we're looking at right now is people pouring water on their eyes. That is to get rid of and you can see the pain that they're in. I mean, tear gas is not a fun situation at all. Pouring water is your second option. Milk really is the best thing to pour on your eyes if you're in that situation. But you can see these guys are just, continuing to pour. But I want to point out, they've been tear gassed. They know how badly it hurts, and they're still in the area.
That's right.
Right? So these people are still wanting to protest. And I would say, with the exception of a couple of people in that situation, it has been fairly calm out there. There have certainly been people that have been kind of giving it to the federal agents there and going back and forth with them. We saw that tackle of one of the federal agents that took that person down into custody, ripped the mask off his face. But they're still launching tear gas and pepper balls and all of those things at these protesters. Michelle got caught up in it. You see other people here getting caught up in it as well that are dealing with all of the situation as Michelle and Tim Kimball try to walk back. And we apologize for the people that are less than happy to see our cameras there as the situation is tense, it's heated, and there's a lot going on down there.
No doubt. And this is Michelle Geely's camera that we're looking at right now, Mike.
Correct.
And throughout the day, it's kind of ping-pong between downtown LA and Santa Ana.
Right.
Things kind of get heated in downtown, things calm down in Santa Ana, then it's the reverse. And nightfall is not too far from right now, so a big concern with that.
Yeah, it's definitely the ebb and flow. And what's happening in Santa Ana, the reason we believe that it popped off in Santa Ana today is because there were raids in Santa Ana. Michelle had told us there was one at a Carl's Jr., one at a Home Depot, and that's how this all started on Friday when we had the raids in LA County.
That's right.
And there's Michelle. I don't know if she can hear us or if she's ready yet.
Michelle, are you okay?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. That's a first for me. I apologize. I thought that I could run faster than the smoke, and that didn't happen, obviously. But two people here were so kind and just doused me with water, and we're good. Everybody seems to be fine here, but okay, they're pouring milk in a woman's eyes here. That was powerful and strong and unexpected, honestly, although it has been happening for the last several hours. But it looked as though maybe there were some officers taking people into custody, and we were trying to kind of get a view of that. And then the officers started lobbing deep into the crowd, because we've kind of tried to keep ourselves farther back so we can not be hit with it. But they were throwing these projectiles, this less than lethal stuff, very, very deep into the crowd, so really not many people could escape it. Tim got hit again. Okay, here we go again. We're going to move. Okay. We're going to move back so we don't get hit again. Because like I said, they're throwing very deep into the crowd, obviously trying to push everybody out of this area. Just to put it in perspective, people are running toward Ross Street. So this is Santa Ana Boulevard and Ross Street, right near the very, very large federal courthouse, the Reagan building. So the tactic must be to get people away from that one federal building where they have blocked the door, and where earlier in the day employees were trying to get out. And so they're trying to drive people into the center of town, which is kind of the historic Old Town district.
Michelle, we appreciate your reporting so much, but we do want you and your photographer to stay safe. So please, if you can get to a safer area for us, and we will come back to you. But as you can see from Michelle's picture, things getting pretty intense there in Santa Ana as protesters sort of walk back from the law enforcement agencies who are pushing them back from the federal building right now.
And there's that confusion, Susie. Was it a firework? Was it an explosion? Was it another round of tear gas? Was it the less than lethal weapons that are being thrown into the crowds there? Very confusing. So our Michelle Geely and her photographer, they're going to move into an area that's a little bit safer. But you can see, as Michelle's talking about wanting to disperse the crowd, you can see where some of those orange barriers are and where the crowd is now, they've created quite a bit of separation between the federal building there and where these people are running.
All right, we have another reporter on the ground. Let's go to our Tom Waite now, who joins us live. Tom, where are you?
And Susie, we're just about a half a block away from LAPD headquarters. You can see it there just up the block. There's a gathering of officers just out in front. This is First Street in Los Angeles. Still a lot of people out on the streets tonight, kind of walking around, a lot of air support. We're not too far from Lori Perez. She's a few blocks down the street from us, kind of in an area, I think, where there's a higher concentration of people. There's still a lot of volatility here, you know, as this is kind of the area where a lot of some of the skirmishes between police and the crowd played out. Just a short time ago, I saw police having to use their less than lethal weapons. They fired some of those some of those objects back at protesters when they were being hit with objects, either water bottles or other objects that were being thrown. Sometimes plastic, sometimes glass bottles were being thrown. In fact, I was just standing next to a group of officers a few minutes ago when a glass bottle was hurled at them and came very close to hitting all of us. So it's still a volatile situation out here. There's still a lot, there's a lot of anger here on the streets and a lot of people, I think, just trying to channel that in a way that is practical and also nonviolent. But of course, there's also people out here still causing a lot of problems. In fact, it's even hard to show you some video and some shots because we have so much there's so much graffiti out here with a lot of bad language. So we're trying to avoid showing a lot of that stuff. But it does look like the LAPD has done a pretty effective job, and maybe there's other departments out here as well, done a pretty effective job in breaking things up. There's not a large concentration of people here as we've seen the last few nights. Obviously, that's by design. They're trying to get people to leave and to move on to avoid another night of confrontations and violence. The LAPD has just a swarm of officers right up the street from us, and they're also positioned at various buildings, City Hall, some of the other buildings downtown, county buildings, and other office buildings where there's been a lot of graffiti or vandalism. So I think they're trying to tamp this all down now, and it's unclear if any of these National Guard soldiers have arrived or Marines. We've not seen any of them, at least not in a way that some dramatic arrival, right? So what we're seeing and I think you're seeing now down the road there is a larger concentration of some of the remnants of the larger crowd that was out, kind of concentrated in the City Hall area. If you were watching our coverage earlier, kind of where Jasmine Veal was. So a lot of those people were pushed out. They moved columns of officers in, started firing some tear gas and other non-lethal deterrent measures, and that kind of really broke things up. That was probably a couple hours ago maybe, and that really kind of broke up the crowd where we were, and now you kind of see them pushed down the block there. That's still on First Street, just down the street there, and that's kind of where everybody seems to be. That seems to be the largest amount of people that I've seen in the several block area that we've been walking around near City Hall. So that kind of gives you a lay of the land right now. It's interesting because at times things seem kind of quiet, and then I think Lori Perez was just saying it can turn in a second. Someone throws something or someone revs up an engine and hits the gas, and it can really sort of rile people up. But at this point right now, it looks like they've done a pretty effective job with their tactics anyway of getting people dispersed.
Yeah, it's great to see this, Tom, because not only are we seeing people walking hand in hand, we saw a couple walking through there. You do see some protesters as well, but Susie, look at this. They're letting traffic through the area as well.
It's true. So,
Yep.
Tom, I was wondering, those people who were passing you by, the demonstrators, are they walking away from the larger group that was broken up?
It looks, Susie, right now like people are kind of walking toward the larger crowd that's down the street from me. I think that's the crowd that Lori was following earlier. So that crowd, I think a lot of those people were near the spot where I am right now, which is basically just a block away from City Hall, less than that. So that seems to be where everybody's moving, and I can see a LAPD chopper kind of hovering in that area kind of, I think it might be near Japantown, in that area there.
Little Tokyo, yeah.
It seems like that's where people, Little Tokyo, excuse me, people have moved. That was, yeah. Thank you for correcting me on that.
No
I'm such an
problem,
idiot.
Tom. Of course.
But yeah, that is the area where you're seeing people in concentration. I think the police kind of in a more macro way are doing what they do when people are concentrated in one spot. They when they form those skirmish lines, they kind of collapse, and then it kind of disperses the crowd. It seems like that's what they're doing, just sort of on a larger scale, and they move in very quickly, and it's kind of like a shock and awe kind of thing. It scares people, they run, they scatter, and that's kind of what we've been seeing playing out in the last couple hours here.
Yeah, so, all of us wondering what nightfall will bring, and of course, we've watched these protests over the last couple of days turn into some violence. And, we have to say that the majority of these protests, though, have been peaceful. The people who have participated in these protests have been peaceful for the most part. But as Mayor Karen Bass was pointing out today, there are those individuals who will start trouble for whatever reason, who may not even be involved with what is happening here and the real issue at hand. And that's what incites a lot of this violence.
Yeah, in fact, Susie, LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell said that there are regular agitators who show up at these demonstrations. They cause trouble, so they're aware that this is going to happen, right, Mike? They know that there's the people who are out there protesting peacefully, as we've seen, and then these folks that kind of like mix in with the crowd and maybe the first ones to throw a bottle or to throw out a firework, and then suddenly everything changes very quickly.
Very quickly, and yeah, I mean, I think the crowd that we're seeing, at least in downtown LA, Santa Ana was a little bit different, but at least in downtown LA, this is the type of activity that the mayor and the governor and all of those people have been saying, this is what it should be. Express your First Amendment right, be here, protest, do what you want, don't get violent. And this is the crowd now that you're looking at live from SkyCal. That's at 2nd and I think John told me Aliso, where this is happening. 2nd and Alameda, thank you, John, where this crowd is gathering, and you have the large contingency of law enforcement, like Tom mentioned, but they're not really doing anything, right? Last night by this time we had already had 5 Waymos set on fire, we had trash cans on fire, we had a hot mess of everything going on.
The freeway shut down.
The freeway shut down. CHP cars destroyed and set on fire. Such literally night and day from yesterday to today, and this is what everyone has been calling for. This is what the elected leaders have been asking for. And is this calm protesting. And I want to be clear, LAPD has not even declared an unlawful assembly. That's not the case, has not been the case yet. And yesterday we had one declared by like 3:15 in the afternoon, and tonight they are putting out on Twitter, or X, they are aware of the crowd, they are moving the crowd, they are issuing what they're calling traffic advisories. They are saying certainly if you got out of hand, you will be arrested, and they have said some arrests have been made. But you're not seeing this, attempt to do any kind of mass detentions, mass arrests. All of this thing is this crowd is much, much smaller than last night and is gathering here at 2nd and Alameda.
Mike, you were saying, though, earlier today that LAPD and law enforcement out there, they're in a much better position than they were yesterday, right?
By far. By far for 2 reasons. A, they have a lot more people, and B, there are a lot less protesters. Yesterday afternoon when I got into work, there was at least, I would say, 1,000 protesters down there. And the problem with yesterday is when that group was so large, they were in so many different areas.
Sure.
And LAPD could not get enough people in one area to deal with these groups. And so you had kind of these like factions of LAPD that were in different areas trying to deal with the crowd, but it was almost impossible for them to do because the crowd was so large and they were in so many different areas. But today, LAPD was much more strategic about it. They never let them get into Chinatown. They blocked that access off really quickly to keep them away from the 101 freeway, so they didn't have the issues with getting on the freeway, then the issues with throwing things at CHP and all of that situation. So they were very strategic about where they've been pushing the crowd today. And because of that, every time, and we've talked about this, every time they get to an intersection, the crowd starts to split just a little bit. On the left side of your screen is live pictures from SkyCal where it looks like a couple of those arrests are being affected right now. You can see 2 of those people that appear to be in handcuffs, 2 or 3 appear to be in handcuffs and sitting on the wall there. And who knows what they've been, you have some more sitting on the ground there. Well, they're not in handcuffs though. And who knows what they've been arrested for, failure to disperse, if they threw something, all of that will be sorted out by either the DA's office or the city attorney. But in large part, such a different scene than we saw last night.
Sure, and with all the help that the LAPD does have, Chief McDonnell also declaring that citywide tactical alert as well, Mike?
Yeah, citywide tactical alert, which means nobody goes home. The chief spoke in his press conference earlier about how they were able to auxiliate 400 additional officers into the downtown area to be there. Part of that, and we've talked about this so much with the conversation regarding the National Guard and federalizing the National Guard. The way it works at a local level, you have LAPD. If LAPD needs help, then they go to the sheriff. And that's what happened last night. The sheriff augmented them with 100 extra LA County Sheriff's deputies. The sheriff for Los Angeles County as a whole is essentially the emergency coordinator. So then the sheriff will make the decision himself. We need additional mutual aid to support LAPD, not even to support his own agency, but to support LAPD. So it goes, LAPD makes the request to the sheriff makes the request to outside agencies, which happened last night, which we got Pasadena, Burbank, Alhambra, Montebello, Torrance PD, all came in to support them. Then, if there is a need beyond that, then that is when the sheriff can go and ask the governor for the National Guard. The problem right now, though, is the National Guard has been federalized. So Governor Gavin Newsom doesn't have control over the National Guard. So even if our local officials wanted the National Guard, that's not an option for us right now because they've been taken over by the federal government and they are being used to block the federal buildings. As Mayor Bass pointed out, 2 buildings, one in Westwood and one in downtown LA. And that has been kind of the thing here. And we talked about this a little bit earlier in our coverage. President Trump, tried to take credit for things not being worse in LA, saying if the National Guard weren't there, then, X, Y, and Z. But I can tell you, I was on the air for 8.5 hours last night. The National Guard did not step foot off the federal building. Right.
And he's sending more.
And Mayor Bass said, to do what? You already have National Guard standing at the federal buildings. Are you going to have more troops come in and stand next to them at the federal buildings? They've not been involved at all in any kind of crowd dispersal measures, despite what the president is insinuating on his Truth Social platform. Now, there is the other question is, are there more immigration raids coming? And will they use those troops to support those immigration raids, to provide protection and provide scene control, if you will, for those federal immigration officers that could potentially be doing that. We have heard 30 days of immigration raids. Nobody has said that officially, right? The mayor, the chief, the sheriff have all said, we don't know what immigration officials are going to do, when they're going to do their enforcement actions, where they're going to do them. So is there a situation where they're bringing in more troops to continue these amplified immigration enforcement operations? We won't know till we know.
Right. Well, it makes sense, right? Because several mayors, including Mayor Bassett, said this is a sanctuary city. We're not involved in helping law enforcement with these immigration raids. So they're
not involved, and according to state law, it prohibits them from even really discussing it. So we talk about how the federal immigration officials don't give the cities and counties any warning. State law would almost prohibit our local officials from even accepting that information. That was a message that was relayed yesterday by either the chief, I think it was by Chief Jim McDonnell. So there is no cooperation, there is no coordination with that because there can't be under state law.
Well, and the governor and the mayor both said, we have it handled, we don't need help from the feds.
And by the way, just really quickly want to point out, we are starting to see a social media video of the Marines that have left 29 Palms. We've got a couple sources out there who live in Desert Hot Springs and other areas that have said they've seen the buses start to leave, they've seen the Humvees start to leave. I've got a crew posted up on the 10 freeway so we can see them when they come in. But from what we can tell, they have left 29 Palms.
Within 2 hours or so, we maybe see them in the area.
Yep. All right. Well, as we've been talking about protests in Santa Ana and in downtown LA tonight, we have our reporter Lori Perez there on the ground joining us live now to tell us about the latest. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we are at the corner of Alameda and 2nd. I think you guys were talking about this area just a little while ago. We're right in front of the Angel City Brewery, a very popular brewery here in the Arts District. And this is where we have been staged along with the police department and with protesters for about the last 15, 20 minutes. As you said, not a lot going on here, but take a look at their backup here. This is all down this street. They have SUVs and armored vehicles staged. And then we did just note at the end of the block, LAPD has brought in their big white bus. And that's what you see sometimes at concerts or other situations of unrest. They use that because they start to make some arrests, mass arrests, and they load that thing up with people who they are detaining and taking into custody. So perhaps that signals what their intentions are over the next hour or so. But for now, we are just watching as they are kind of keeping an eye on the protesters. And as you said, what a difference in the tone tonight. In fact, as you look back over there, someone started started playing some music, and the protesters have actually, you can see the signs kind of going up and down. Some of the protesters are dancing. So peaceful at this point, kind of a waiting game, certainly on both sides, each side looking at the other, waiting to see what their next move will be. Certainly we are hoping that it stays peaceful and calm and that there is no escalation. Sorry, I'm trying to listen to what they're saying here. You know, that's usually when they're announcing that, you know, you have to get out of here, you have to go home, or you do face arrest. And again, as I said, we saw them just recently pull up that white bus, which might indicate they want to have that at the ready should there be some people who decide not to disperse. So that's the situation here at 2nd and Alameda at this point. Pretty calm, much different than yesterday where, you know, as Mike was saying, by this point, we'd already seen a lot of destruction and a lot of damage, and the mood seemed to be escalating last night. At this point tonight, that does not seem to be the case. Things remaining pretty calm here, which is just the way we like it.
Yeah, well, they might be at the ready in case they do declare an unlawful assembly, but Mike Rogers was telling us so far that hasn't happened. Lori, were you able to hear what they were saying over the loudspeaker there?
I couldn't. Let me try and hear. Can you hear what they're saying? No, yeah, it's muffled. We can't hear. There's too much helicopter noise, etc. But I can certainly run over and try and figure out what they're trying to say.
And Lori,
but I mean, they are obviously addressing the crowd.
You know, from your vantage point, Lori, can you tell just if the crowd has grown since you've been there? Has this crowd been getting bigger behind you?
I don't believe it has. It's stayed pretty much the same, much smaller than the crowd that we were following last night, much less boisterous and rowdy than the crowd that we were following last night. It's stayed about the same size. We thought we did see another splintered off of the crowd to the right here, and we thought that maybe they were going to join up, but they did not, and that crowd has since moved on and is not coming in this direction. So no, the crowd size has stayed the same. Some chanting starting up at this point. Someone did just throw something over towards the officers. It looks to be like an empty spray paint can or something like that. But, you know, just kind of on standby at this point.
Well, let's hope that doesn't change too much, Lori, because we know we saw it yesterday. We even saw it this afternoon where something very quickly happens and the crowd starts to run, or there's some sort of loud noise or something happens where people start taking off and running, and that creates a little bit of chaos in the community there.
It's true. And, you know, thank goodness that we have been seeing these peaceful protests, or more peaceful protests today than yesterday and over the weekend. You know, the reason why President Trump was saying that he brought in those national troops, those 2,000 National Guard troops, was because of the fact that things were getting too violent in his mind on the streets of Los Angeles when he saw those protesters in downtown LA starting on Friday. And then over the weekend, as we've been talking about, things really got heated in downtown LA as the crowds, as Mike mentioned, factioned off into different groups and went onto the freeway. There were different incidents of graffiti and just a lot of things that, obviously, local leaders here do not want to see. And as we've been talking about today, such a different picture today, and perhaps because of what local leaders have really been hammering on, just the fact that, this obviously has turned into a political situation with leaders both locally and in the state of California against the Trump administration, regarding what's been happening here in California. But just the fact that, this many people are out here protesting, and for days now, Juan, for
That's
4
right.
days, it has not stopped. And, if these raids continue to happen, as they are anticipated to do so, then, I imagine that these protests will continue as well.
And the ripple effects are far and wide, Susie. Today, California Attorney General Rob Bonta announcing a lawsuit over the use of these National Guard troops by telling reporters that Trump has, quote, trampled the state's sovereignty, which has been a big concern to lawmakers locally and at the state level.
Well, as we've been watching this protest in downtown LA, we told you there was another one happening in Santa Ana as well. And we're going to bring you, of course, the very latest throughout the night here on KCAL News, and we hope you'll join us and stay with us. But we're going to continue our coverage, as we know these events are very important to everyone here in Southern California and affecting so many people. As we've been talking about, many arrests made, detained by ICE. That was starting on Friday at various businesses in LA County. And we want to welcome you now to KCAL News at 8. And this is breaking news now at 8. Heightened tension spreading across Southern California as large crowds descend on downtown LA and Santa Ana to protest against ICE raids.
And here's the damage left behind by demonstrators: broken windows, graffiti. Crews cleared out and cleaned up to prepare for more unrest.
And a lesson in community and Southern California protests from a Compton business owner.
Good evening, everybody. Juan Fernandez along with Susie Sa and Mike Rogers on the desk. We begin KCAL News at 8 with breaking news tonight. Protests continue for a fourth night following ICE raids around LA.
KCAL News reporter Tom Waite live tonight in downtown LA. What's it looking like out there now, Tom?
And good evening to you, Juan and Susie. We're in Little Tokyo right now, and you can see police are staged here at this corner on 1st Street in San Pedro. They've got this street closed off, kind of part of a strategy, it looks like, here to kind of break up and move the crowd, and it has been very effective, although there is still a fairly large concentration of people here in the Little Tokyo area, and you can see a number of them. There's a lot of Mexican flags. There's a lot of people honking. We've heard fireworks going off. We have not seen any clashes between police and members of the crowd. Earlier, we did see that. Some of the less than lethal weapons were used against people throwing objects into police lines. So there was definitely a number of confrontations between the officers and the protesters, kind of just for hours near the City Hall area, just a few blocks from where we are. And there definitely were some very tense and volatile moments there. I have to say, though, right now it feels very, very different. I was here Friday night when this all started. It was very intense. Obviously tensions boiled over, and you had protesters and police, really going at it for hours. Protesters, throwing things at police guarding the federal building, so on and so forth. That is not what we're seeing tonight. And look, right now it's interesting. I wonder where police are moving now. That line of motorcycle officers has been there for a while. So now it's unclear if they're moving to disperse more members of the crowd at a different place. But yeah, I mean, in terms of just kind of it's a very different situation right now, where you don't have the large concentration of people in the areas where we've seen them. Now, that could change, obviously. We can see right now officers moving somewhere to another location. We don't know if that's because there is more people gathering in another part of downtown. Obviously, there's a very fluid situation, so we're not certain how that's playing out. And also, we really haven't seen any of the National Guard soldiers really out in the areas where we are. As Mike Rogers was pointing out, they were brought in to guard the federal buildings, and perhaps there are larger concentrations of them there, but they're not in the streets at all that we've seen, either now or in the hours that leading up to right now. We've just not seen them. So it is very likely, as Mike was pointing out, that they are indeed guarding federal buildings, or maybe they're in different locations. So that kind of, that really gives you a sense, I think, of just how different tonight is. Just giving you a picture here of how police have been able to break up this crowd, and it's separated in a way that we have not seen in days. So if police were trying to, if this was their mission, it's mission accomplished on many levels, because we are seeing a very, very different situation as people have sort of broken up and are in different parts of the city. Now, again, people can gather again. So obviously the LAPD is very much cognizant of that, and they're aware, and they are still there's a small army of them, as we've been reporting as well. There's a tactical alert going on right now, which means none of them who are on shift can leave until that the tactical alert is over. But it's certainly an exhausting time. And the other thing, I know other reporters have pointed this out, and I think Juan and Susie, you've talked about it as well. It's really surreal and shocking to see some of the graffiti. It's just so many buildings have been damaged. I can't even imagine how long it's going to take to clean up downtown. It's just, and a lot of it's profane stuff, and we can't really show it on television, but it's really unfortunate because it's all over, and it's a lot of it is so many buildings that are damaged and will have to be repaired. A lot of vandalism in that sense. So, but the good news is we haven't seen any major injuries or major incidents occur between protesters and police tonight. That's, of course, the days prior we have seen a lot of that play out. Let's hope it stays that way. It seems very peaceful, again, just on this corner of the city, but things can change.
Certainly can. And Tom, we saw that yesterday, as you mentioned. Mike Rogers, you were reporting on the situation yesterday, the protests that happened in downtown LA and got really out of hand. Mike, those protests. No, Mike is listening to all kinds of.
Sorry about that.
No,
that's okay.
We're trying to track the Marines that are coming out of 29 Palms, and we're just looking.
So they're on their way, right, Mike?
We've seen unconfirmed social media video. We're trying to track that down. They are getting escorts from local law enforcement in the area. We've heard that Riverside Sheriff is escorting them through Riverside County, San Bernardino through the rest. The video that I saw was actually just with San Bernardino. So sorry about that. Just trying to monitor that situation as well. But I think your question was comparison from last night to tonight, and it is starkly different. And I think in a bunch of ways, the crowd is much more peaceful than they were last night. That has allowed LAPD to be in very strategic places and make kind of distinctive moves when they want to make those moves. It's also allowed them to breathe and not be under such like a chaotic, type of situation here. So it has gotten much better than it was last night. Nothing's on fire. No vans aren't driving.
They're letting this car go through the
yeah.
traffic here.
Right. I mean, and to the point where, even last night, John Schreiber, who's our photographer in SkyCal, we were remarking at just the sheer amount of less than lethal, shell casings essentially that were left behind, and it was crazy. And even today, the chief said that they used 600 rounds of less than lethal rubber bullet or foam, projectiles that they were shooting at the crowd, and that is just not what has happened today, which is great for all sides. There was so much, and you heard the mayor talk about it as well. The mayor feels that when the crowds get violent and out of hand like that it dilutes the message that they're trying to portray, and doesn't do what she said, doesn't do any justice to our immigrant communities here who are trying to fight what she deemed as absolutely unnecessary raids across the city of LA and Los Angeles County as a whole. So this is a situation where they're peacefully protesting tonight, so much so that the LAPD has not even declared an unlawful assembly. They're there, they're dealing with them. I think some early decisions by the LAPD really, really helped keep things under control. And I think the big early decision that they made was pushing them away from the federal building. There was the initial clashes. We've seen, and every agent, I'm not criticizing any agency, every agency handles things differently, but we have seen in Santa Ana, we have seen here in Los Angeles, the federal agents are much quicker to use tear gas, use pepper balls, use less than lethal things that whether it is warranted or not, the crowd is also agitated, but it just continues to escalate the situation and it continues to push things forward. And only last night in rare circumstances was the LAPD using tear gas. Other than that, they were using the foam projectiles. And I think the big thing that LAPD did early on today with the crowd is get them away from the federal building, get them away from the symbol of what is going on, and get them away from those federal officers who are a little less hesitant to use some of the more aggressive, less than lethal means than the LAPD is.
Yeah, they got the upper hand before things got or escalated as much as it did yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
and you'll watch, LAPD, and again, because they were more prepared and because the crowd was smaller, LAPD has been able to very continuously, and I think this is probably the longest time I've seen them not push the crowd.
Not move, yeah.
And every time LAPD gets the crowd in a new element and they push them through an intersection, it splinters a little bit, you lose some people in the process, and so LAPD has made a point of that, of pushing them throughout the night, and making sure that they can't get into Chinatown like they did last night. They're pushing them kind of to the southeast tonight. So it's just a much different situation, and I think very direct moves by the LAPD has caused that. And I think you have a very much more calm group of protesters.
And there's a lot of spacing between the protesters too, not that big a crowd, right?
No, it's definitely a smaller, thinned out crowd tonight than what we were seeing yesterday and the day before that and the day before that even. But as Mike was just speaking to earlier tonight, LA Mayor Karen Bass speaking out about the protests that started actually as a rally for the release of SEIU President David Huerta.
That's right. She says the raids in the city and surrounding area are causing fear in the community.
We were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants, but I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government.
Well, Mayor Bass also saying descriptions of the city are being exaggerated and most protesters have been peaceful.
Yeah, we're seeing that tonight. She says the small amount of people causing destruction will be held accountable.
The president of California Service Employees International Union out of ICE custody tonight.
David Huerta was detained on Friday while protesting in downtown LA and released this afternoon on a $50,000 bond.
We need to make sure that we fight for the most vulnerable amongst us. And I don't know what journey, I don't know what they have in store for me. I imagine at this point in time, I am their project and they're going to put me as their example of what happens. But I'm prepared to take on that journey and I'm prepared to face that.
Huerta had his first court appearance today as well. He is scheduled to be arraigned on July 7th.
Well, ongoing protests turned destructive over the weekend, as we've been talking about.
And KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal showing us now where demonstrators left a trail of graffiti and vandalism.
On South Broadway, cleaning crews painting over graffiti Monday that lined several blocks in downtown LA. Making repairs to buildings with smashed glass along Los Angeles Street. And tow trucks removing burned Waymo cars hours after protests escalated into violence and destruction Sunday night.
It was mayhem. What was that?
Alicia DeQuina lives in downtown and says the actions of a few overshadowed the main message of protesters who had gathered to rally against the multiple immigration operations that took place across LA since Friday.
There's the few that just used it as an opportunity, and then there's the ones that do it peacefully, but they still got hurt. A 13-year-old girl got hit in the mouth yesterday with one of those things.
Jamie Klein, a mother, and her husband decided to join hundreds rallying Sunday outside City Hall. She says it was well organized and peaceful as families with kids started to march to the federal building on Alameda.
They were handing out waters. They were telling people, you know, make sure you have a phone number in case you get arrested, but like to write it on your arm or on your clothing.
She says when the LAPD showed up in riot gear alongside the National Guard, that's when things took a turn as they pushed back the crowd.
That's when they started shooting the pepper spray at people. There was no longer going in the air. It was hitting people. Deliberately.
The LAPD says it made 31 arrests over the weekend with charges ranging from assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer to looting, arson, and attempted murder with a Molotov cocktail. 5 officers were injured. Klein says she noticed later on in the day some people began to arrive with bad intentions.
They were getting ready to fight, and it was like, oh, these are different protesters. These guys, they want confrontation, and they're ready. So it was definitely a different type of protester.
Klein says she hopes more peaceful protesters will be back to make their voices heard here again very soon. Jasmine Veal, KCAL News.
LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho is reassuring parents tonight and students that graduations will happen as those raids and protests continue.
We are one. At Los Angeles Unified, we have a commitment to protect the rights, the opportunities for every single child, every one of our workforce members, and the families we serve. No questions asked.
Carvalho said earlier today there were federal vans parked within a couple of blocks of 2 LA schools, which he calls an intimidation tactic. He stressed that all graduation ceremonies happening this week will be protected by administrators and school police, which will set up perimeters around the events. They will also provide a protected path for students and parents to and from all the ceremonies. Tomorrow is the last day of school, by the way, in the district.
And back to our coverage of the protest now. We continue our live team coverage tonight with KCAL News reporter Lori Perez.
Lori, what's the situation where you are tonight?
You know, just a few seconds ago, we thought we heard them announcing that there had been a dispersal order put into place. And we've become quite familiar with the way that LAPD kind of works, and we get a sense of when they're starting to move. And that's certainly the sense that we're getting right now. We've seen them starting to line up a little bit more and get into formation, which seems to indicate to us that they might be making another push any moment now after making that announcement about the dispersal order. Certainly we get the sense that something is about to happen. Still here, though, on the intersection of Alameda and 2nd Street as we head into the Arts District right in front of Angel City Brewery right there. A small crowd continues to have hold of this intersection. They are facing off with police for the past half hour or so, really just chanting. In fact, we heard them chanting peaceful protest over and over. So we have not seen certainly any physical confrontations, really just a lot of yelling and screaming and holding up of their signs, etc., over the past couple of hours as they have been moved throughout the city. This very particular crowd started way over near the federal buildings, and over the past few hours they have been pushed by LAPD forces down a considerable distance, heading into the Arts District now, where again we have been for about the last 30 minutes or so. But so we're just kind of in a waiting game right now, waiting to see what the next move will be by LAPD. An LAPD chopper continues to circle overhead, adding to kind of the drama of this situation. But so far, for the last couple of hours at least, this has been pretty calm here, which has been good to see from here on the ground, especially as you all have been noting, compared to what we witnessed last night with some of the crowd when things really started to get out of control and there was a lot of damage, a lot of destruction, and some very dangerous situations for both the law enforcement and for the demonstrators who lingered into the night. So that's the situation here as this crowd begins to enter into the Arts District.
Yeah, no doubt.
Guys, back to you.
Lori, compared to what you went through yesterday, we know that out-of-control van, which came very close to you, so scary. And we were just looking, your photographer was showing us video of those officers kind of getting those zip tie handcuffs getting ready around their wrists. So they may be calling a dispersal order, and they have at least that visual. They've got those handcuffs ready to go if needed. Yeah.
So you haven't heard of an unlawful assembly declared yet, right, Lori? You haven't heard anything about that yet.
We have not. No, we haven't, but we heard them over the megaphone just a couple of minutes ago before I started my report here. We heard them. I thought he was saying that. I'm trying to hear him. I thought he had said that there would be a dispersal order. And as I mentioned in my last live shot, you know, that white LAPD bus is parked just at the end of the block here. So if they're getting their zip ties ready, that bus is parked down there. You put two and two together, and you understand what that means, or what that will mean for these protesters if they do not disperse, that they do face being arrested and taken and put in that white bus and taken away for the night. Guys?
That's definitely what it seems like, right? You have these officers getting at the ready. They've got those plastic handcuffs just in case. What we're waiting for, you know, things change always at night, right? Once the sun sets, things get darker. Perhaps they're waiting for that, giving the order for people to go home, come back tomorrow. But perhaps their day of protest is done for tonight, right?
Yeah, and usually, you know, when we see or hear about an order going out the dispersal order going out by the LAPD, usually that's that precursor to those arrests being made, as Lori was talking about, you know, putting two and two together. When you see that huge bus where they usually detain the folks that they put the cuffs or the zip ties that you were talking about on, if they don't obey those dispersal orders. Obviously, sometimes what happens is those orders go out and protesters get more incited by that, and the violence continues. But tonight, as we've been talking about, and thank goodness we're talking about it in this sense, that we have seen, for the most part, peaceful protests. I mean, just where Lori has been standing tonight, the one thing that that sticks out in my mind, and it was very minor, but there was some kind of bottle that was thrown at one of the officers or towards the officers that landed on the street and didn't really hit them. But that's as far as it goes, as far as I can tell from what Lori has been reporting for the past half hour or so, from where she's been standing. So Lori, do you feel like that crowd again, that same number of people there and not getting any larger?
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem to be getting any larger. They do seem in the last couple of minutes to be getting louder, but they don't seem to be getting larger, which is, of course, good news. In fact, LAPD wants them to be getting smaller, this crowd to be getting smaller. They do not seem to be getting larger, but they do seem to be getting a little more vocal, which, we've seen over the past couple of nights. They go through kind of these lulls and then they get amped up again. So perhaps that's just what is happening. The sun's going down now. Things, the temperature, literally and figuratively, always seems to change once the sun goes down. So we'll see how things do change again tonight as we enter into the dark hours. But you can see more LAPD officers arriving at this moment, which is also adding to our belief that something's about to go down. I mean, some sort of action is about to take place, because we've been here for quite a while and we have not seen this assembly of police officers, but now we are seeing it.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to keep monitoring the situation there with you, Lori, and get back to you once we know what's going to be happening there.
Now, for a different angle, a different vantage point there in downtown LA, let's go to our Tom Waite, who's also standing by at a corner where he's been watching protesters go by as well. Tom.
Hi there, Susie. So we moved, actually, because we saw all those officers, those motor officers, zooming up First Street. So we came up to City Hall. That's where we are right now, right outside of City Hall. And you can see there's a sort of scattered amount of crowd there, just people kind of lingering here. And then there's a very, solid line of police in, heavily armed, got their riot gear, their shields, all kinds of things there that they're equipped with, and they are standing and staged here right now, doesn't look like there's that sort of tense, volatile situation that we've seen playing out in the last few days. As we've been talking about, this crowd is very much sort of dispersed, and it's scattered, and there's just remnants in little pockets of people here and there, and kind of just wandering around. I think people trying to figure out maybe what to do, where to go. But LAPD, their strategy seems to have worked, which was to kind of break up the crowd, create kind of a situation where there was no real place to reconstitute a crowd. So either by closing down streets or by placing a high concentration of officers in different spots. And so it just kind of created this I think for the people who are out here, a bit of chaos and a bit of an inability to kind of create some continuity. So now what you have is just a lot of people just kind of wandering around looking like, well, what do we do next? It doesn't seem like there is a lot of organization out here. It certainly did not seem that organized earlier either. We just heard a huge boom a few blocks away. That could have been fireworks or any number of things, but it was a very large boom sound. Maybe that's in the area where Lori Perez is. But obviously some people are kind of making comments and saying some insulting some of the officers here. But for the most part, they're just sort of standing there looking at them and just. The posturing is definitely different than it was. We've seen the situation play out where you have protesters in some cases, trying to antagonize federal officers or police officers, either verbally or throwing things at them, walking up to them with their cell phones and saying things to them, but. while that's happening on a smaller scale right now, it's nothing compared to what we saw, and it doesn't seem like we're in that sort of hair trigger situation, where one little thing could happen and then the whole situation explodes and there's clashes. It seems different, and obviously, given what we've seen the last few nights, I think there's a lot of relief probably in Los Angeles, knowing that maybe things, at least at this point, are a lot calmer, which we were happy to say tonight.
Well, let's hope so, Tom. We like seeing that. All right, thank you so much, Tom.
Well, meanwhile, the FBI looking for this man tonight who they say threw rocks at law enforcement vehicles during Saturday's protests. The Bureau putting him on its most wanted list, accusing him of assaulting a federal officer and damaging government property in the city of Paramount. Now, there is a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to an arrest and conviction.
And Susie, several downtown LA stores looted late Sunday night. Look at this, breaking down glass doors, ransacking the places and taking off with merchandise. This is at the Adidas store on Broadway and 7th. Store owners reported this looting and vandalism, which brought LAPD out to the area. They're still totaling up the damage tonight. And a very similar scene at Broadway and 6th, this time at a flagship Jordan store. Jordan Studio 23 had its doors pulled down. The glass was shattered and the store simply ransacked. The LAPD says any businesses that were vandalized need to document all of the damage and report it to LAPD's Central Division. That's where they're handling all the investigations happening downtown.
Loved ones taken into custody in ICE raids on Friday.
Those family members still wondering where they are tonight.
Plus, we're going to take you back to downtown LA tonight, where the protests against those ICE raids continue. We'll have more coverage throughout the night here on KCAL News.
Toyota is always ready for adventure, and Rodeo X Rigs takes that to the next level.
Rodeo X Rigs is an off-road and overland community event designed to bring communities together for different nonprofit organizations.
I have a 2020 Toyota Tacoma TRD Off-Road 4x4. I take it to Big Bear, Arizona, Utah, and of course right here at Rodeo X Rigs. So I recently installed an ARB compressor which locks the front diff. It really helps enhance my off-road experience.
TRD is out here showing off some of our suspension components, which are actually manufactured right here in Southern California.
Join in on the adventure and check out Toyota events all year long.
Let's go! Let's Go Places, driven by your Southern California Toyota dealers. We make it easy.
What I love about my Corolla is the mileage I get is so fantastic. It's great for those long distances.
Now lease a fuel-efficient new Corolla for just $249 a month. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
We fight for the rights of riders every day. We give back millions to support the motorcycle community because we are riders, and motorcycle law is all we do. If you're injured in a motorcycle accident, don't fight the insurance companies with just any lawyer. Call 1-800-4BIKERS. We ride, we care, we win. If you go down, call Russ Brown, Motorcycle Attorneys.
Embrace the journey, where each moment turns into a cherished memory. Your membership is more than just a card. It's your gateway to extraordinary experiences. With the AAA app, discover savings and hidden gems, from dining to travel to hotel stays. Your membership is your companion, with the partner you trust. AAA, we're always with you.
Watch this. New hair in just 7 days. These guys are looking at their 7-day hair growth with Advanced Hair. It's a simple 1-day hair loss treatment. Whether you need a few hundred or a few thousand, every hair is guaranteed for life. It's amazing. Whether it's a bald spot or a hairline, you decide where and how much. The results are immediate and guaranteed for life.
Oh wow, it's real. It looks really good. I love it.
Between the best-in-class scientists and doctors, the incredibly friendly staff, and state-of-the-art facilities, Advanced Hair is a vibe.
I went in, got the procedure done, and the results were unreal. I'm stoked.
Pills or shampoo won't get you these results. Advanced Hair guarantees new hair growing in just 7 days and for the rest of your life. Go to advancedhair.com right now for your free consultation. Advancedhair.com.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Juan Fernandez along with Susie Sa and Mike Rogers on the desk as we continue covering this breaking news of protests in downtown Los Angeles, protest against the ICE raids that started on Friday. This, a fourth night of protest in the city of Los Angeles and also in the city of Santa Ana. A protest got started earlier today. We have reporters at both scenes for you tonight.
And the protests have been peaceful for the most part in both Orange County and in downtown LA. Let's go now to Mike Rogers at the desk for the latest. Mike.
Yeah, here we are at 3rd Street, the chopper overhead, and you can see that there is a far more law enforcement officers than there are protesters down there. I mean, the crowd has significantly deteriorated, especially here at 3rd Street at this intersection. You've got law enforcement now on both sides of them. You've got LAPD there. I mean, even just on the corner of the screen, the right-hand corner there, you've got a small group of people. You've got some other on the left side as well. But they've basically kind of trapped, basically the people that are in between these two police lines are trapped. It's unclear if LAPD is going to make arrests there. I don't believe, let me double check. I don't believe an unlawful assembly has been declared for them to kind of do that. But yeah, I don't see anything about it. So they're just kind of, moving through 12th and Figueroa. There's a demonstration as well. So we'll try to check that out here in a second too. But not a lot of people. I mean, there are certainly more law enforcement officers than there are protesters down there, which is great. Things are much different, as we keep pointing out, than they were last night. So we'll see what the game plan is here for the LAPD, if they just want to push the remaining ones out that are here, and then see if they can demobilize. I mean, last night they said it took them until 2:30 in the morning, technically this morning, to be able to do that demobilization of those officers that were here. So excuse me, you've got the group here. And like I said, they've blocked them on both sides. So I don't know if that means generally, and just generally when we see that, that means they're going to arrest. If they don't give the protesters anywhere to move to, that usually means that they're going to start making arrests. They're obviously pretty far apart from both those skirmish lines, so it'll be interesting to see if they continue to push those skirmish lines together or what exactly they're going to do to handle that situation. But a much different situation tonight compared to last night, and for a multitude of reasons, as we've discussed, guys.
Mike, one of the questions I've been getting from folks who have reached out is when LAPD goes on tactical alert, you're saying nobody goes home. So does it become a 24-hour shift? How did firefighters kind of handle it, or what happens?
Yeah, different situations based on the needs of the department. I mean, the chief said earlier that some people's vacations are even being canceled.
Wow.
But it basically, they'll keep everybody on, and then you'll have new, they call them watches, that will come on. And if they get enough members between the new watches that are added, then on the back end, maybe if you have day watch or morning watch that was still being held over, they can start to slowly let those people go, especially in a situation like this where there is not a significant amount of protesters left here. But yeah, citywide tactical alert, they can do it in different fashions. They can do bureau-wide. LAPD is broke up into Central Bureau, South Bureau, West Bureau, and Valley Bureau. They can do it just by the bureaus, or they can do it citywide. And in this situation, they've done it citywide, and they're holding everybody over. We don't see any patrol cars here in the shot at the moment, but LAPD is pushing this crowd forward as we're watching that now. So we have that group of skirmish line there. We have this group of skirmish line here. So we'll see if they're going to sandwich them and make arrests, or if they're going to let those guys go. It's a very interesting tactical situation that LAPD doesn't usually put themselves in, where you are allowed to have the protesters kind of on two sides of them. You see a smaller group of officers there on the left that is keeping that crowd from, coming up behind those additional officers. And then on the right, you've got that group that is keeping those guys as well. So they may very well, and you got some shoving there, look at that. So somebody pushed one of those officers, the officer pushed back, and that was enough to disperse the crowd and push the crowd away. Which is interesting, because last night, I mean, this crowd will get out, is being, I don't want to say more skittish, but they're not willing to hang around as long as the crowd last night. Last night, that wouldn't have done anything for anybody. One of those officers pushing a person, that wouldn't have deterred that crowd at all. This crowd tonight, you saw them scatter when that happened. You've got that line of officers that's moving in here. They're pushing everybody together. That white truck, and I've mentioned this before, the chopper's moving up, but that white truck that was there with the big speakers on it, that is the one that is used to say, go away or go to jail. And so now we've got these officers moving in. I don't know where that car came from, but that's obviously not a great situation for law enforcement to be in with the car there. So we'll see here if they're going to start trying to facilitate arrests, or if they're going to let these people that are trapped in the middle out, or if it's too late for that. I mean, there are certainly situations where LAPD says, nope, you've had your warning, and now everyone goes to jail. And
is that strobe, Mike, from one of the protesters?
It's people taking pictures.
Oh, okay.
A huge, photography opportunity. Last night, it was insane how many people were taking professional photos. Even even earlier this afternoon, it was almost like a press conference that a protester was giving with so many cameras and microphones that were there. So here we go. The crowds are starting to converge on each other. The bottom half of the skirmish line is not letting that group go past them. So they may have been given warnings, and they may be to a point where we gave you a warning, we told you to leave, you didn't, now you go to jail.
The officers there got closer, Mike, the ones on the top of the screen.
Yeah, they're definitely kettling this crowd and making it so they don't have anywhere to go. Now, sometimes the crowd is a situation where the crowd is, yep, this is what I knew was going to come. I knew I was going to go to jail. I'm ready. Other situations, the crowd may try to break through the skirmish line. We'll have to see how they kind of handle it. But based on the way, the totality of the circumstances, I am a little surprised that LAPD is kind of kettling them this way and potentially wanting them to, make arrests. They're going to let the car go through because it seems like that person kind of got stuck in a situation they weren't really prepared for. But we'll have to watch and see how this develops and see if they start making arrests.
Mike, could they give a dispersal order without declaring an unlawful assembly?
Certainly, yeah. They could say in certain situations, we're going to lose our helicopter shot there, but they can say in certain situations, you guys are not in this particular area in the right way. You need to leave, or we will arrest you. And they can do that without, giving an official unlawful assembly. They can give a dispersal order without an unlawful assembly.
You can tell from our ground shot here live there in downtown LA, the LAPD officers, men and women, showing incredible, just calm right now. As the situation looks like it did intensify for just a minute there, where a protester pushed an officer and the officer sort of pushed back, and that made a big part of the crowd just kind of push all the way back and run back. So that's kind of been what's the biggest, I would say, action, if you will, that we've seen tonight.
That's right.
We haven't, thank goodness, seen a lot of violence that we saw over the weekend. Certainly these protesters and demonstrators just staying peaceful tonight, staying there on the streets of downtown LA. We do not believe a dispersal order has gone out just yet. At least we have not heard of one going out officially, but from the stance of the LAPD officers and from what Lori Perez was showing us, she was seeing some multiple vans, or those big buses that they bring in, the white vans that they bring in, the LAPD brings in after they arrest people in big quantities or big masses. So we'll see what happens here. But for the most part, really, no pushing and shoving like we saw last night, as Mike was talking about, just the violence that was incited last night among some of the protesters. And we have to keep saying some of the protesters, because
protesters
these
and
are
agitators.
not, these are not all the protesters. For the most part, they have stayed peaceful.
Yeah, and last night, the chief, we talked about this earlier, but the chief said that there are these people that go city to city. And I have to tell you, we've covered a lot of protests here, and we have seen some of the people that look more professional or more prepared for protests. Last night was a big moment in my journalism career, seeing that, because as soon as I saw a guy with a leaf blower, and I said, what is the leaf blower for? And we learned that the leaf blower is used to blow the tear gas away when it is sprayed at them. And if you are showing up to a protest and you bring a leaf blower with you, you obviously have done this before and are using that tool to try not to be overcome by tear gas. And we also saw, Dean on our digital desk found some video of people using hammers to break up the concrete to be able to throw it at CHP officers. That was such a violent group yesterday. And what protests that started, like today's, was peaceful in the day. And as soon as about 3:30 hit, things took a real bad turn. 5 o'clock, the Waymos were on fire. After that, it really went downhill from there. And thankfully, that's not the situation we're seeing tonight.
Well, leaf blowers, Mike, umbrellas. I don't know many protesters that go around with spray paint bottles or cans in their bags. But if you're talking agitators, professional agitators, they have all that ready to go.
And there was a situation, too. So the CHP cars, so the protesters got on the freeway. CHP came in to push them out. Their cars were on the freeway, and then from the top of the overpass, that's when they started throwing all those things. We even saw them pick up a street sign and throw a street sign on top of it. But to your point of what they're coming prepared with, we also saw them pour a liquid down from the overpass onto the CHP car that very quickly ignited. And thankfully, CHP had the wherewithal to have fire extinguishers ready. So CHP, while trying to hide under the underpass so that they weren't getting pelted with concrete, was trying to spray the extinguisher far enough to put out their car that was on fire. And thankfully, they were able to. And the CHP car never actually caught fire. but they did have to be towed. I think we ended up seeing like 3 CHP cars that had to get towed out from under the freeway.
And was that a Molotov cocktail, Mike? How did that liquid ignite? I'm just kind of wondering. It's wild.
Yeah, so they used kindling. So they were able to get some straws or not straw, but things on the ground.
Paper,
whatever. They were using cardboard. They were also using some, not hay, but something to that similar effect. They would bunch it together, light it, and then toss it down there. And then once it was down there, then they poured the liquid on top of it. And that's what you really got the fire going. And again, thankfully, CHP was able to put it out.
And luckily, a child wasn't hit or anybody else for that matter, right?
Right, yeah. and especially of that driver, that minivan driver. There was a guy with a dog that had to, get out of the way. There's the minivan driver at one point, which I just got, the detective from Sheriff's Department actually just called me about it, so I got to call him back. But was driving through Union Station, got so close to a bicyclist, the bicyclist got scared and fell off his bike.
Oh gosh. Yeah. All right, Mike, thank you so much. Our breaking news coverage continues here with this. Hundreds more military troops are being deployed to Los Angeles tonight. Mike's been telling us that at the direction of the president.
Oh, this as the state is filing a lawsuit to get them out. KCAL's Leslie Marin joins us now with all the details. Leslie.
Yeah, Susie, Juan, both the governor and the Pentagon confirming tonight that an additional 2,000 National Guard troops will be deployed here to Los Angeles, as you said, at the direction of the president. Shortly before that announcement came down, the White House confirmed that 700 Marines from 29 Palms would be landing in Los Angeles in the next 24 hours. So this now makes a total of 4,000 National Guardsmen, including those Marines. You add that on top of the Guardsmen there. The governor claims most troops are sitting unused right now in federal buildings and called the move reckless and pointless. Now, CA Attorney Rob Bonta confirmed the troops are activated for 60 days, and right now state officials don't know when they will stand down. Now, the National Guard and the Marines' mission is solely to help protect federal personnel and federal property. In the meantime, Governor Gavin Newsom is now suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his consent. The judge is asking, or the state, I should say, is asking a judge to declare it unconstitutional and for the court to halt any future deployments. We heard from State Attorney Rob Bonta and the president today.
An order that abused the federal government's authority and violated the 10th Amendment and federal law. An order that skipped over multiple rational, common sense, strategic steps that should have been deployed to quell unrest and prevent escalation. As a result, I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump.
He's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
And President Trump went on to say today that had he not sent in the Guard, LA would have been, quote, completely obliterated. Again, the National Guard, well, we have not really seen, or we have not seen at all, leave federal property. That is their mission, to protect that property. Many of the clashes happening on city streets that we are seeing are with local law enforcement and protesters. To help out local law enforcement, with the governor announcing today that he is adding an additional 800 state and local law enforcement to help out here in Los Angeles. Susie?
All right, Leslie, thank you so much. Family members of people taken into custody during Friday's raids on businesses in the Fashion District want to know what's happened to their loved ones. Some of them spoke out this morning in downtown LA.
The group raised signs with pictures of their loved ones. They say ICE agents took dozens of indigenous immigrant workers into custody, and since then they've struggled to find and make contact with them. Ambiance is the company that employs these workers who make clothing.
I was present during the raids. I saw with my own eyes the pains of the families, crying, screaming, not knowing what to do, just like me. That's why the families demand free of all workers, legal representation, and due process.
Well, family members also say they believe the LAPD coordinated with ICE despite the city's sanctuary status. LAPD leaders have repeatedly denied that.
Night 4 of protests against ICE raids underway tonight.
An update as our live team coverage continues next. Danny?
Hi, Juan. Good evening, everyone. We have been seeing the marine layer clouds, more June gloom tomorrow, and some of us are going to feel warmer. We'll talk about the warming trend in your neighborhood. That's next.
Oath by Super Hydration Body Wash. The sweet scent of a honeymoon in Fiji. Moisturized with vitamin B3.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
Can you get my bag?
It's been a bumpy ride to the show, but your stomach's gonna make it with new Pepto-Nausea Motion Sickness.
When you have nausea, stomach turn, nausea, motion sickness, dizzy, nausea, Pepto-Nausea.
Ensuring life's journey and experiences along the way. AAA, we're always with you.
Things were already so difficult for my mom when she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Then she developed agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. She started verbally lashing out, breaking things, wandering at night. These symptoms were a different kind of difficult. So we asked her doctor for more help.
Rexulti is the only FDA-approved medication proven to reduce symptoms of agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar can lead to coma or death, weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur.
I'm glad I asked for help.
Ask your loved one's doctor today about Rexulti. Moments matter.
If you need cash now, there's money in your jewelry box. Sell to Kevin Jewelers, your trusted names. Why go anywhere else?
Sell to Kevin. Get a $50 gift card and a 50% bonus.
At AAA, the most important thing is family. Join our family and discover auto coverage that's as individual as you are, priced just right for your journey. Call 844-AAA Insurance or visit AAA.com for an auto insurance quote today.
Jacoby & Myers has been protecting the hardworking people of California for over 50 years, and we've recovered more than $2 billion in settlements for our clients' injuries. If you've been injured in an accident, Jacoby & Myers will fight for the justice you deserve.
Weather on KCAL News is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers, because you deserve justice.
Many in Southern California remain on edge tonight as ICE raids lead to ramped up protests.
KCAL News reporter Danya Backus in downtown now with the long day of demonstrations.
Tension between protesters and law enforcement continued in Los Angeles for a fourth consecutive day after a weekend of at times violent clashes over immigration raids. Family members of those detained during the raids gathered Monday to express their outrage.
I was present during the raids. I saw with my own eyes the pains of the families, crying, screaming, not knowing what to do, just like me.
On Monday, California's Attorney General said he is suing the Trump administration for deploying hundreds of National Guard members over the weekend, a move he called unlawful.
They did so without authorization from Governor Newsom and against the wishes of local law enforcement who are on the ground, actively assessing and responding to the situation in Los Angeles in real time, a situation that didn't warrant the National Guard.
In a social media post, California Governor Gavin Newsom also called reports of 700 Marines being mobilized to Los Angeles completely unwarranted, uncalled for, and unprecedented. President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, has threatened to arrest anyone who obstructs the administration's immigration enforcement effort, including Newsom. In an interview Monday, Governor Newsom encouraged the administration to move forward with his arrest. President Trump had this to say in response.
Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Protesters also gathered to protest ICE raids throughout the nation Monday, including in Philadelphia, Tampa, and Houston. Danya Backus, KCAL News.
And another live look at what's happening tonight. Looks like lots of police activity in this scene after these protests are being broken up tonight in both downtown LA and in Santa Ana.
I believe this is Tom Waite's camera, so that gives us an idea of where this is happening. Let's go to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, we see regular traffic blowing by, and also we saw some officers kind of in formation.
Yeah, which is the best news. And I believe those officers that are moving are probably in the demobilization portion of the night. I mean, we are getting to a point where they simply don't need the amount of force that they have had down there throughout the course of the evening, which is certainly the best news that we have heard because it's just been such a bad, even really since Friday night, we've been dealing with really violent protests here as we look at Tom, and I think this might be City Hall. I see that bridge there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, so that's great news. You know, they had made a really concerted effort to push all of the protesters away from the Civic Center, from downtown, from, you know, any of the federal buildings, the courthouse, City Hall, all of that. They ended up in the Arts District. They ended up in Little Tokyo for a little while. So certainly a different type of situation here as we're looking at these live pictures. I can also tell you we are waiting for the Marines to arrive. And I don't know who's in the control room, but if we can look at Sat 52 really quick, I just want to show that. We're sitting on the 10 freeway here waiting for these Marines to potentially arrive. We've seen a lot of social media video of them starting to leave the 29 Palms area, which begs the question, if local law enforcement is demobilizing because there's nobody there, flooding 700 Marines into the city is going to be an interesting kind of situation. We also don't know where they're going to go. You know, we had been talking about that earlier because we wanted to get some video of the Marines coming in here and figuring out where they are. So we had been trying to kind of talk amongst ourselves about where they're going to house these Marines, because under normal circumstances, in the past when we've seen the National Guard here, they've been at the LA Convention Center, they've been at Rose Bowl, they've been other city facilities. But because the federal government is not cooperating with the city, or at least not communicating with the city about their needs, it's very unlikely the city is going to be like, hey, come on over, this is where we want you. You know, there's a lawsuit to stop what's happening right now. So the feds will have to use their own properties to house them, and we don't know where that is.
And Mike, when you're talking about 700 troops, hard to miss if they're coming on the 10 freeway towards us, right?
And they're in big white school buses from what we've seen on social media.
All right, keep us updated, Mike. Thank you so much. All right, we want to get a check of our weather now. We're just Danny Rivierti standing by, and boy, we've had some up and downs, haven't we?
Ups and downs, but a beautiful weekend, Danny. It really uplifted my mood coming into the work week. Right?
I know, right? To see the sunshine and the mild temperatures, you guys. It was
great.
lovely,
nice
and we're
out
going to see more of that. A little bit of a warm up for some of our inland communities, so we are going to get you and your family prepared, and more June gloom. Crazy difference between our beaches and also our inland communities. 35 degrees, and that's all because of the marine layer. So we were at 68 degrees in Newport Beach. We had the marine layer clouds. Lancaster under bright sunshine from start to finish, 102 degrees there. And we're going to see much of the same going into the coming days. So more June gloom, hot temperatures inland, not so hot at the coast because of that June gloom and those clouds that are stubborn even into the afternoon. And then a cooler end of the week, still above average. And then another warm up this upcoming weekend for Father's Day. Look at this, Saturday, low 80s. And by Sunday in Los Angeles and Orange counties, we're talking mid 80s. So it is going to be toasty out there once we get to Father's Day on Sunday. Now let's talk about tomorrow. Beaches are going to be cooler, all because of this right here. We've got the marine layer clouds. They're rolling back in. 8 to 8:30, pushing into the San Fernando Valley. That green on your map, some sprinkles popping up. And then you see those clouds retreating, pulling away by 11 o'clock. We're under clear skies for most of us, but those clouds will continue to hug the beaches. So it is going to be cloudy for most of the day over there. Everyone else is going to be seeing plenty of sunshine and also warmer temperatures going into tomorrow. Here's a look at our lows first thing in the morning. Lower 60s out there. Not even dropping too cool for our high deserts, only down to the low 70s in Lancaster. Inland Empire will be sunny from start to finish. Low 60s by 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, low 70s, mid 80s by noon. And then boom, this is going to be one of those areas that feel warmer than today. Mid 90s once we get to the afternoon. Look at those triple digits out there. So 102 in Lancaster, 102 in Palmdale, mid 80s in Burbank and Pasadena, lower 80s in downtown Los Angeles. And we're going to keep those lower 80s going in Los Angeles and Orange counties through the end of the week. There's that warm up for Father's Day, mid 80s. In the valleys, one day in the 90s, and then we continue to drop the rest of the week just by a degree. So it's still going to be warm for the rest of the week. Warmer this weekend by Father's Day, 93. Valleys, mid 90s tomorrow. Mid 90s hold on Wednesday, still toasty. Lower 90s for Thursday, Friday. And then another warm up going into Father's Day weekend in the mid 90s. 90s for the deserts, 80s for the mountains, and lower 70s at the beaches. Susie and Juan.
Danny, thank you so much. Refusing to close her doors in the middle of a volatile protest.
How one local business owner helped protesters and the police policing them.
Coming up at the hour tonight on KCAL News at 9, we continue our live team coverage of these protests over ICE raids.
And will there be another truce made? The latest developments in trade talks between the U.S. and China. All that and more tonight on KCAL News at 9.
Give me 2 seconds. I want to see if they got this video. Mike Rogers at the desk. We just got this brand new video into the news.
Always dry scoop before you run.
Listen to me. A hard dog diet got me shredded.
It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
I work from home, so bundling Spectrum, internet, and TV has been super important for our family.
My favorite thing is just the connection that we have to have. I do online workouts. I also do remote programming, and so I need to stay connected to make sure that I'm providing a quality service.
To be able to save money and also have reliable service, it's a win. Our bills have been affordable, can't complain.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
Dupixent helps people with asthma breathe better. So this is better. That too. Dupixent's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Some people felt their asthma symptoms improve in as little as 3 days. Dupixent's not for sudden breathing problems. It helps prevent asthma attacks. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue or throat swelling, wheezing or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away of signs of inflamed blood vessels like rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, brown or dark colored urine, tingling or numbness in limbs. Tell your doctor of new or worsening skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. When you can get more out of your lungs, you can do more with less asthma. And isn't that better? Ask your doctor about Dupixent, the most prescribed biologic in asthma. Also approved as an add-on treatment for adults with COPD that is not well controlled, and with a specific marker of inflammation.
Olay! I got this wow skin from Olay Body Wash. It's new super serum with 5 powerful ingredients. 5 benefits in one. My skin goes from dull to luminous. For me, it's only Olay Super Serum Body Wash.
Welcome to the 100-degree sweat test. Secret Clinical versus ordinary antiperspirant. Turn up the heat. Looks like ordinary antiperspirants can't take the heat. Ordinary antiperspirants can't fight sweat better than Secret Clinical. Try new Secret Clinical Strength Spray.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Trip. Wow. Ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief.
Wow.
The wow is real.
I came to your car?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
A mother says she was punched right here in a school parking lot in front of her children.
I don't think they should be witnessing someone hitting their mom.
And we've learned the woman allegedly behind the punches was hired to protect the school and has a previous record.
How could something like that happen?
KCAL investigates your school safety Tuesday at 11.
A Compton restaurant became a safe haven as protests escalated over the weekend. Both demonstrators and law enforcement found refuge inside.
That's right. The owner tells Arena Nakano it wasn't about taking sides. It was about protecting her community.
Pupusas on the grill, fried eggs on the plate. It's business as usual at La Ceiba Restaurante in Compton. But on Saturday afternoon, owner Elizabeth Mendoza says she was afraid for her life.
I feel like a war.
Her restaurant was feet away from the violent clash between protesters and law enforcement, agitators doing donuts and burning cars. As an immigrant from El Salvador, Mendoza says she sympathizes with the protesters. She says the raids are affecting many of her longtime customers.
My kids, my husband, we're okay, but I know a lot of people they don't have paper, they don't have anything, but they want to work.
So when protesters needed water, napkins, or food, she handed it to them. As the situation escalated, she realized her business was the only one open.
Mendoza tells me throughout the day she got phone calls from her friends and family telling her to close up the shop and leave. But she tells me something told her to stay.
No, I can't. I need to help you when the people need me.
At around 5:30, an LA sheriff's deputy came in, fully armed. He was crouched over, suffering from what seemed to be a chemical irritant. Seconds later, a few more walked in. Then a female deputy took off her gas mask. She was in tears.
One of these get milk, put milk and ice in her face.
Mendoza and her employees escorted a few of the deputies into the walk-in freezer to cool them down. They sat others down, gave them food and water, and began fanning them.
Everybody work for help the police.
When asked why they did it, Mendoza says it's not about siding with one or the other. To her, both the protesters and deputies are her beloved customers. They're part of her community.
People like me, they work to that community.
In Compton, I'm Rena Nakano, KCAL News.
That is a special lady, her and her staff, right?
Incredibly kind woman.
Indeed. Well, thanks so much for watching KCAL News at 8.
KCAL News at 9 starts right now.
This is where it's going to get ugly again. Now they're throwing glass bottles. Now they're throwing rocks again.
Right now at 9, more clashes between protesters and police. This is now the 4th straight night of protests against ICE raids in SoCal. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Rudabe Shabazi. Welcome to KCAL News at 9.
We continue our team coverage for you tonight, getting different aspects of this situation as it unfolds. Lori is in downtown LA, where some protesters are still on the streets, but it is much calmer tonight.
And Mike is at the desk giving us any late-breaking details. Leslie has more on the political fallout from these protests. Let's begin, though, with our Lori Perez in downtown LA. Lori.
Yes, we're on the beginnings of the Arts District, and here things have really started to wrap up. You can see they have people lined up along the wall. They have them with those plastic ties on. They are taking people into custody. You know, there were only so many times that police were going to tell people that they had to disperse, or get arrested. And when they didn't disperse, this is what happened. So now we've been watching as they've been taking people's information and then walking them over to that big white LAPD bus that I told you showed up about an hour ago. It's now parked across the street. After they get some information and register these people, they're walking them across the street and putting them into those buses. You know, over the last hour or so, the crowd that we had been following really started to thin out until it was maybe just, a couple dozen people, maybe 30, 40 people here at this intersection. And they really corralled them. They had them surrounded, and they continually were telling them, you have to get out of here. You have to go home. And some people just persisted. And so it turned into what it is now, which is where they're being taken into custody. So it should be a wrap from where we are in terms of the protest, because once they get this small number of people situated, then they should disperse. The law enforcement that's here should continue on their way. But we are hearing of pockets throughout the city elsewhere that continue to pop up. So we'll be looking for that and trying to see where our next location should be in order to see what is continuing to happen here on the streets of LA. But you can see even here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 people lined up as I speak. I've already seen probably 10 or 12 already taken into the LAPD bus. So, they're not messing around anymore. They asked people, they told people that they had to get out of here. They didn't. And now that this is the consequence. Every now and then we will hear some fireworks going off some blocks away. Those are people who did decide to walk away and are making their way away from this corner. But, in a final perhaps act of defiance, just letting those fireworks go as they leave the neighborhoods.
You know what,
Guys,
Lori?
back to you.
Again, you were out there last night. This seems to be a little more calmer, even in terms of taking people into custody. When they announced unlawful assembly, this group here seemed to acquiesce, if that's the word, and just let the police officers arrest them, as opposing to resist like they did last night.
Right, and I think that for some of these people, perhaps the act of being detained and being arrested is also an expression of their frustration and shows how much they are willing to do in order to make a point about what they feel about immigration enforcement here in Los Angeles. So, you know, perhaps that's why they are, as you said, acquiescing or cooperating, you know, without resisting at all, because they do see it as another act, if you will, of defiance in this. But yeah, this is happening peacefully and calmly so far. There has not been any resistance or fighting from what we've seen.
All right. Thank you so much, Lori.
Hundreds more military troops are being deployed to Los Angeles tonight at the direction of the president.
This as the state is filing a lawsuit to get them out. And KCAL's Leslie Marin joins us now with more information. Leslie?
Yeah, Pat and Rudabeh, both the governor and the Pentagon confirming tonight that an additional 2,000 National Guard troops will be deployed to Los Angeles on top of the 2,000 deployed over the weekend. Shortly before that announcement, the White House confirmed that 700 Marines will land in Los Angeles in the next 24 hours. Now, the governor claims many of the troops already here are sitting unused in federal buildings and called the move reckless and pointless. California Attorney Rob Bonta confirmed the troops are activated for 60 days, and right now state officials do not know when they will stand down. Now, the National Guard and the Marines' mission is to solely help protect federal personnel and federal property. But the last time this National Guard and Marines were federalized and sent to LA was back in 1992 during the LA riots. Political experts I spoke to tonight telling me that was a very different situation at the time. The governor and mayor had both requested it. In the meantime, the governor now suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his consent. The state is asking a judge to declare it unconstitutional and for the court to halt any future deployments.
An order that abused the federal government's authority and violated the 10th Amendment and federal law. An order that skipped over multiple rational, common sense, strategic steps that should have been deployed to quell unrest and prevent escalation. As a result, I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump.
He's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
Well, Trump went on to say today that had he not sent in the Guard, LA would have been, quote, completely obliterated. A lot of local and federal officials pushing back against that idea. The National Guard, we have not really seen leave federal property. Many of the clashes happening on city streets that we're watching tonight, yesterday, the day before, are with local law enforcement and protesters. To help them out, the local law enforcement, the governor announcing today that he is adding an additional 800 state and local law enforcement to help out here in Los Angeles. Pat.
All right. Thanks so much, Leslie. Now, earlier tonight, LA Mayor Karen Bass spoke out about the protest that started as a rally for the release of SEIU President David Huerta. She says the ICE raids in the city and surrounding areas are causing fear in the community.
We were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants, but I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government.
Now, Mayor Bass says descriptions of the city are being exaggerated and most protesters are peaceful. She says the small amount of people causing destruction will be held accountable.
LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho is reassuring parents and students that graduations will happen as the raids and protests continue.
We are one. At Los Angeles Unified, we have a commitment to protect the rights, the opportunities for every single child, every one of our workforce members, and the families we serve. No questions asked.
Carvalho said earlier today there were federal vans parked within a couple of blocks of two LA schools, which he calls an intimidation tactic. He stressed that all graduation ceremonies happening this week will be protected by administrators and school police, who will set up perimeters around the events. They'll also provide a protected path for parents and students to and from the ceremonies. Tomorrow is the last day of school in the district. Our coverage of the protests continues with Mike Rogers on the desk.
And Mike, you have new information on a very dangerous situation that unfolded live on our air last night.
Yeah, a very dangerous situation that our Lori Perez found herself very, very close to when a minivan driver, who is now in custody, by the way, really started driving incredibly erratically and got very, very close to Lori. I want to show you the moments when we were on the air when this happened.
Yeah, I mean, this is, woo! Look out, look out, look out, look out, look out, look out. Yes, he just came right at us,
So there was that minivan. This is how it started. This minivan, we found him doing donuts in the middle of the street, protesters throwing all kinds of objects at this minivan driver. Then all of a sudden he started throwing things out of the car. And then as he continued to drive, watch this really just wild and unnecessarily erratic moves that he is doing in this car. Then he gets into the area near Union Station, or comes into a pedestrian area here. You can see him kind of threading the needle between the two blockades going through this pedestrian area. He gets out. He starts pushing around a trash can for reasons we don't know why. And then he continues, and right there, look at that. He barely missed clipping a bicyclist, but alerted the bicyclist enough. The bicyclist actually fell. So here we are, first in Savannah. He gets out of the van, goes into this other car. Sheriff's deputies from East LA Station are able to get there and take him into custody. I just got off the phone with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's detective that is handling this case. He says they took that person into custody for assault with a deadly weapon, which would be the vehicle. They also found a gun in the car. The detective tells me that thanks to our coverage, they were able to learn that that suspect was moving between not only the van, but that white car that you saw next to it. And the white car is where I am told they found that gun. Now, because of the gun being found and the fact that he is a previously convicted felon, according to the Sheriff's Department, they were also able to arrest him on felon in possession of a firearm. He is also now being held on a probation hold. The Sheriff's Department tells me that they are in the process of potentially trying to seek out more victims of this person. We had seen last night on social media that this was potentially the second night that this person had been doing this. We still have no idea what his potential motivation was to be driving that way. Clearly, it would appear from the video you saw that, from Lori's camera there, that he was driving directly towards the crowd, slamming on the brakes at the last second. You could hear the screech. You heard Lori's reaction. We saw the crowd reacting to him as well. So a really bizarre situation that unfolded last night. That driver now in custody with the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. They are trying to investigate, figure out why he did this, and potentially seek out more victims.
Mike, quite a different scene tonight versus last night, huh?
Very much a different scene, and I can tell you, I'm listening to my colleagues, and actually, if we can take SkyCal live for a second, we finally found a crowd. Last night, there was no difficulty in finding a crowd. Tonight, we have been kind of searching different parts of the city, and I know they've been talking about it. John, if you can tell me in my ear where you guys are at, so this is live, and I believe he's on 3rd Street near 3rd and Central. I think this is close to the area where this is. This is really all that remains of the crowd tonight. Last night, though, I mean, there were so many situations. We couldn't be in all of the places at once where they were. Law enforcement couldn't be in all the places. There were fires. We saw trash cans being set on fires. Obviously, the Waymos were on fire. Quite the different situation tonight than from what we saw last night, guys.
We saw CHP vehicles on fire. That was, well, at least one in particular, that was pretty incredible. People from the overpass, right?
Right, yeah. So the protesters, which was weird, and we asked CHP about this and didn't get a super clear answer as to why, but you saw it today. We saw it on Friday, Pat. Remember, they blocked the on-ramps of the freeway.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, they didn't do that yesterday.
Is that how they got on the freeway?
Yeah,
because
they just
did
walked.
Not?
Yeah, the on-ramps were open, and they walked down onto the freeway. There was a lot of them, and not only were they on the freeway, but then you had crowds on the overpass and on both sides of the freeway, with the high ground on law enforcement. So then CHP comes in. They move all the protesters off the freeway, and then those protesters that were above them start chipping away at whatever they could find. We had found some social media video Dean did of them using hammers to break away some of the concrete to then throw onto the CHP cars. What you were talking about the CHP car that was set on fire or attempt to do, they used what looked like some straw or other type of kindling, mixed it with some cardboard, set it on fire, threw it onto the car, and then somebody poured some liquid on top of that as an accelerant that really set it off. Thankfully, though, CHP had a fire extinguisher that they kind of couldn't get all the way out there because every time they would poke their heads out, somebody would throw concrete at them or rocks. So then they, from where they could, tried to use some, dry chem fire extinguisher, and they were able to put the fire out before the car, became engulfed.
Look at all those police cars up, at least it looks like 2 city blocks as far as I can see, and it just keeps going and going and going. It looks to me like almost as many police officers as protesters right now in that area.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a mix. Those lights look like CHP for the most part that are down there. And then as we get closer, I think that starts where we get LAP. Yeah, and sheriffs, John's telling me as well. Wow. So you got sheriffs and CHP down there. But there is a lot of law enforcement. They have certainly had the upper hand in the numbers game tonight as compared to last night. And look at that, John, that car, that middle car, that's Ventura County Sheriff. That's up there. I can tell by the markings on the side there. That's not even an LA County Sheriff. That's Ventura County that is now down here. And that goes, Pat, what we were talking about earlier, the mutual aid.
Absolutely. You know, they got that in place. Once they assessed what happened last night, we heard from Mayor Bass today and Police Chief Jim McDonnell, and they said they were going to have mutual aid. Governor Newsom said he was calling in other municipalities from all over, actually, to assist. And you talk about a show of force there. I mean, talk about your backup, right? Yeah. I mean, I got your back. Yes, they do. As far as we can see.
Yeah, John's telling me, John's a photographer in SkyCal, 3 city blocks worth of law enforcement that have filled this area. And there will be no match for the protesters, which is the stark difference between last night and tonight. Lots of early decisions by law enforcement tonight to move the protesters into certain areas, and a lot more law enforcement that are here.
Yeah, I think Mayor Bass said Chief McDonnell said 14 other agencies assisting, and that's who the LAPD usually calls, then the sheriff calls the governor, and the governor calls the National Guard typically. So this is very unusual. Have we seen the National Guard at all today?
Not besides the steps of the federal building. I mean, they've not, you know, and that was what the big criticism has been by, you know, Mayor Bass, and especially at the press conference today. You know, at the press conference tonight, she said they're you know, protecting 2 buildings, but they are not in the streets dealing with the protesters. And then, as we've been reporting, and I keep checking our camera over here to see if I see them yet, but there is supposed to be an influx of 700 Marines that are coming in too. And Mayor Bass said to do what? We don't know. And again, we've talked about this earlier. Are they going to just be there to protect the federal buildings? Are they going to go assist on more immigration enforcement? We don't know that. There has been a lot of social media video, though, of them leaving 29 Palms and on the way to LA.
You know, I just want to add this, Mike, as we're talking about the show of force with law enforcement. Their first premise, they invite peaceful protest. Yes. Let's just say that. They do welcome people practicing their First Amendment rights. What they are not against is what we saw last night, is that the events that you described, with fires being set, personal property being destroyed, and even the families that were gathered outside the Metropolitan Detention Center today who had loved ones who were taken into detention, they didn't want to see violence either. So there's the big difference there. And just when you were talking about what happened with the CHP, some of those items, if you call them that people had, that's not, you know, you go to protest, you have your sign or what have you, but that sounds like people who, you know, have done other things before, or organized enough to let's take it up, let's ratchet it up a heck of a notch.
And what really painted that picture is when I saw a leaf blower last night.
Right.
And I said, what is the leaf blower for? To blow the tear gas away. And when you think about that, that's when you really get the idea, like, okay, these guys have done this before. They know the tools. That's what the chief said yesterday as well. So this is a different group tonight. This is not a group this is a group that is back to what our elected leaders have asked for, which is calm. You know, there certainly have been pockets of violence or you know, unruliness, but large in a way, the groups tonight have been calm.
Okay, Mike, thank you. And we are also seeing protests tonight in Santa Ana.
So let's check in with KCAL News reporter Nicole Comstock, who is near that area. So Nicole, what are you seeing now?
Well, Pat, same thing here in Santa Ana. There have been protests going on out here for hours now near the federal building, where you can see lots of National Guard members have gathered here right in front. Obviously, they've been ordered in from President Trump to protect these buildings, to keep law and order out here, and to sort of just calm everything going on with the protests happening all weekend here in Southern California. And they've kind of taken over this intersection here at Santa Ana and Parton Street with their fleet of Humvees. So this is kind of the line where they've shut it down to keep any protesters from filing back into this area where the federal building is. Behind them, we have a row of Santa Ana police officers, and right on the other side of that are the protesters. We can tell you that they are still loud out here. They're making a lot of noise with some of those big fireworks, but the crowd is dwindling out here significantly. So we'll show you a shot of some video we took a couple of hours ago out here when it was lighter out. We had one guy out here taunting federal agents. I'm not sure if you have this video up yet, but he's the guy in the yellow shirt who will appear here. Federal agents weren't having any of it. They eventually caught up to him out here and detained him, likely arrested him. There always seems to be at the protests, you know, a lot of people who are coming out here trying to defend their families, standing up for what they think is right. And then there are a small percentage of people who are doing way more than other people are. And it seemed to be the case with that situation there. Pepper balls being used out here throughout the evening to disperse the crowd at times as well. Actually, one of our photographers got hit with one of them earlier. He and our reporter, Michelle Gili, were out here and took in some of, you know, that pepper. So they had to take a second to, you know, gather their breath and be able to report again. So if you're in the center of one of these protests and you get caught up in one of those moments, you know, you're going to be feeling everything that the protesters are as well. This is obviously a community here in Santa Ana with a lot of immigrant families who say they just want to stand up for what they believe is right and they want to keep their families together. And the Santa Ana City Council actually just voted last month to move forward with a program that would essentially create an alert system to notify residents before any federal immigration sweeps. You know, we don't know if all the people at the protests know about that, if they're hoping that that would have kicked in at this point. I think it's a little bit too early in the system at this point. But Santa Ana is Orange County's only sanctuary city. So a lot of people wondering, hey, if we're a sanctuary city, if we're making a big statement like that, you know, why are these sweeps still taking place here? Well, Santa Ana PD says they don't work with federal agents on immigration enforcement operations, but police departments also can't use their resources to interfere with these investigations either. So that puts our local authorities in a really tricky position where, you know, obviously I'm sure many of them can understand what these families are going through. They see why they're upset, but at the same time, they have to do their jobs out here and they can't get in the way when we have the National Guard out here, when eventually if Marines get to these towns as well, they kind of have to let them do what they're going to do. You know, Huntington Park, we saw a different situation with police officers when we were out there at a news conference earlier today with mayors talking about these raids. You know, some police officers finding a way to quietly support people in their community, driving by these protests, giving them a thumbs up. Not necessarily the situation out here because it seems like the crowd was a little bit more unruly during the day. But for now, the National Guard holding down the fort out here along with Santa Ana police officers. And the crowd, for the most part out here, we've seen a little bit of vandalism, some graffiti on buildings, and then lots of fireworks being lit off tonight, but we're not seeing much else at this point, you guys. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
We could hear the chopper overhead, Nicole. And we heard earlier that that was an Army helicopter. Do you know that to be the case now?
Yeah, we're not really sure. It's pretty dark out here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like a news helicopter. It looked like it was white on the front, but we were definitely seeing more police officers, about a couple dozen of them that ran down the street just about a half an hour ago. And it seems like either more National Guard are coming in or they're just all getting positioned in this location. But we're not short on law enforcement out here tonight, as you can tell.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, Nicole. Okay, let's turn our attention to the weather department.
Yeah.
Another nice day.
But it sounds like we're going to still deal with a little June gloom, huh?
Yeah, a little bit of the June gloom, but it's going to clear away pretty quickly, girls, and we're going to get in the sunshine. It's going to be beautiful. Okay, but a crazy difference, you guys, between our beaches and our inland communities, 30 to 35 degree difference. And that's because where we saw the June gloom, Newport Beach, upper 60s, Lancaster, bright sunshine from start to finish, 102 degrees there. So let's talk about it. More June gloom going into tomorrow morning. Hot temperatures inland. It's getting hotter, not so hot at the coast, and then cooler by the time we get to the end of the week. So here's a look at those clouds rolling on in first thing tomorrow morning, pushing into the San Fernando Valley. Coming up, we're going to walk you through when you see sunshine tomorrow and also how long this warming trend sticks around. We'll check out your 7-day forecast and your next weather.
All right.
Thanks, Danny. Okay, we're looking back at downtown LA. This is basically one of the only protests we've been spotting at this hour from our helicopter. You can see people assembled there in the intersection and about 3 blocks worth of law enforcement vehicles. You see law enforcement officers holding the line there.
And I'm not sure if this is the same area where the buses were pulled in to arrest protesters tonight. They had their zip ties and When we spoke with our Lori Perez just a couple of minutes ago, we saw at least a dozen or so demonstrators being taken into custody. They went willingly, and we believe that that's possibly their plan, as that is their way to still demonstrate. We'll be back with more news after this break.
We prepare you for the entire day. We look at events to see if there are any concerts, games happening, big events just across Southern California, and make sure you're not surprised on your drive, wherever you're going, whatever time of the day.
At AAA, the most important thing is family. Join our family and discover auto coverage that's as individual as you are, priced just right for your journey. Call 844-AAA Insurance or visit AAA.com for an auto insurance quote today.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Iberogast.
Parade is the winner of the Tony Award for Best Musical Revival. And now it's coming to the Amundsen Theater in Los Angeles, June 17th through July 12th. See it before the parade passes by. Tickets at amundsentheater.org.
We fight for the rights of riders every day. We give back millions to support the motorcycle community because we are riders, and motorcycle law is all we do. If you're injured in a motorcycle accident, don't fight the insurance companies with just any lawyer. Call 1-800-4BIKERS. We ride, we care, we win. If you go down, call Russ Brown. Motorcycle attorneys.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve, 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Also try liquid gels for fast and long-lasting pain relief.
Ensuring life's journey and experiences along the way. AAA, we're always with you.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
And welcome back to KCAL News at 9. We're taking another live look at protests against ICE raids over downtown Los Angeles. And this is a shot, as you can see, where a number of protesters are still on the streets, waving flags, carrying signs, and a show of force behind them. As you mentioned, Ruta Bay, LAPD, and a number of municipalities. Ventura County, we saw in that line of at least 3 blocks, it looks like, of law enforcement there to provide support.
Yeah, they made some arrests. We had reporters on the ground talking about that. They made some arrests. They appeared to be peaceful as far as we could see there on the ground tonight. And it appears to be calm right now, at least in this area that we're seeing. And a far, far different picture from last night. This is now day 4 of these protests. And it does appear calm at this hour, at least from this vantage point.
Yeah, certainly not the chaotic scene that we had last night with 5 Waymo vehicles on fire, tried to set a CHP vehicle on fire, and sporadic fires all over the place in downtown Los Angeles, spread out in different areas, which was, you know, very difficult. Okay, somebody just looked like a smoke bomb or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it was looking like to me. I didn't see it come from, I got to go back and look. I didn't see it come from law enforcement, so I don't know if somebody in the crowd had it and is throwing that around.
There have been fireworks, too. We've been seeing that.
Else.
Oh, it's a fire extinguisher.
Okay, well, you know what? Our Tom Wade is in downtown Los Angeles. We're going to go to him now, and Tom may be able to give us some information about what we're looking at here. Hi, Tom.
Hi there, Pat. Yeah, we just walked up on the scene right now. We're at 2nd and San Pedro. I think you were just looking at our aerial shots from here. Yeah, can you? Yeah. Also, we're on the ground here, and sorry, there's just a lot going on here. This is the highest concentration of people that we've seen. And it definitely has a more volatile feeling here in this area. And police do have the area locked down pretty closely here. But it certainly has tension. Sorry, I'm trying to stay away from people yelling profanity. Yeah, there's definitely this is definitely the highest concentration of people that we've seen since the crowd dispersed, was broken up from the area around City Hall. Now it sounds like there's almost like a street takeover kind of. It looks. I can't see from my vantage point, but it sounds like someone was maybe doing burnouts just a few feet away. I can hear them making an announcement right now. Police, I believe, are ordering the crowd to disperse. So I'm trying to get a sense of where that's happening, which is, I believe, right down the street. You're looking at the vantage point there. This is Little Tokyo. Someone just flew a drone over the crowd, and that is going to really upset police because they do have their choppers up and they're pretty low. That was a firework that just went off. I see projectiles being thrown. I can't really see directly into where the officers are, but you can see the fireworks going off, and people are standing on their cars waving flags. I see a number of Mexican flags being waved as people are standing on top of their cars. It's hard to know at this point who is here to protest in favor of immigration and immigrant rights and who is here just as an agitator. It's very difficult to discern that right now. It's very chaotic, very volatile. There's just so much. It's like a tinderbox, it feels like, when there's just so many things going on. One person does one thing, the crowd can surge, the crowd can move. It's a very fluid and difficult situation, to be certain. Now someone's firing off fireworks into the crowd. That is being fired from someone's pickup truck. I can see them. They're shooting it. They have like a launcher. They have a launcher. Do you see that, Anna?
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
This is so insane. Yeah,
Well, you know what, Tom? I'm just going to say this. Maybe they can't see that line of law enforcement, that's behind LAPD there. There's almost a 3-block long.
Maybe, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder if they're going to move in.
The thing is, oh my gosh. I don't see how they can let this go on much longer the way this is going. This is too tense. There's just too much right now that could happen. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see, there could be officers that are lined up somewhere to rush in. Oftentimes, obviously you've got the chopper view, so I can't see everything around us, but oftentimes officers are in places we don't know where they are, and they just come blasting in a column and will just disperse the crowd, break it up very quickly. Certainly, this has to be an area of concern because we've just been driving around. We have not really seen much else going on.
And Tom, we're seeing these cars on the ground. Are these just random people who are trying to drive through downtown and maybe don't know what's going on? Are they protesters? Can you tell who's in these cars around you right now?
That's, Rudabe, that's really the question I have, because it's hard to get a sense of who is here protesting and who's here just kind of for a street takeover. It's just difficult to know. I think there are definitely people who are activists that are mixed in here, but sometimes you lose a sense of really. There's no organization that I can see. There's no sort of leader. There's no one. Pat asked a great question earlier about sort of the George Floyd marches and protests and rallies that we saw, back in 2020, and there were much clearer sort of organizations and leaders and people kind of guiding and obviously the outset of those were very violent, but the first couple of days, but then things for the weeks that followed were very organized. They were very methodical. There were marches. That doesn't, in this case, it just doesn't seem like that. And that doesn't mean it's not as legitimate or anything like that. It just means that it doesn't have that feel. It has more of a chaotic chaotic feel to it. You know, I'm looking over there in the distance there. The police do seem to have a pretty strong, you know, presence just ahead of us, up above San Pedro. But I can't tell, and obviously you guys can see from the chopper kind of better vantage point there of what they may be doing, or, you know, if additional personnel is headed this way.
Well, it's a massive show of force, and right now, what we're seeing some officers get out of their vehicles. I hadn't seen this before until now. There is a line of LAPD that are right there at the front, and they haven't moved. It appears that they're trying to make sure that people don't get past them where they are. And when we bring Mike back in here, he can probably give us an exact location of where they are right now from the picture we're looking at here. So, Tom, they haven't moved, but again, they may be trying to keep them from going past them. But certainly, if they need to come out and get through the crowd, there's enough of them to do it.
Yeah, and Pat, you know, one man just walked up to us and said, "Is this a block party?" So that's, you know, sort of to the point that we were making before, which is that, you know, it's kind of hard to know who's here to protest and who's just kind of here. Yeah, I mean, we're just in that holding pattern right now where it just feels like something's going to happen, whether that means the police are going to move in or whether, you know, we've seen some fireworks being shot off. We've seen people who are just kind of waiting to kind of see what happens next. So we're just trying to get a sense of, you know, where that goes.
All right, so you're at San Pedro and East 2nd Street. That's what we're looking at. That's where officers are. You know, what we were talking to Mike, he was describing what happened last night, where we saw quite a bit of vandalism at a number of businesses, at least 3 that were broken into, which is, you know, Tom, when we were talking about the differences in protests and the organization, you know, what we did see, unfortunately, in 2020 is a lot of people just taking the situation into their own hands, even spreading out. Remember going to Santa Monica, Melrose, and breaking into stores and using that as an opportunity to vandalize.
There was a lot of looting in 2020, and I remember in the days, you know, we'd have the really bad violence at night. The next morning, the business owners would gather. They'd be upset, understandably. So we had the 3, you know, yesterday, the 2 shoe stores and the T-Mobile store that all got looted pretty badly. Now, where Tom is at 2nd and San Pedro, that line of police officers, which is, by the way, I want to point out, mostly out-of-town law enforcement. It's mostly Ventura County sheriffs that are there and some CHP officers. They are all lined up on 2nd Street going to the north. So they are occupying basically from 2nd Street through Los Angeles up until Main and almost Spring Street. There's about 3 blocks worth of law enforcement that are there. And they're, like I said, as you see somebody climbing a traffic signal here with the San Pedro marker on it to hang that flag. There's something that happened. There's something that just so very quickly switched with this group. I mean, we had been seeing, you know, mostly calm, mostly peaceful, and then all of a sudden something happened and a couple of people, I don't know if it's a couple of people or most of the group, but somebody got in here and all of a sudden there were fireworks, there was smoke, there was things escalating very quickly compared to what it had been even, you know, half an hour ago.
I will say, though, that law enforcement is holding the line. They did appear, those in the front appeared very calm. Looks like now they're moving in a little bit, and the crowd is dispersing, and they're taking projectiles from the crowd. They have their shields up, some of them, and taking some of that. Is there any idea why specifically they staged on this street, Mike?
I can't tell if it's just because tactically that was the smartest thing for them to do. There's nobody that can come into them from the sides. And I think, you know, Tom's seeing that as well.
As you can see there, they are in formation. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I was sorry. I thought Mike was asking me. Yeah, the crowd just surged forward. Oh, you're fine. The crowd just surged forward, and obviously you guys probably have a better vantage point. I'm up a little bit higher now on a stair, kind of at this. It's a bank on the corner, and I kind of see a little bit better now. But I can see now it's going to get worse. They're firing things into the police line. Yeah, they were the fireworks. Yeah, I mean now this is just going to get ugly. You know, the police are not going to allow that to continue. At this point, they might be starting to spread pepper bombs. I think, guys, I'm going to have to move. I don't know what's going to happen next year, and if they,
we want
they
you
may
to be safe.
beginning to spray pepper bombs or you know, I don't want to get hit. So we're going to have to duck away.
Okay, go ahead, Tom. Yeah, we could see. No wonder they were moving closer in formation to what is happening. Does that give you some indication, Mike, that they're going to call an order pretty soon to move in?
Yeah, for sure. And let me look and see really quickly if they've done that already. LAPD's been really good about tweeting this, though I don't see LAPD down there. This is CHP primarily in the front there in the darker uniforms, and then you've got Ventura County Sheriff behind it. You see somebody moving in with fire extinguishers or in a cone. The CHP's throwing some of that smoke. We saw that last night. CHP's got both. We've seen them throw just smoke, and we've also seen them throw tear gas. There was a moment there while Tom was talking, I don't know if you guys saw it, but those CHP officers and the sheriff's deputies all reached down and put on their gas masks. So they are equipped with gas masks because we see this really large canister. I think that's smoke that they've thrown out there. This is what CHP kind of threw yesterday. There's a drone right there as well, which I'm sure is not from law enforcement. And so they'll have to deal with this. Obviously, it's difficult for them to see through the smoke, but this is why they came with 3 city blocks of cops to be able to facilitate what they need to do here. They've kind of stopped that smoke. I don't know if it was smoke or tear gas, but it definitely helped create distance between the officers and the deputies and the crowd there. And then, you know, they'll have to, once they get out of this, you know, little corridor here on 2nd Street, if they push further, the law enforcement's going to have to get wider to be able to cover, you know, some of the ground as they come into the intersection. So they'll make some sort of tactical plan, I'm sure, and try to figure out how to do this and see what these guys are doing. You see the officers, I can't tell what they
picked up something.
Yeah, I went over there and grabbed something. I can't really tell what it was, but yeah, they went over there and grabbed something and brought it back. And so, you know, it's interesting because you've got the front group on that line. You see some people sitting, they've got their hands up, but then from the back of the crowd, you have that. You have people throwing fireworks. There's a bottle right there. So it's a really interesting picture when you see the people in the front trying to say, no, our hands are up, we're not doing anything. And then in the back of the crowd, they're throwing water bottles and fireworks.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Okay.
Oh, throwing them directly.
Tom is on the ground. Tom, what are you seeing? This is getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was getting pretty crazy. We just moved back because at this point, there's no way that police are not going to respond to these fireworks and the other projectiles that are being thrown. So it's only a matter of time before this escalates even further. And you know that police will move in at some point. We're just concerned that if they did something sudden and the crowd, you know, surged back toward us, we would get trampled. Obviously, it's been so chaotic here. And I'm sure you can probably see from the chopper shot that, you know, there's just a lot of stuff being thrown. And as that escalates, it's just going to make this even more dangerous. It's just this simmering thing right now that will ultimately come to a boil. There's no question about it. And it's kind of, I don't even know if you can tell when you hear those booms, like that boom it's very loud. I mean, it is like an explosion, it sounds like. I mean, it's like a firecracker that's like going off in your ear. It's so loud. It's really surreal, honestly, looking at the way this is playing out. And I'm sure, you know, that the police can't let this go on much longer, right?
Well, it's interesting. We noticed which we saw happen last night too, when they would throw the tear gas, the canisters, and officers would try to kick it back at them like a soccer play.
Say a bad game of soccer, yeah.
Yeah. So now it's pretty incredible. I ask you this question, Mike. You know, we know these are primarily Ventura County police or police from other jurisdictions. So LAPD, you can see the PDs. They observing all of this, and maybe they'll make something. You know, they surround, create a perimeter.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look.
They have enough of them.
CHP's got a fixed-wing aircraft above, so they at least have eyes on it that way. You know, certainly, if we're in a mutual aid situation, Ventura County Sheriff, CHP, absolutely could call an unlawful assembly. Now, they just don't, you know, LAPD is kind enough to tweet it for us, so we can keep an eye on when that happens. But these officers certainly could be able to do that. Everybody you see in the black is CHP. That's primarily their special response team, mixed in with other officers as well. And then behind them, and it looks like those guys are a little bit further back now, but behind them, that's where we saw the Ventura County, yeah, right there, that second line, is the Ventura County Sheriff's deputies. So you've got that front line, and the reason that CHP is probably in front is because they appear to be a little bit more prepared for the situation. They're in a bit more tactical gear there, as you see. And then we'll have this situation here where now you've got this big gap between the protesters and the officers, and then eventually the protesters will start. Oh, see, that I think was CHP throwing something. I think
It looked like one of the protesters picked something up, had his or her hands in the air, and then was hit by something coming from the other direction just now.
Yeah, there should be an officer, I think, on the right side of the screen that's got a launcher that they were launching. This is what we saw them do last night, too. That is launching the tear gas canisters over into the crowd. And they have some good distance on those things, too. They were able to shoot them pretty far to get them into the crowd. And you saw right there. So that guy, see him moving around with the black? Yeah, so that's one of the tear gas launchers.
Right here.
And it was very effective on the crowd. And John, if you can go back over to the crowd, I want to see how far back they went. Because that's what we saw yesterday, too, on the freeway. It doesn't feel good. And so this will really weed out the people who are like, okay, it's time to go home, and the other people who are here to, cause problems. And as you see the crowd start to move, I believe that is down Alameda, John? I'm sorry, I keep saying Alameda, San Pedro. So they're now moving kind of in a southwesterly direction down South San Pedro.
There is no way, I'm asking a question, are they concerned about the exits? Do they have them blocked off, or do they feel they don't need to do that?
I think at this point, we're pretty far, and they're moving in the opposite direction of the freeway.
Okay.
So I don't think that we're in a situation, unless they were to, circle back and go back to the north, we're moving away from the freeway pretty significantly away. So I think we're okay on the freeway right now.
And, they also have to think about the buildings above them. There are a lot of tall buildings, rooftops all around them that they also have to, keep an eye on from all directions. And they were really holding their line, exercising a lot of restraint. And then you saw from the crowd projectiles, fireworks. At one point, there were little fires started in that police line. And that's when they really started responding.
It really is. And, I was even having a conversation with our executive producer about the temperature of this crowd. And when we had talked, it was like, yes, the protesters are there, the cops are there, but things seemed to be okay. And then all of a sudden it wasn't. Okay, let's go back to our Tom Wade. He's back online with us. Tom, are you still hearing loud bangs and... Yeah, you are.
Oh yeah, I mean it's nonstop, right, Pat? It's going nonstop. And I can tell you though, it looks like but now they're like firing into the walls. It looks like. I mean, I don't even know where they're aiming these things, but it looks like a lot of the people in the crowd have dropped back, and it looks like some were hit by tear gas because they're trying to clear their eyes. But yeah, they're still firing these fireworks into. One of them looked like it was shot into a building, but they do look like they're being fired at police. But as you probably have that better vantage point, whether or not I can't tell if they're coming from the police or from the CHP.
Yeah, those are from CHP.
But yeah, people are dropping back. Oh, they are? Okay, yeah. I mean, that's what I thought. The other ones, I could kind of tell when you were saying that it was coming from CHP. It's a different sound, and I could see there one of our other news stations. Their truck was trapped in the crowd. They're trying to get out. Obviously this is so volatile. Thankfully we were parked a little bit further away, and I'm sure they're just relieved to get out of there. But yeah, you can see now, or I can even see now from this vantage point, it looks like they've really cleared out a lot of the people. There are still, a scattered bunch of crowd, and I can tell they're about to surge again. They're moving back toward us, and then they kind of charge back toward the office. And I don't know if they're like making a barricade. It sounded like they knocked something over. Yeah, oh wow. Okay, they're all surging toward, and perhaps like a car, I think. Oh my gosh, this is nuts. Okay, so they're all, you might be able to see they're like behind a car right now. Now everyone's running. Oop, now everyone's running. All right, everyone's running.
Oh, that's a trash can. Are there people pushing the trash can?
They gave it one good push and go right into the officers.
Oh, the one guy stopped it.
Yeah.
All right, so that was just being annoying, if you will.
Right.
Right. Thank goodness there was nothing in the dumpster.
And now you've got the crowd that has splintered. Some of them went down San Pedro. Some of them are down on 2nd Street, which is good because it makes the crowd smaller. But at the same time, it makes it kind of harder for law enforcement to figure out which way they want to go. So we'll probably see law enforcement stay at this intersection until they can figure out how they want to push, or if they'll split and push both ways. We'll have to see how they handle it, but they've had to kind of spread out now because of the distance and the wide area now that they're sitting in here at the intersection.
And thank goodness we don't see stores being vandalized.
Yeah.
And last night they were at, was it an AM PM or a gas station?
Yeah, it's like a Chevron or something, I think.
Downtown?
Yeah, and that's when, and I think that's where Lori was. That's where the van thing happened.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as they got there, all the lights of the gas station turned off, and that business was like, no, thank you, we don't want any of this. And then they kind of, stayed there for a while. They lit 2 trash cans on fire there. They didn't really do any damage to it, but they hung out there for a pretty decent amount of time.
Well, I'm sure law enforcement is stationed in various locations. We're seeing a majority of them now, as you mentioned, though, but they aren't LAPD. So obviously, LAPD is at different locations that we're not necessarily focused on right now.
Right.
Which is helpful.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the design of mutual aid, is that last night what was happening is these guys would move, and so we had a pocket that was almost in, Chinatown, and then all of a sudden they popped up near LA Live, which geographically is the total opposite end of downtown, and it made it difficult for LAPD to hurry up and get over there.
Okay, they're doing something. They're moving in.
Yeah, they've got those pepper balls trained on the remainder of the crowd that went down San Pedro here, and there you see. So that is CHP. I know they look like fireworks sometimes, but that's CHP shooting more tear gas to keep the crowd moving.
Well, they seem to be moving.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it seems to be working, and let's see. They seem definitely more at the ready now, and an increased number as far as the line. They're 2 or 3 deep in some instances, and they have been taking a lot of projectiles, fireworks. At one point, there was a small fire started where they were, now a dumpster that they had to fend off. So they are, they've been on defense for a while now, and then they went on offense and dispersed the crowd.
You know, I haven't heard about any more arrests. You wonder if they're still doing that, if they're still taking people into custody. I know that was a rather different location where they had those buses.
Yeah, I actually think, John, can you show that to us? John's in a spot, Sky Cal is who I'm referring to when I talk about John.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a spot where he can usually see both. So, John, I don't know if you can go back to Alameda and see if they're still facilitating those arrests over there. It's just, I think Sky Cal's almost like right on top of it. So he'll pan over and we should be able to see where that location was. Yeah, it was right here. And it looks like they're just about done with that. I mean, they're probably still processing people. You still have the bus there. But I don't necessarily see any more protesters in this location.
But look how many vehicles are there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Maybe a couple.
It's a big law enforcement presence for sure. And you can see a lot of the officers moving in right now across that intersection. So there must be something going on, some sort of information they have. They're forming a line at one of the crosswalks and then moving across the street.
So this corner and that corner.
Yeah.
And they've got this one lined up as well.
And this is all LAPD right here.
Yeah.
So clearly they coordinated this with multiple agencies, and this is a coordinated approach now. I'm sure they knew to expect something like this given the events of the past few days.
Right. Yeah, and this situation looks like, pretty wrapped up at this point. I mean, there was those people that we saw with Lori that were being taken into custody.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, a CNN reporter was detained at that location as well. And detained, put in handcuffs briefly, and then escorted out of the area. It doesn't sound like they ever processed him or took him, but I was just looking at our, we're a CNN affiliate technically, so I was looking at some of the video they were putting up on the server of that interaction happening. CNN crew it says they were removed by police from a protest zone in downtown, but this reporter was, had his hands behind his back, and the security guard that they were with, and they were escorted out with their hands behind their back. From that location.
I wonder if that's because they didn't disperse when they asked them to.
Yeah, we're not exempt from that. We work with our local law enforcement about where we're supposed to be, where it's safe for us. Certainly, we have a constitutional right to do what we're doing, but to an extent. And we go to trainings with law enforcement to be able to know where we're okay to be in certain situations.
And if they say move, you move.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to Tom Wade. Tom, have you changed your position?
I just moved back a little to avoid being pepper bombed or pepper sprayed. But I'm like right in that same intersection that we've been talking about. We're just, just a little back from it at 2nd and San Pedro. So the crowd is dispersed, as I'm sure you can probably see a bit, but there's still a lot of people that are still here. It's just more scattered. and we're still hearing these huge booms, and I don't know where those are coming from, if those are from the CHP or the officers or from the people here in the street. But yeah, there's people lingering. There's a number of people kind of watching on the side. That has to be from the CHP. Those two boom sounds. Yeah, I don't. What is that, Mike? Is that a flash bomb or is that?
It's a mix of tear. Sometimes they're using tear gas. Most of the time they're using tear gas, but they're shooting it out of a launcher. So it shoots and then it delay kind of, I don't want to say explodes, but ignites, and so it looks like a firework. We see it flash like a firework, but it's actually a canister of tear gas.
I wonder where they're shooting it because we're directly in front of them and I don't see them landing. I did see one. Oh wait, I think I see where one of them hit, but we're like directly in front of them. I mean, obviously down the street. So I'm wondering which direction are they firing it toward, like to San Pedro?
Yeah, they're standing in the intersection and they're shooting it towards San Pedro. So there's a couple of officers right there on the corner of the intersection and then shooting it down San Pedro.
Okay. Yeah, and it looks like some of the folks that are here still are kind of moving back toward the intersection now. It definitely feels like, like they're not ready to give up this confrontation. But, I would say officers and CHP will have them outnumbered pretty shortly if they don't already.
Well, we're looking at a number of people in your shot where they just look like they're looky-loos or they're there just to see what they can see. Some of them are holding flags. Others we can see running. And a lot of people they're live streaming. They're using this as a social media event. You can tell.
Yeah, exactly, Pat. Yeah, that's so true. Now everyone's running again, so that must mean they fired some sort of pepper spray or some sort of pepper bomb this direction because everybody's surging back. And you can hear the rapid fire boom, boom, boom. They are being more aggressive, meaning the CHP or the officers, and it's in succession. And it's there's a woman I can hear just to my left. She's offering people eye washing if they've been affected by the pepper spray. I actually can't feel any of it yet or taste it. What I can smell and sort of taste is the smell of paint because people are tagging the buildings and the smell is so strong. At first I thought it was pepper spray. And I just saw the guy next to me, he's moved. He had a huge can of red spray paint in his back pocket. And I don't know if it was him or someone else who has red spray paint, but the building to my right, this federal something building, has got a bunch of red tagged spray paint stuff all over the walls. So there you go. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm seeing more officers now, and I'm seeing fewer in the crowd. You can tell that these tactics are having the desired effect for LAPD officers. There's much fewer people here, and I think that the just sort of shock and awe of the boom boom and then of course of the tear gas, it's enough to, I mean, that stuff is very effective. There are people here that have gas masks on though. There's a lot of people, and sort of face masks as well, but I think there are people here with goggles and all kinds of things to try to stop the spray paint from or not spray paint, from the pepper spray from affecting them.
And Tom, you're on 2nd Street or you're on 2nd Street, right?
Yeah, I'm on 2nd Street. I'm looking at the San Pedro sign. Yeah, I'm looking at from my vantage point, so I can see the San Pedro street sign like from the traffic light from where I'm standing, and we're like a half block back. We were right on top of it, for a bit, but then it was just getting too tense and too volatile. Like our photographer here, Anna, who's doing an amazing job, was like, this is the moment, and she was absolutely right, because after that, I think the CHP really started engaging and deploying their less than lethal tactics.
Well, it's I don't think you can see from our vantage point, Tom, but where those officers have apparently, CHP, a lot of them have moved from that front line position further into the crowd, and we've seen the crowd periodically move up these dumpsters, and it almost looked like they were trying to form a line full of dumpsters, as if that would stop law enforcement from coming through. And now we see a vehicle going pretty fast here. Looks like they're going to try to be closer. Now they're going to turn around.
And Pat, I think the officers are pushing forward too. Mm-hmm. They may be doing that that move where they rush forward. Oh,
Yeah,
and there's
vehicle was, you know, thought at first this car was going to try to go through, but no, they turned around and they're coming back in the opposite direction.
Which really is the best
Okay,
situation.
So I don't know. The crowd's responding again. They're kind of pushing back, but I can't really see. Oh, I see. Oh, look, you can see. Yeah, the officers have now formed a line and they're moving further and further down 2nd Street, and they are pushing the crowd back to the point where. They've almost cleared the entire crowd. Now that a little scary there for a second. I thought there's a Toyota Corolla that accelerated very quickly toward the officers, and it was unclear what it was going to do, but the driver turned around now. So that's good. Everything just seems volatile right now, right? After several days of this, you just don't know. Yeah, no, this is all right.
and Tom, I want to just point out to our viewers really quickly, if we can, put the inset back with Tom in the helicopter, because so where Tom is on 2nd Street, where Sky Cal is San Pedro Street. Now you have the officers at the intersection there. They have split into 2 lines. So you have a line of officers that are walking down 2nd Street to where Tom is, and then you have a second line of officers that is walking down San Pedro Street. So earlier when we talked about how on 2nd Street there were 3 blocks of law enforcement officers that were moving through the area, that's why, so that they could split, and half of them could go down 2nd Street and half of them could go down San Pedro Street. As we begin shortly here, KCAL News at 10, Juan Fernandez, Susie Sa here with us at the anchor desk. This is certainly the most activity we have seen in quite some time tonight, guys.
You know, we thought it was a quieter evening when we came to you last. First of all, during the 7 o'clock hours when we saw the protests really thin out, and the crowds were really thinning out, and there were no dispersal orders officially at the time, but police did have some big vans or a big bus ready to detain people if need be, but we actually didn't see that happen.
By the time that we handed over the newscast to Ruta Bay and Pat, things seemed calm. I walked away feeling like, okay, perhaps the worst of the night is over, but of course, as the evening progressed, we did see things get a little more tense. But there from SkyCal, Mike, you're looking at a pretty clear street. So I'm guessing it's just smaller groups of protesters that are hanging back.
Yeah, well, and thankfully what happened is, and this is what happens every time law enforcement pushes forward, they've splintered. So you had a group go down 2nd, you had a group go down San Pedro, which made the group a lot smaller, which of course is good news, because every time the group splits, that's what we want, is for it to get smaller. So Tom is there on 2nd Street, the chopper is looking at San Pedro Street, and on San Pedro Street anyway, there seems to be a few more people, but they're very, very spread out, and there's even, I think even less people on 2nd Street where Tom is.
All right, for those of us just joining us right now, this is KCAL News at 10 o'clock, another night of protests against immigration raids here in Southern California.
Well, within the last few minutes, things have escalated dramatically with protesters firing fireworks at police.
And police are out in force in downtown LA. We counted more than 50 police cars, look at this, from departments across Southern California, all lined up and blocking streets.
Well, on night 4 of the protest, police are doing mass arrests. Our KCAL News crew there as officers are cuffing people who ignored an order to leave.
And the protests also spreading south to Santa Ana. Tensions between police and protesters boiling over, with law enforcement going into the crowd to go after this guy in the yellow hoodie.
Also tonight, Marines are reportedly rolling toward downtown LA after the defense secretary mobilized hundreds of them. Another 2,000 National Guard troops have also been federalized and called up. But what are they all going to do once they get here?
All right, let's go back to our Tom Waite, also in downtown Los Angeles for us tonight, giving us an idea of how things are on the ground for us right now. Tom?
And you know what, Juan, right now it just feels a bit tense in the sense that I think there's a lot of anger here out on the street. There's a lot of people who are very, they're frustrated. They feel like some of the tactics out here have been heavy-handed. Again, I'm not saying whether they all have or have not been. I'm just saying I think that there's definitely a sense of, the volatility, the sort of like any moment, some tempers could explode. It just feels like that kind of that level of kind of uncertainty, and I think it's been now days and days of people of anger and rage, and what we just saw just play out a few minutes ago was it appeared protesters or people here in the crowd firing fireworks into the line where CHP and LAPD officers were standing, over and over and over again, and CHP then responding by using their less than lethal devices, which included anything from I think it was some sort of pepper spray or pepper bomb. They were firing these canisters, doing whatever they could to kind of get the crowd to disperse, and to a certain extent it is. And I mean, look at the contrast here. We have a food truck right here, just beyond where you have a massive police column of kind of where we have all the way down at the end of the block here. So it just gives you a sense of the two different things going on in LA tonight. You have this corner of the city where basically I think the reason why people ended up in this area is because they were flushed out of the main part of where they were protesting earlier, which was right by the detention center and right by City Hall. Now, of course, police kind of blocked off a lot of those areas starting earlier, and I think that the idea was to not let this go and escalate the way it has in other evenings, just the past few days. So, but I think what happened was the impact was that people moved to this area, but even though it's much further away from where they were, it still was an area with like a sort of tinderbox kind of feel to it, where I think police realized they had to move in, and they did. And there was, obviously some moments where it was pretty tense, where they were firing the fireworks and then the other countermeasures. And so now you have got a number of choppers from police and other agencies. They are in the air, and they are really sort of locking down the intersection. They have already dispersed this crowd. There's still people here standing around and kind of watching what's going on, but not engaging the police like they were. They are very much sort of like hanging back and kind of watching now. And we'll see if more people end up leaving, but right now things have calmed down quite a bit.
And Tom, it just goes to show you how quickly things change, right? One moment things are very agitated, the next suddenly, as we're looking here, as you said, the crowd is thinned out. Maybe you have some stragglers there, but it's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, Tom, any idea what may have incited that escalation earlier, though? I mean, you've been there all night for hours, and then suddenly this escalation.
Yeah. Susie, I think it's just the continuing crescendo of emotions and anger. There are activists in the crowd, but also there are agitators. I saw a couple of guys with spray paint in their back pockets tagging buildings. That obviously has nothing to do with what's going on, the issue at hand, right? So there are people taking advantage of this. There are people who come here just to cause problems and incite. Whereas, and that, when you have a crowd of people who are already kind of on the edge, can then create an explosive environment. Now we see a lot more police officers, and they're probably going to rush down the street. And let's move back. They're probably going to charge down here, so we're going to move back a little bit. But they're forming a line. But Susie, I think just basically what's happening is it's just a culmination and a gradual building. A simmer that comes to a boil of anger about the ICE issues, and then obviously a lot of these protesters were forced back by police to this area. They were forced away from where they were. So I think there's just, it's just one of those things where the emotions boil over, and you get a bunch of people who are fired up into one tight space and angry and frustrated, and so then you see the volatility kind of unravel from there.
All right, our Tom Waite live there in downtown LA. Thank you so much, Tom.
All right, let's get to our Nicole Comstock live for us in Santa Ana.
Protests also breaking out there, Nicole. Nicole, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, you guys. I can't hear you guys. Sorry, we're just getting our camera back up because we walked a little bit too close behind the police officers and took in a little bit of the pepper from these pepper rounds. Not too much, though, so we're still good to go, but we just took. And you can hear what's going on out here. So people are basically lighting off these like giant firecrackers Sometimes it seems like they're throwing them at police, and then they're also lighting off really big fireworks too. So they kind of do that, they advance on them, and then police out here in Santa Ana pretty much launch those pepper ball rounds immediately, and then they advance down the street toward those protesters who do seem to be moving back. But, you know, we have seen them throwing stuff directly at officers, which is super unfortunate considering these are not the people carrying out any of these immigration enforcement operations. They're literally just responding to vandalism downtown. They're trying to keep law and order in the city to keep things together. And so, unfortunately, they're the ones kind of bearing the brunt of what's going on out here tonight with these protesters. We can get you to some video right now, though. Sorry, I had to clear my throat from that pepper for a second. So the first video we're taking a look at here is the protest earlier tonight. So dozens of people out here descending on the federal building in downtown Santa Ana. Most of them just protesting with signs. However, some people are vandalizing buildings. There's lots of derogatory spray painted messages, some of them just on small businesses out here. Again, more of those fireworks going off. And you guys, I just lost my ability to hear you, but I think you can still hear me, so I'm going to keep on going out here. The next video we have here is you can see the police response from earlier this afternoon from our helicopter. Now, the police tactic, again, they're using smoke to disperse the crowd. They're using pepper balls as well because these protesters just keep advancing on them. Earlier today, another one of our crews, a photographer and a reporter, got hit with these rounds too. So you really got to take a second to just get away from them and continue on toward what's going on out here. Sorry, I'm just tapping right back into our speaker so I can hear you guys. And so that's what they've been dealing with all day. Police just walking in formation down the street. We have another video we wanted to show you because this is like the minority of the people out here in the crowd. Mostly people are kind of just protesting, and then you have a couple of people doing more than everyone else. So this guy in the yellow shirt, if you can see him here, was just taunting the National Guard troops who were protecting the federal building earlier, kept going back for them when they were telling him to leave, and they weren't having any of it. So eventually, a couple of minutes later, they caught up with that guy and detained him, likely arrested him. And, you know, obviously this is a community here in Santa Ana that has a lot of immigrant families, many who just say they're out here standing up for what they believe is right, trying to keep their families together. Santa Ana is Orange County's only sanctuary city, actually, and the police department says they don't work with federal authorities on these immigration enforcement raids, but they say their police departments, their officers also can't use their resources to interfere with them. And so that's how they kind of get caught up in the middle of this, you know, where they have these big fireworks blasting off in the middle of the city at night. This, of course, in response to reports of multiple immigration enforcement operations in Orange County today. Don't have the locations on those confirmed just yet, but this was the result of this out here tonight. Actually, Santa Ana City Council members last month moved toward a program that would create an alert system to notify people if they get word of any immigration enforcement operation. Unclear if anyone got the word of that in advance of this today, but they have certainly mobilized out here this afternoon and tonight to, you know, make their stance out here and say they don't believe that these raids are right. Obviously, some of these activities we're seeing out here are not appropriate behavior either. Probably not helping the cause, but most of the people out here in the crowd are just kind of saying whatever messages they have. You can see all those police down here in the street. And again, we have dozens of National Guard troops behind us with Humvees. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we're seeing things change minute by minute, hour by hour out there, Nicole. All right, thank you for that.
All right, we're going to continue our live team coverage now with KCAL's Lori Perez, also live in downtown LA for us tonight. Just Lori.
Yeah, we're actually not that far from where Tom is, but boy, what a difference it is where we are. This is an intersection that not so long ago was filled with protesters facing off with police. Then about an hour ago, police started to cuff people after repeated announcements asking them to go home, telling them to leave this area. They started to cuff people. I know we have some video of them taking people into custody and then loading them up on these big white LAPD buses that we see that they use when they start to make mass arrests. And so we saw that about an hour ago. They took away 2 full buses, maybe about 40 people who had been standing off with police for hours on different intersections throughout downtown Los Angeles. In the time since they started putting the cuffs on, now this intersection is pretty clear, but for about 3 or 4 protesters on one side and then 2 protesters on the other side. In fact, you know, we were just remarking it's pretty surprising at the number of LAPD officers who remain lined up on this intersection, facing off with just a handful of protesters. Of course, we don't know their strategy. We don't know if they're you know, posted up here in case that situation where Tom is starts to get mobile and move in this direction. But, you know, still quite a force of LAPD officers situated here again in the Arts District. They've been here for hours now. Everybody kind of waiting and watching to see how the rest of this night plays out. But for now, it is calm on this corner in downtown Los Angeles. Again, such a stark contrast to where Tom Waite is, which is not so far from where we are at all. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, no doubt. And Lori, regarding those people that were being arrested, it looks like they are being taken in. It's not like a cite and release and off they go. They are being taken in and to get booked.
Yes, that's right. We saw them loaded up on the buses. Again, 2 full buses, probably about 40 people. Yeah, they were loaded up and they were taken away from here. So they have a long night ahead.
Yeah, clear message that they're not playing around with these protests. If they catch you vandalizing or breaking the law, they're going to take you in.
Absolutely. Well, as we watch these crowds thin out in downtown LA, we want to show you these pictures of protesters still in the streets of downtown LA tonight, still making their presence known, and the LAPD still doing so as well. Mike was telling us earlier that many more officers are actually possibly on shift tonight if they were needed, as a citywide tactical alert was issued earlier tonight, right, Mike?
Yeah, citywide tactical alert was issued tonight. It was in effect last night, you know, the nights before that. As we watch this group, there's bars over those windows, so, but you've got the, yeah. So now we're starting to swipe it with
see that, Mike?
Yeah. Hopefully they don't, you know, it didn't look like a real hard effort. So hopefully it doesn't actually get into anything there, because the last thing we want is to start seeing businesses being looted like we did see the last night. So this is the crowd as the chopper kind of moves around. We can show you some video here. This is the crowd that really got active with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the California Highway Patrol. Excuse me, we watched as they started to put on gas masks here, as fireworks were being thrown at those officers. CHP responding very quickly after kind of being overwhelmed for a brief moment with those fireworks. But really, as soon as CHP started to do their thing, that crowd moved fast. And by do their thing, I mean lots of flashbangs, tear gas, all of those things that were put at those protesters that caused them to splinter off into 2 different groups, one down San Pedro and one down 2nd Street. Now, I also want to show you some more video, because we also saw a drone flying through this area. Now, it's more than likely just for recording purposes and for video. And, you know, right there in the middle of the picture in the cloud below the traffic signal, you see it now flying to the left of the screen. What's unfortunate, though, Chief Jim McDonald said yesterday that they even encountered, or today rather, he said today that yesterday they encountered people with 2-way radios that were communicating with each other and being able to coordinate. So hopefully that drone was not a part of any of that effort and just a terrible social media kind of stunt that some people are trying to do. Now, I want to show you more here, because we saw this last night. We're seeing a little bit tonight where these protesters are trying to do makeshift barricades, essentially. We watched as this dumpster was given one good push and pushed into the line of the CHP officers. Thankfully, it didn't have that much momentum, and CHP was able to just get it to kind of stop where it was right there without it doing any more harm. We'll take you back out live now to the helicopter that is kind of monitoring the situation. You see that very large contingent of Ventura County Sheriff's Office, CHP, all of those different agencies that are now here trying to deal with this, guys.
And Mike, they're going to stay here as long as needed, right?
As long as needed. Mutual aid is in effect until it's not. You know, the sheriff is in control of that here in LA County, and he has said that we will do this as long as we need to. And we've got the support, they say, of our partner agencies from the CHP, Ventura County Sheriff, all of the San Gabriel Valley cities have been there. We've seen a lot going on, guys.
So even if the street's clear of protesters, law enforcement's still going to stay out there, right?
Yeah.
And just in case as day breaks for Tuesday here.
Exactly.
Downtown LA.
Yep.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Let's get live now to our Nicole Comstock live in Santa Ana. Nicole.
Yeah, well, things are getting a little crazier out here now. So just about 20 seconds ago, we had someone launch another big one of those directly at police, and they do not like that. And the LA County Sheriff's deputies out here as well. So you can see them posted up now in the center of Broadway and 4th in Santa Ana, and they're still using those pepper ball rounds. I don't know if you can see the officer with these like pepper ball guns they're using to shoot them in the direction of protesters. But of course, you know, right after they throw these big firecrackers and fireworks in the direction of law enforcement officers, then they kind of like run back down the street again. So it's basically a game of cat and mouse out here tonight, where they're trying to push them down the road as far as they can away from the federal building, which is where we have dozens of National Guard troops protecting that building tonight with a fleet of Humvees. They also have all the roads around that blocked off tonight. We see some more LA County Sheriff's deputies over here to the right of us. So I think we have, I'm not sure if you can see this, Ben, we have another group maybe of protesters down this street. So throughout the night, they've kind of been moving around, sort of staying in the same area, but they'll go down one street and then pop up around the corner. And so it takes a lot of coordination on the part of the sheriff's deputies and police departments to kind of stay ahead of the game and see where these people are coming from. Again, not everyone in the crowd is behaving this way. A lot of people are just kind of yelling at police. They have signs, and there's a couple people in the crowd who continue to throw these explosives in the direction of law enforcement officers. But again, you know, the president called in the National Guard, more of those troops today to help keep law and order in some of these communities dealing with these protests. But they are behind the police officers. So, you know, unfortunately, these police officers and local sheriff's deputies are not the ones that have anything to do with these immigration raids, and they're dealing with the brunt of what's going on out here tonight. Another thing we're seeing is just a ton of graffiti on a lot of the buildings downtown here, and some of them are just small businesses like coffee shops that have, you know, derogatory messages about ICE scrolled on the side of them now. So, you know, you wonder how much money it costs to clean up the graffiti, clean up the trash, whatever other things are vandalized, and just the amount of overtime all of these law enforcement officers, you know, are going to rack up being out here to make sure that businesses don't get broken into and people don't get hurt out here. I don't know if you can see in the center of the road here too, there's tire marks. So when the protesters come, there might be one of them on a motorcycle or in a car that's kind of doing donuts in the center of the road. But that's the most of what we are seeing out here tonight, and hopefully things settle down soon, but it doesn't seem like it. So we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Nicole, we have SkyCal over your location right now. We've seen the fireworks being set off there in your area. Earlier today, we saw that one guy in the yellow hoodie who was taunting officers. He was taken into custody. Have you seen anybody else in your area there being taken into custody, Nicole, and being taken away? Because as you said, this kind of game of cat and mouse eventually is going to get old. These officers are going to perhaps move in and arrest somebody.
Yeah, I'm sure they're super tired of it at this point. Maybe at about 8:30ish, we saw them walking one person over to the back of a police car, so it seemed like they were detaining that person, but we didn't have eyes on what they were doing before that, so I don't know if that was somebody who was lighting off fireworks or just like getting up in the law enforcement officers' faces or going into an area they weren't supposed to be in. But we haven't seen any other arrests or detentions going on out here. We haven't seen police officers moving into an area with like any handcuffs or the little zip ties that they sometimes use at these things. So it doesn't seem to me like they have a big plan in place yet to start detaining people. It seems like they're just continuing down the street and hope that people eventually go home before things get to that point. But they are being successful in keeping people, you know, farther away from the federal building, which is what the National Guard is working on protecting tonight.
Yeah, from SkyCal, you can see definitely the officers there in place, and it's hard to even pinpoint where the protesters are in this shot, right, Susie?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can see that they're spread out just like they are in downtown LA. And speaking of downtown LA, we want to go back now to our Tom Waite, who's live there on the ground. He has a report for us. He's seen some people running just in the last minute. Tom?
Yeah, we are running out of the area because it is being overrun. It's I don't know if you can roll back our tape about our video from TOC for about 30 seconds ago. It was absolutely, it was, I've never seen anything like that or been that close to anything like that before. It was a rapid fire. I think there was less than lethal rounds being fired by police along with flashbangs. I'm not even sure what else they were shooting, but they were responding to the crowd, which was getting increasingly hostile. It was getting more confrontational. People were getting more and more angry and then throwing more and more things at the police and CHP. So we're trying to get back to our truck right now and avoid any sort of incident. We just ran through the shopping mall that was right next to where all this was unfolding near the intersection of San Pedro and
yeah, we saw you just walk through the Little Tokyo shopping plaza there, Tom, walking away with some of the protesters as well.
Some lovely shops in there, I will say. Unfortunately, not able to stop at them. But yeah, this was very a very scary situation that's just played out there, and having seen what protesters were doing, they were throwing things at police. The response from police was to push the crowd back and to use intense tactics to break up the crowd and to try and disperse the crowd. This crowd has been sort of lingering here for a while, and it's been like a pressure cooker. It's been building and building. It's a lot of remnants from people who were down by City Hall earlier, and so what they were trying, I think what happened was as police were getting them to fall back, they ended up in this area, and look, we still see more of, I think that's the crowd over there that. Coming this way. Yeah, hey, Anna, let's go. Hey, we're gonna let you guys go. We gotta be safe here. We'll be back with you once we're clear.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We're going to keep SkyCal above the scene there where you see, and Susan, you can just see how quickly things change from being very calm to all of a sudden you have to find a safe place to go.
Absolutely, and as Tom was talking about, this crescendo, of passions kind of, bubbling up, right? They're very calm. The LAPD is calm, obviously, because that's the stance that they want to take. Let these protesters protest and make their voices heard, but at the same time, when they start getting out of hand like that, Mike, I mean, that's when they're going to step in and say, hey, that's enough.
Yeah, and I did go back and look at Tom's recording, because obviously we're always recording on our crews, but when they're not on the air. And CHP did start to pop off some flashbangs. So CHP was shooting flashbangs in the direction of Tom and where he was, and that's where all those protesters were as well. And excuse the chopper, they're kind of moving around right now. But that is what was happening, and that's what caused that crowd to start to kind of bolt and go into different directions here as they were trying to, continue to move that crowd. Now, the crowd was on the move, and they were going towards, continuing down that street. What you heard in the back was LAPD moving around as well, trying to reposition themselves also to be into a situation where they can kind of deal with all of this. And we're trying to figure out what the chopper is getting an eye on here, but we'll get that sorted out in just a second. But yeah, CHP, Ventura County Sheriffs, they were in control of that. Looked like LAPD was coming to join the party. They had been primarily dealing with that other crowd where Lori Perez was. They were taking into custody some of the other protesters that just, were kind of refusing to leave. We're following this ambulance here. We'll figure out in a second what's going on with it, but it's over near Boyle Heights area, Lincoln Heights rather, where the county general is. So that's what's going on right now. We know that they are trying to get that crowd in downtown LA under control and get them to move around and get them out of the area. And I'll check, and let me just see one more time if they've declared an unlawful assembly. We hadn't seen that yet, at least not from Central Division. But again, we know that the other agencies were kind of taking over that area.
And so far, Mike, we haven't gotten any numbers of injuries or people being transported because of being injured at any of these protests, right?
No, I mean, we had heard. Okay, so we're getting some information that there may be an officer being transported here to Los Angeles County General. So that's why the chopper is here looking. We'll see if it's this ambulance right here, what's going on. But the chief had said, or there was a statement this morning that said 5 officers had been injured, but we had understood it to be injured, but not to the point where they had to go to the hospital. Injured to the point where they were able to be treated on scene and kind of evaluated. We had also known that 5 horses were also injured because the mounted unit, which is not out tonight, but the mounted unit was out yesterday. And man, they went through it last night. I mean, there was a Molotov cocktail that was thrown at them. They were dealing with it. So we'll see this ambulance is pulling up to Los Angeles County General Medical Center near the Boyle Heights, Lincoln Heights area. That's Rescue 1 from the LA City Fire Department. So we'll see if they end up pulling out an officer here. We're working on the details of figuring out how potentially that officer was injured, if that's the situation. Obviously, LA County General is the closest hospital to the downtown area where, they would be taking this person, should they be injured. We should know here in just a couple seconds.
We'll see here in a second, Mike, but usually when an officer is injured, wouldn't he be escorted with another officer that would come in a black and white?
Yeah, potentially. We just don't know the circumstances. I mean, there may be 2 officers back there that are escorting them, but yes, one, I agree with you that there would be usually a patrol car that would be following along here with the officer. So if that's the situation, maybe it's logistical, they don't have enough or what have you, excuse me, what have you, but we'll see in a second here if that's the situation. It's kind of hard to tell with these situations. We see an ambulance coming, they'll maybe think that it's an officer, but we'll have to see when this person gets out. I can't really tell.
Brought out on the stretcher now.
Yeah. Nope, not a law enforcement officer.
Not with the
That's just
beard.
another person going to the hospital. So, that's the situation there. We'll work on getting some more information, but clearly we're over LA General Medical Center.
All right, good to know that it wasn't an officer.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks,
Let's
Mike.
go back now to downtown LA. Our Lori Perez there on the ground to give us this update. Lori.
Yeah, we're at 3rd and Alameda, where behind me you might be able to see just the final few cars of LAPD. They are moving and leaving from this intersection after they were successful in clearing it. Just a few hours ago, it was filled with protesters who were facing off with law enforcement. But after repeated commands for them to disperse and to leave or face arrest, police started to cuff people. And in fact, we saw them cuff about 30 to 40 people, load them up on LAPD buses, white buses, and take them away. So, there were only so many times that they were going to warn people, and after doing that repeatedly, they got to work and cleared this intersection. It's remarkable because we aren't that far from where Tom Wade is and where there really is a hot spot in terms of activity, and there's none of that here at this point, at least. So that just shows you how difficult it must have been for LAPD and other law enforcement to kind of handle what was happening around the city, because there were these little hot spots for the last 4 nights now all around the city in different ways, in different places. So they really had to keep their eyes and ears open as they handled dynamic situations throughout different parts of the city. And you know what? We have a little bit of a situation here, so I'm going to let you go as well.
Yeah, we see that. Lori, be safe out there. We're going to go back up to SkyCal over the Santa Ana area.
Yeah, I wanted to point this out to you guys, Juan and Susie, because it's the first time we've seen the National Guard on the move, kind of. Now, I want to be clear, the federal building is right there. That is the federal building to the left. So they are still near federal property, but this is the first time we've seen National Guard in vehicles and not, kind of standing on the steps of a federal building. So I just wanted to point that out. John's been looking up and down the street. I don't believe they're going any closer to the protesters, but this is the first time that I have seen, you see one over here too. So this is the first time I have seen National Guard troops in vehicles and moving being a little bit more mobile than they have been in Westwood and in downtown LA. So I just wanted to show you that to you. We'll give you some context. They're not far from the protesters. There's a line of Orange County Sheriff's deputies, and then further up here is the protesters, which this crowd looks like it has thinned from what it was earlier when we were talking to Nicole, and even when SkyCal was looking at it earlier. So hopefully this situation is starting to diffuse itself as well. But I just wanted to show you that the National Guard is a little bit mobile in Orange County, which we have not necessarily seen them be that way in LA County.
Mike, from SkyCal, they almost look like miniature tanks, but what are those, Jeeps?
They're Humvees, essentially. And you've got that top thing on top is something that, a guardsman could stick his head out and be kind of looking out that way. I mean, they're used in more, I don't want to not call this a serious situation, but where more force would be used, where you would have somebody that needs to stick out at the top of it to potentially have eyes on something, or in very serious situations, use it as a mechanism to be able to sit up there and use a gun in that situation. This one doesn't have that. That's more of a regular type of Humvee there. But yeah, I mean, this is what you would see with a militarized group of people. This is a military group. This is the National Guard, and this is the type of equipment that they use.
And it looks like they're scattered along the street there to keep people from coming back, right?
Yeah, because that's the federal. So Santa Ana it has a kind of a decently large federal complex here. So you've got the federal, John, I think you said it's a courthouse, right? That taller building? Yeah, federal courthouse is the taller building, and then you've got some other federal buildings a little bit to the left down, that John was going to show us here. That's also a federal building as well. So they're a bit more spread out. It's almost a little bit like the Westwood campus. This is where we were earlier. So this is where we were showing you, and there's those federal agents that are still standing there, but now they're taking a little bit of a break. But this is where that clash with all those protesters was happening. That guy in the yellow hoodie that Nicole and we showed you earlier, that is where the bulk of this activity was happening. And then, John, show us just the straight line, because they've pushed those guys from there just all the way down the street. And if we go all the way down the street, we'll end up back at those businesses. So Santa Ana PD and now the Orange County Sheriff's Department has just been pushing them straight down to this location where there's only a few of them left at this hour.
They're blocks and blocks away from the federal building, Mike, that's for sure.
Yeah, lots of pushing they've been doing. And it looks like they're, to the point where we're even getting traffic moving here and they're up on a sidewalk. Is that a protester is directing traffic, it looks like? Well, that's nice of them.
They're crowding that corner there and maybe even directing some traffic. But what you were looking at, those National Guard units on the move for the first time that we've seen actually in Santa Ana tonight. And they are just a few of the 2,000 who are already here in place in Southern California. And then we're going to be adding, according to President Trump, 2,000 more in the coming days. So it should be interesting to see how that all pans out and where they're actually positioned.
Plus the 700 Marines.
Plus the 700 Marines that we're talking about that were also deployed to come here. And it makes you wonder where they will all be. Where they all, will they all be in Westwood and in downtown LA where these federal buildings are that they're guarding right now? Will they just add more to that, beef that staff up, or will they be placed in other areas? We've heard reports of more of these raids by ICE coming our way in the coming days, so that could also be support for that as well.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been official. We've been hearing the number 30 days of possible raids happening in Southern California here, which of course, we've seen these raids started on Friday of last week, and you see what happened 4 nights later where we are tonight. So the uncertainty definitely has the community concerned. And as you see here from SkyCal in the Santa Ana area here, looks like a lot of the protesters have dispersed. They're further away from the federal building right now, but the National Guard is in place. And Mike, we could safely say that the Marines that came from 29 Palms should be in town already.
Yeah, they should be. They've been moving down. We saw them come out of 29 Palms. Riverside Sheriff gave them an escort. San Bernardino Sheriff gave them an escort as well. But we've kind of lost track of them since then. I do have a camera on the 10 freeway in the El Monte area, and we've been trying to watch to see if that's where they'll come through. That's the most logical area because in theory they would come down from 29 Palms into the Palm Springs area, through Riverside into San Bernardino, and then into LA County. But it just depends on where they're going, right? We don't know if they're going to go sit at Westwood, where that would make the most sense. That's the largest federal piece of property, because as we talked about earlier, there's not coordination with city and local officials. So where do they go, right? When we've seen them here in the past, they've used the Rose Bowl, they've used the LA Convention Center. It doesn't seem, as we're on the right side of your screen watching these people do a makeshift barricade and block off the street with a fence there, it's unclear where the Marines are actually going to be staged. Westwood would make the most sense just because of the amount of land that is over there. I mean, truthfully, if you wanted to, you've got the VA over there too, which has a ton of land as well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. We haven't seen them. I was just going through the feed. I have not seen them come across the 10 freeway yet. It doesn't mean that they'll come that way. They may go a different way, but we're trying to sort that out. But yes, I mean, based on, if you do the math the right way, they should be coming into the LA area fairly soon. There was, and we were trying to get some, confirmation on it. There was a video that got posted in San Bernardino County where a guy actually blocked them while they were on the road, and San Bernardino Sheriff took that person into custody. That person, one of the reasons that I don't think I can get a hold of him is because he was arrested. He was for impeding traffic and kind of refusing those orders. Again, this is all according to him. He posted a live stream video from inside the back of the cop car of all of that going down. So who knows if they made other stops along the way, if there was other complications getting here. We'll have to figure that all out. I'm sure we will in the coming days, if not tonight, in the morning, figure out exactly where they ended up.
Yeah, by daybreak they should be in place for sure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, thank you.
All right, what you're looking at live here is the city of Santa Ana and the remnants of the protests there.
Let's go back to our Nicole Comstock live in Santa Ana. Nicole?
Yeah, and you guys can see all these Santa Ana police officers, more of them filing in down the street here in response to, these protesters that keep moving more into downtown Santa Ana. Most of them are not really doing that much. They're kind of yelling, they're swearing. There's some graffiti on some of the buildings here, but some of them are taking big firecrackers and fireworks and launching them directly at police and the LA County Sheriff's deputies who are out here, and they're landing like feet away from them and feet away from us. It's just startling when they go off because they're extremely loud. And you can see right down the road from us here, that line that police they're kind of trying to force these protesters more and more down the road. But basically when they line up again, there's another round of these fireworks. Someone will come in the center of the street and like take a motorcycle or a car and like do donuts. And then like I said earlier, it's that game of cat and mouse. Look at this guy over here, like accidentally pulled up a little too far. And you can see these police officers with their weapons trained on him for him to go down that way. So I don't even think that guy maybe has anything to do with this. He just went down the wrong road here. Important to note, too, that there are some people who are just kind of downtown, maybe didn't know this was going on or do know, and are continuing to eat dinner at least one of the restaurants we saw. There's like a Korean barbecue place 2 streets down this way, and while police are marching down the street and people are lighting off firecrackers and protesting, people are actually just eating in the restaurant like it's not going on outside. So it's definitely like not the whole downtown being taken over. It's concentrated to like 1 or 2 streets that these people are kind of moving around in a circle. Over this way too, if we can, sorry if you got to turn around all the way, Ben, you can see the National Guard too. They're kind of moving down the street with police as well, starting at the Federal Building, and then if they call them in to give backup, they kind of move up the street and get a little bit closer to them. So we're definitely seeing them move in and seeing more of a police and law enforcement presence out here tonight. Like you guys mentioned, it does seem like the protesters, the size of the crowd here is dwindling a lot, but definitely a lot of shenanigans out here. You can hear cars kind of burning out down the road too. So still a couple people out here causing problems for police.
Somebody there kind of like hanging out in the intersection with a giant patio umbrella, kind of taunting officers a little bit, or at least trying to get their attention. There it is right there. You see that patio umbrella and someone just right behind it there. So like you said, there's people out enjoying a dinner with somebody, and then you have the situation here with the umbrella.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a mixed crowd, as we saw also in downtown LA as well. People who are there for the purpose of protesting the actual issue, people who are there to protest just to protest, not the specific issue, but sometimes just to incite violence or trouble. And others who are just going about their night and just thinking, hey, I'm just going to be having dinner in the middle of all this, as Nicole was talking about. But, as you can see from the stance of the Santa Ana police officers here, they're still in the street. This is still a protest here on the streets of Santa Ana tonight, and it has been going on for hours since this afternoon, Juan, as we know. And it still really has a lot of people still there out on the streets, as we've been talking about, not only police officers. I mean, these police officers, as long as this crowd is out here, they have to be out here to protect people, to make sure people are safe, to make sure everything is being handled okay. They still have to be out there.
Right, and everything is so fluid, Susie. Just a few moments ago, we saw them setting fireworks off in the middle of the street. The situation seemed very tense, and now there seems to be like a lull in the action there. But the difference is we've seen the National Guard move in. They've been scattered through the street there, and they have it looks like 4 officers per unit covering north, south, east, and west of those intersections. There they are right there, protecting not only the businesses that you see there, but also making sure that these protesters stay away.
And not too long ago, we saw the National Guard troops on the move there with their Humvee. We don't know where they're going or why they were moving, but as Mike Rogers at the desk mentioned, he pointed out that was actually the first time we saw them moving or mobilizing in any way away from the Federal Building, where they have been all day long protecting that building. It looks like there's some sort of street blockage here. I don't know if police put that up or if perhaps someone else put that up, but a big sign and, blockage of the street there. And people are still here to protest at this hour. Nicole, have you noticed this crowd get thinner and thinner? Are you adding to the crowd tonight at all?
Yeah, there are fewer people out here tonight. We noticed probably starting at about 8:30 and 9 o'clock. A lot of the younger people who look like students and, brothers and sisters and families and stuff started filtering down the streets with their signs. But I feel like when some of the people that are out here with good intentions and they're truly just here to stand with a sign and try to get honks from people, when they leave and it gets laid out, that's when some of the people who just want to mess around come out and start doing the stuff like lighting off firecrackers, doing donuts in the streets, tagging all the buildings. We've seen a lot of that, and it's rough because the police officers who are dealing with those people face to face are local Santa Ana police officers who say we don't even cooperate with federal immigration enforcement operations, and local LA County Sheriff's deputies. So I'm sure they all have, immigrant families in their communities that they know and love as well, and they understand what's at the heart of this issue, and yet they're the ones who are dealing with all the abuse from the people in the crowd, the few people in the crowds who do choose to do things like that. And when these guys are taking firecrackers and mortars all night long, the only thing they can do is fire these pepper ball rounds back to push people back, to disperse them so they just get a little bit of that, that fragrance, and they can't continue coming close to them. But you can imagine if you're one of these law enforcement officers and you have to be out here all night, and this is the reason why. That there are families who are just worried that they're going to be torn apart by this.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have people that come out, some of them who have nothing to do with the real issue, or at least are taking it to a level that it doesn't necessarily need to go to.
Yeah, tough job
and some
for
of those people are still out here.
Yeah.
You can hear them.
Yeah, and a tough job for those officers, Nicole, not only dealing with these protesters, but as LAPD Chief Jim McDonald said, also dealing with regular agitators who show up to demonstrations to cause trouble. These are people well known to the LAPD. They're familiar with them, and they travel around the country. They travel from city to city, causing problems with what normally would be a peaceful protest.
Our Nicole Comstock live there in Santa Ana tonight. Thank you, Nicole. Well, hundreds more military troops, as we've been talking about all night, are deployed to LA tonight at the direction of the president.
This as the state is filing a lawsuit to out. KCAL's Leslie Maring live in our newsroom with all the details that we're learning tonight. Les?
Yeah, you're seeing them there on the ground in Santa Ana. Now, both the governor and the Pentagon confirming tonight that an additional 2,000 National Guard troops will be deployed to Los Angeles on top of the 2,000 deployed over the weekend. Shortly before that announcement, the White House confirming that 700 Marines will land in Los Angeles in the next 24 hours, and we believe they're already on their way. The governor claims many of the troops already here are sitting unused in federal buildings and called the move reckless and pointless. CA Attorney Rob Bonta confirmed the troops are activated for 60 days, and right now state officials do not know when they will stand down. The National Guard and the Marines' mission is to protect and help federal personnel and federal property. Now, the last time the National Guard and Marines were federalized and sent to LA was back in 1992 during the LA riots. Political experts that I spoke to tonight say it was a very different situation then. The governor and mayor had both requested it. In the meantime, the governor is now suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his consent. The state is asking a judge to declare it unconstitutional and for a court to halt any future deployments.
An order that abused the federal government's authority and violated the 10th Amendment and federal law. An order that skipped over multiple rational, common sense, strategic steps that should have been deployed to quell unrest and prevent escalation. As a result, I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump.
He's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
Following those comments, we learned that, of course, the president is bringing more in. Tonight, the war of words do continue between President Trump and Governor Gavin Newsom, the president even backing an idea to arrest the governor. Now, the president's border czar, Tom Homan, has suggested that elected officials could be arrested if they impede ICE. The president said he would support that arrest of Governor Newsom, but tonight, Homan speaking with CBS News, clarifying his comments.
The president said it would be fine if you arrested Gavin Newsom. On what grounds would you arrest Gavin Newsom?
Well, that whole thing's been taken out of context. They haven't crossed the line yet, but like any other U.S. citizen, if you cross that line, I don't care who they are, the governor, the mayor, wherever, when you commit a crime against ICE officers, we will seek prosecution.
So this whole thing is just a bunch of noise, basically, because you're not claiming that Gavin Newsom has done anything to impede ICE officers.
Well, I'll leave that up to DOJ, but what I'm saying right now is when someone commits a crime, we'll ask the Department of Justice to investigate and prosecute. So I'm not a prosecutor, so we'll hand that over to DOJ, but right now, you know, there's no intention to arrest the governor right now. I don't know if he crossed that line.
You heard there was no intention to arrest the governor, but to help out local law enforcement, the governor announcing tonight that he is calling an additional 800 state and local law enforcement to help out here in Los Angeles. Susie, Juan.
All right, Leslie, thank you so much.
All right, we want to go back now out to Tom Waite live in downtown LA. Tom, the last we spoke with you, there was some escalation. Have things calmed down since?
They have. I'm just giggling because the last time you saw me, I think I was running. But yeah, things are better. So take a look at this right now. This is a DoorDash bike. I don't know if you can see. It's pretty mangled. So what happened here is this bike was put in the middle of the road, and an LAPD cruiser ran over it. We'll show you that video in just a second. Before we get to that, I just want to get you kind of give you a sense of what's going on now. This is not far from where we were at 2nd and San Pedro, where we saw police move in and really intensify their. Sorry, I have a man sticking a microphone in my mouth. So there is. So we saw them. You know, we saw them using their operation to get the crowd cleared and to break up the crowd, and everyone kind of moved out of the way. Let's take you back though just a few minutes so you can see exactly what happened when all this unfolded. So that was at 2nd and San Pedro there when officers had been clashing with protesters there at the intersection. A number of protesters were firing fireworks into the CHP and police officer line, and also there were a number of people tossing projectiles. So then you saw that response, very intense. The CHP, you know, throwing in tear gas and canisters were fired. It was very rapid response. It did play out though over several hours, and then they sort of broke up that crowd and people flushed out and kind of moved to different areas. Very intense pepper spray and yeah, it was very escalating situation that became very tense, and it appears now once again we may have another situation where police will have to respond to this area. We are on Central right now, and the other, yeah, we're right at Central, and this is kind of where we're seeing now some more people gathering, kind of reconstituting the crowd. You probably also saw, you know, we talked to a protester who was saying he was hit by a rubber bullet and described some of his frustration about how this is all unfolding.
So all we were doing is just trying to express our concerns, and then they start shooting at us. So I don't even know where we can go and be safe, where we can express ourselves without feeling intimidation of the police. I want to be able to, you know, be here at least to express that this is not okay. At the same time, I know that there's laws that's being broken, but I can't control that. All I can control is my feelings and express that this is not right. They should not be coming into our city and shooting us with rubber bullets while we're trying just to express our concerns, just to get them to do things a different way.
Now, to be fair, I witnessed, a number of these activists who were chucking things into and throwing things into the police line. Right now, it looks like once again we're going to have some police activity, so we're going to push back here. But, you know, obviously, we sympathize with protesters who are not. Who are not committing any violent acts, and there's so many of them here. Most of them, a vast majority, are here protesting in a way that's very peaceful. There are a handful number. Oh wow, look at this! They're going after the. A police cruiser just moved through some gates, and protesters, some of these folks ran up to the car and started throwing things at it and hitting it. We're seeing more people tossing projectiles. So this crowd really just did not disperse. It appears to be remnants of the one that was on San Pedro and 2nd Street, where we saw a lot of that intense escalation play out. So it's just, as the night wears on, police using their tactics to try to break things up and move people home. But it's so far not working, at least with some of this group here. And we'll see how this plays out. But that was a very aggressive and hostile move by someone who ran up to the police car, hit it with something, threw something at it. It would happen very quickly. That police officer or CHP trooper kept moving, kept going, and yeah, that's kind of where we stand right now. I don't see any police officers directly in this area.
Yeah,
go ahead, Courtney,
Tom,
say it again.
On the right side of our screen, what we're looking at, Tom, is someone actually being arrested and being placed into the back of a police car, actually. So they are still making arrests at this hour right now, where Tom is. And
okay, yeah.
We have Lori Perez also there on the ground. Let's see what the perspective is like from her vantage point. Lori.
Well, our perspective is we are sheltering in this little alley, this little front way of this store, because as we were making our way down First Street and heading towards San Pedro, all of a sudden, I mean, it was sheer chaos. On one side, you had protesters launching all sorts of projectiles, glass bottles and rocks, and then coming at us from the police officers, they were shooting less lethal weaponry, including pepper bullets that sorry, I'm getting all flustered here because it's just happened. Pepper balls at us, and those were exploding, and it was just really chaotic for about 2 minutes there. In fact, some of the protesters also ran into this little entryway with us to kind of seek shelter from everything that was going on the street. It has now, as people have fled, gotten a lot quieter. We're a little hesitant to leave this little entryway because I am not interested in getting hit by anything, rocks or non-lethal tools, any of that. So, but that is just giving you another perspective from the other side of where Tom is, of just how tense this situation is and how tense it is on the streets in this part of downtown Los Angeles at this moment.
So Lori, when that was all happening, did you see any officers around you, LAPD officers near you?
Yeah, there. I don't know if we can show. If we can show you, there are law enforcement officers in a line down there. Those are sheriff's deputies, not LAPD, but those are the ones who were, returning fire to what the protesters are hurling at them.
Yeah, you have had a couple of wild nights there, Lori, so we're glad you're staying safe, that you're in that little alcove there, staying away from, what could be some trouble. From SkyCal, we see the streets are kind of empty right now, but as Tom was showing us, any minute now, suddenly you can have a crowd kind of rush in and things change really second by second.
Yeah, and that's really what happened to us. Is we were making our way, frankly, trying to get from 3rd and Alameda back to our news van, or at least in the general direction, because we're some miles from that. And it was super quiet. We were going down pretty peaceful streets, and then all of a sudden it seemed it just erupted. There were a lot of protesters or agitators around us at that point, and then it flipped like a switch. I saw a couple rocks being thrown, and then I thought, oh my God, and then I just heard all of the firing, and so that's when we ducked into the little alcove.
Well, I'm glad that you're being careful out there. Let's go to our Mike Rogers on the desk with some new information for us, Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to point this out. Actually, Kelly, our director, noticed this. This is the Adidas store, the same Adidas store as last night that was looted, and it looks like it may have happened again. The door is shattered and laying on the ground. The second story window is broken. That was from last night, but officers back here again tonight, what appears to be the looted store again. So we watched them do this last night. The officers will go in. They're going to have to clear the entirety of the store to make sure that there was no, anybody else inside, I should say. So we'll see those officers do that. But this Adidas store was burglarized last night by looters, and here we watch as LAPD goes in again. and does the same thing they had to do last night, which is go in and try to see, if there's anybody inside. It's unclear how much merchandise was taken. Last night, we saw them do quite a bit of damage, actually. We saw lots of boxes that were rifled through. We saw some property that was actually sitting on top of the police cars that the officers were bringing in and out of the Adidas store. This was one of 3 stores last night that was looted. We had the Nike store, the Adidas store, and a T-Mobile store. This is the first type of looting report that we have seen tonight. And again, this is the Adidas at 8th and Broadway, the same place that it was last night when these officers had to respond then to it. Now, I'm trying to remember if it was this door last night or if it was the other door that they got in through last night. You would assume that whatever door was broken last night, I don't imagine was replaced already. It probably was boarded up. But it's this interesting way that these doors just kind of fall forward and land straight on the sidewalk there. We saw it at the Nike store. We saw it here at the Adidas store. So I'm not sure what they're using to be able to pry those doors open, but they're certainly doing something that is allowing them to get those doors open and lay them flat on the ground, or shatter on the ground really when they fall. And we'll try to get a count from LAPD about how much was taken here, when this all happened. You can see a significant number of officers, which also goes to show the amount of resources that they have tonight. Last night, when they were dealing with these looting situations, they were only able to get maybe 2 or 3 patrol cars to these locations and try to get through and search the building. Tonight, when we were just a little bit further zoomed out, you can see 4 or 5 police cars here that were able to respond to this. They're all from Central Division, too, which is also of note that LAPD is able to return some of their Central Division officers back to patrolling their own division here while they're using some of these outside agencies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 police cars that I see in that shot there that are trying now to investigate this looting situation at this Adidas store that is at 7th and Broadway in downtown LA, which is not really an area that we've seen a ton of protesters tonight. We've seen a few of them. We saw somebody moments ago getting arrested similar to this in this area as well. So unclear exactly when this happened. Clearly fresh, though, because we just watched those officers walk into the Adidas store here, and they'll have to go through it methodically. We know that this Adidas store is at least 2 stories because last night we peered through the 2nd story window and we saw one of the windows was shattered. We saw shoe boxes and everything on the ground, and whatever it was quick because we also saw shoe boxes laying in the street. LAPD was able to pick up some merchandise off the street and get them in, and it's just a frustrating thing for business owners, especially in this downtown area. Every time we have protests here in the Los Angeles region, they always seem to center in downtown LA. And unfortunately, a lot of times our downtown Los Angeles business owners are the ones that take the brunt of what is going on, not only by looting, but by vandalism. Vandalism has been especially prevalent during this protest. Graffiti has been basically everywhere where we've seen protests. They have been significantly graffitiing the buildings that have been all around downtown LA as they move through. That happens quick, and they're very profane usually, which has also made it a little bit difficult for us to cover some of what's going on in downtown LA. But again, you're looking live now from SkyCal at 7th and Broadway, 8th and Broadway rather, where this Adidas store we believe has been vandalized. And now here we come and see those LAPD officers are coming back out after clearing the building. They'll have to get a hold of the manager or whoever's in charge of this Adidas store, and they'll have to come board up the door there at least, and then try to figure out exactly what was taken and get a dollar amount, and they'll have to file a report. LAPD reminding people, anybody in the downtown LA area, if your business was vandalized, even if it's just spray paint, even if it's scratches on a window, what have you, they want you to take pictures. They want you to contact Central Division Station so they can file reports. And just because the person and people are not being arrested for this tonight, which I'm sure is frustrating to a lot of business owners to watch these vandals do this or these types of things happen in front of law enforcement, but law enforcement can't get to them simply because of the number of crowds. LAPD has said they will go back, and they are trying to get reports filed so that they can go back and deal with these people at a later date. And if they have them on camera, if they can track them down either through social media or through the help of business owners that maybe have cameras, as this Adidas business surely does, then they can try to go back and deal with this these alleged criminals and potentially prosecute them as we wrap up KCAL News here at 10 and begin our next hour here with Pat Harvey and Rudabeh Shahbazi for KCAL News at 11 on CBS Los Angeles, and still our coverage here on KCAL News.
And right now on KCAL News, breaking news, a 4th night of protests against immigration raids in Southern California. And within the last 2 hours, the mostly calm protests have escalated.
In downtown LA, someone launching fireworks from a truck, others throwing them at officers and the crowds. We also saw someone climbing on a street light waving an American flag.
Well, tonight, police are doing mass arrests. Our crew was there as a group was being detained for refusing to leave the area.
And more fireworks in Santa Ana. On day 4, the protests spread all the way to Orange County, where it has been an intense afternoon and evening with protesters clashing with officers.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
I'm Rudabe Shabazi. Marines are reportedly rolling toward downtown LA after the defense secretary mobilized hundreds of them.
Another 2,000 National Guard troops have also been deployed to Southern California. Right now, you're still looking at a live picture from downtown LA where officers have descended on that Adidas store, which apparently has been looted for a second time. We first saw this store being vandalized last night, and apparently, I don't want to call them protesters, but just let's say people have vandalized that Adidas store again. So we are keeping a close eye on this, and we'll tell you about any arrests that have been made tonight. I believe our Mark Rogers said none yet, but that doesn't mean that they will happen. And our Nicole Comstock is live in Santa Ana, where protests also broke out. So Nicole, you know, first it was quiet there in Santa Ana, and then all of a sudden you had a burst of activity.
Yeah, we got a burst of those pepper ball rounds too, and I can tell you they're not very fun. I don't think police like them either. They also don't like the fireworks or firecrackers that have been launched at them pretty much all night out here in Santa Ana by only a handful of people who were in the crowd. Most people out here just protesting with signs, chanting, some of them just yelling. We have seen graffiti on a lot of the buildings out here actually, but we haven't seen any of that vandalism actually actively taking place, so that was probably earlier. But what you see right now at 3rd Street and Broadway here in Santa Ana is just police continuing to move protesters down the road and away from the federal building, creating a line down the street so more of them can't continue to advance up this way. Things have died down out here significantly since a couple of hours ago, where we had, I don't know, probably a couple of hundred people out here. Like I mentioned, most of them protesting, but some launching fireworks and firecrackers directly at police. We also have National Guard troops out here, too, protecting the federal building with a fleet of Humvees holding down that location just a couple of blocks behind us here. But if you take a look at this video from just a bit earlier this evening, actually a lot earlier when it was still light out, we have that aerial video of police dispersing the crowd using pepper ball rounds, using smoke to get them out of the area, and they're really only doing that after they have some of the people from the mostly peaceful crowd creating problems out here. And so they do that to move people back so that they can create some space and create a little bit of safety just for the other people, the other citizens who are in the neighborhood driving around and going to these restaurants and shops too. Police just walking in formation down the street there. We have another video to get to, and this is really just one of the biggest examples we've seen tonight. Most people haven't really had any big personal clashes with police, I would say, but this guy in the yellow shirt here, we caught him on camera kind of going up to, I believe it was the federal agents out there, or the National Guard, actually, I believe, kind of harassing them, taunting them, kept going back after they were giving him commands to back up with the rest of the people. They weren't really having any of that, so they eventually caught up to him and detained him. Now, obviously, tensions are high out here because this is a community with many, many immigrant families who say they're just out here to stand up for what they believe is right and to keep their families together. You know, a lot of people say they believe the whole point of these raids on behalf of the Trump administration is not actually to make America safe, but to create fear and chaos and to make immigrants feel like they have to hide. And a lot of these families say, you know what, they're not hiding. They're mobilizing and they're coming out into these communities to show that they're not just going to leave. They're going to stand up for themselves and fight for the rights that they believe they have to stay here. You know, if they're not committing crimes, if they have families, if they have businesses, and if they're actively contributing to these communities. They say they think these enforcement raids are being carried out arbitrarily and they're detaining people who haven't even done it. Also, mayors from southeast cities today at a press conference I went to earlier, like Huntington Park and Linwood, were calling on people to go out and use their First Amendment rights if that's what they choose to do, but to protest peacefully. They say those few people in the crowd using violence, that's not helping the cause. It's actually making it worse for the entire community. But, you know, obviously we have a couple of people out here tonight who are choosing to use those means anyway to taunt police, throw explosives at them. And so police have been kind of in a standoff with them tonight. You can still see a lot of the law enforcement officers out here right now, but I don't see any protesters currently. So maybe they're a little bit behind them here, but everybody just hoping that things settle down and they can wrap it up for the night out here, you guys. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
You know, I just want to make a mention too, Nicole, you're talking about businesses and families in that area. So we know that local law enforcement probably know quite a few of the residents in Santa Ana as well and have interacted with them in much different circumstances. Thanks for your reporting, Nicole.
Okay, we want to head now down to downtown LA, where we just saw some people, some agitators, I guess you could call them, lighting, look like a banner on fire, Mike?
Yeah, it looked like a banner. It also looked like they maybe have brought out, some outdoor dining. That looks like what that might be, because it's got a whole thing on it, but then there's only one side of it. They're lighting that on fire. There's a fence there that they've brought up. There's actually two fences. There's the metal fence up there, and then you've got a wood fence that they drug out from, I assume, someone's business here. That guy's got a stick that's on fire. He looked like he was chasing that person. I don't know what his plans are. I mean, you're looking at these people who are very clearly out to cause, harm. It looks like, hopefully the fire on his stick goes out before he gets there. There's another fence in the middle of the road. I don't know if he's gonna try to light these tarps on fire, but looks like that kind of, outdoor dining seating areas that we've seen, especially during the pandemic. I don't know where he went. I mean, he's underneath that tarp. I don't know if he's trying to set it on fire or exactly what he's trying to do. Further up the street is the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, along with California Highway Patrol officers that were moving through. You've got that trash bin in the middle of the street there. There they are. They haven't really moved. Looks like LAPD is here with them as well. But you see LAPD, CHP, and Ventura County Sheriff. There's another firework that is being set off. And John, let's go back to that. Yeah, there's smoke there, but I can't tell what he did, if he came back out or if they're still under there.
Yeah, there's somebody filming this person as he's doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah, John thinks they may be shooting the fireworks from underneath of here, or from at least right in front of it. It looks like a mattress in front of there too. So these guys have gotten themselves a little coordinated here, where the kind of the blockades they've tried to put up in the street. You see the Sheriff's Department and LAPD is there as well. There is CHP. And then you've got the, here he comes back out, or there's that other person that was recording him. So weird situation, but there is that fire there on First Street.
Okay, Mike, thanks for that. Tom, I don't know if you heard Mike talking about a banner that was set on fire. What street is that? San Pedro and what, Mike?
First Street.
Okay, so you are aware of that. Can you see that from where you are?
So I was wondering what was burning, because I can see it coming up over, I think that's the metro station there, and I can smell it. Just moments ago, we had a crowd surge toward us again because there are more operations going on to clear people from this area. You can see the police line there. They just moved up the street. Protesters were confronting them and firing fireworks, and police responded with less than lethal rounds, also with pepper spray and other devices. We've been hearing them all night. Choppers are up. It's just been a nonstop escalation, and you see there again more fireworks. And quite frankly, it is a rinse and repeat of confrontations and clashes and pepper spray. Where? Okay, we have some people. We're just being safe here. In any case, it's just been quite a bit of drama. Let's go to some video real quick, just from about an hour ago at 2nd and San Pedro. So you get a sense of just how chaotic it was over there. Tensions boiling over, as we've seen many, many times in the last few days, obviously throughout the day and tonight. People firing fireworks into the police line. CHP responding, you saw there. They dispersed the crowd eventually by surging forward, breaking up the crowd. And then there's some video I want to show you too of someone put a bicycle out in the road, and an LAPD cruiser ran over it. We also saw people in the streets throwing things at police squad cars, hitting them with things. It's just been an escalation all throughout the night, and a lot of anger and frustration on the streets, and people are taking that out on these officers who are here. And you know, from my perspective, that's what I've seen. Now, there's been so many peaceful protesters as well. I want to make that very clear. Vast majority that I've seen are not hurling things at police, but it only takes a few to do it, and that triggers a very intense response. And that's what we've seen play out, you know, in these videos. And once again, another pretty tense situation here, very volatile. It has been all night. We don't know what police will do next. They're here at this line, and then we'll see how it all plays out. But yeah, I can smell that burning, Pat. I'm not sure what it was. You said it was a banner, right?
We believe it was. Yeah, or it could have been something like an outdoor dining, you know, tent of some kind, or overhang. But it seems to be out. I think Mike has been monitoring.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
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 So what does it look like now, Tom, compared to when you first got out there? I know the situation has changed so many times, even as you've been live doing your hits. Things have devolved and then become peaceful again. What is it like now compared to earlier on in the day?
Yeah, so good question, Rudabeh. We're going to walk down a little bit here and just take a peek kind of where things stand. We were up on this plaza. We're right at the Japanese American Museum, and we were just up kind of trying to stay out of the way of police. And so basically the action was all kind of going on at San Pedro and Second, where we showed that video. Now we're at First, and this is where the crowd sort of once again gathered up again, and then police just moved through. So it looks pretty empty now. Oh, that's the banner that burned. There we go. Yeah, there it is. I can smell that and see it now. I can see it now.
Yeah,
so you can see there, but it has stuff on it we shouldn't show. It has some profanity on it. We apologize, obviously, to our viewers. There's a lot of vandalized buildings and spray paint. It's everywhere, and it's just it's very difficult to avoid. So yeah, this area now appears clear. This was really the sort of hot spot, and police now moving, and so it's unclear where they're going to go next. Obviously, you guys have a better bird's eye view from SkyCal of what's going on, but you know, it was just a very tense and volatile situation with just emotions running high, people angry, running, crowds surging, people throwing things, and you just don't know when things are going to turn, right? I mean, so you know, innocent people can get hurt. I saw one guy bloodied walking through the parking garage next to Little Tokyo, where this was all happening at Second and San Pedro, and as we were leaving it, we saw someone being carried away by apparently his friends or something. He was covered in blood, so who knows how that happened. It's an ugly thing to see some of this playing out. I know a lot of people are hurting, a lot of people are angry, especially because of what's going on. You know, families are, you know, encountering great difficulty because of these ICE operations and going through great hardship. And there's, in many communities, just a lot of hurt and anger. So you understand why people want to come out here and express their feelings and make their feelings known. And many of them, many are so peaceful and just wanting to share that, you know, to share that and to express their freedom of speech and their rights here on the streets. But then you also have, you know, people mixed in, these agitators, and sort of some of them are anarchists. I'm watching a few of them spray paint buildings, and you know, these are people's businesses in some cases. So you're ruining someone's mom and pop restaurant in Little Tokyo. How is spray painting something, you know, on that wall gonna you know, benefit the cause when it's someone's restaurant? You know, so your heart breaks for that person too. So hopefully things tamp down a little bit. Hopefully cooler heads can prevail, but it doesn't look like, at least it looks like things are better in this spot. But you know, this is what, night number 4 of anger exploding on the streets, and we just have to hope that things can cool down a bit.
Well, you know, we can say with certainty that thank goodness so far this night has not lent itself to what we saw last night, which was just total chaos. We see these sporadic fires being set in the middle of the street, just like the banners that you saw, Tom, and then they go out, and let's hope that's what happens here. We do know that there are a lot more law enforcement personnel on the streets of Los Angeles right now, and a lot of, what we're seeing now, even especially younger people, we know there's a lot of anger and there's a lot of sadness, and family members that do, and community members that want to come out and support the cause and are against these ICE raids. But at the same time, you have to think about now, if you get arrested or something happens to you, they'll be just as sad for that. But that's not something that comes to mind when you're out in the middle, in the thick of all this. But we have to say that a lot of this looks like it certainly could be planned by people that are known to do this. Who would know to just converge and bring things together, and flammable things, to light things on fire, or to move around trash cans, and they're all taking video. They're taking pictures of this, and it's not necessarily to protect themselves. I think we can say that for sure. They're taking pictures, I guess, maybe to post, but that's going to have their faces or their bodies on tape, and actually they're really laying crumbs, so to speak, for law enforcement to follow up later, which they will.
And not only that, but they're representing Los Angeles. These are the images that people are going to see across the country and world of Los Angeles when they light fires like this and cause this type of damage. So definitely not helping their cause.
And the thing too, I mean, LAPD is there to protect and keep. They're not there conducting the raids or even assisting ICE. So not quite sure that that's on the minds of the people that are causing the damage tonight. We're going to go to our Lori Perez. She is also live in downtown LA. Lori, were you in a predicament just a moment ago before we went on the air at 11?
Yes, that is definitely the word for it. I'm going to echo a lot of what Tom was saying about just the intensity of what is playing out, or was just playing out here in downtown Los Angeles. We're not too far from where he is. We're at San Pedro and First as well. You can still see the force of law enforcement that remains at the ready here. Sheriff's deputies lined up along San Pedro. And just a little while ago, we found ourselves kind of caught in this projectile battle between these sheriff's deputies and some agitators who were facing off with them coming down the street. And I want to show you on the sidewalks and on the street here some of the stuff that was being thrown back and forth. You can see this is new. We're seeing golf balls. You know how hard golf balls can be. So those were being launched at officers, at deputies, and then rocks, of course, lots of rocks. But then also you can see in return, those are the shell casings. Those are from the less lethal weapons, those rubber bullets that deputies and officers use when they are trying to control a crowd that is hurling things at them. So, as we were coming down the street, watching things like, check this out. This is a big bag of rocks. So at one point, we're assuming there were agitators on this side who had brought this, that they were going to launch at officers. So as we were coming down the street, you're right, we found ourselves in the middle of that kind of battle, and we had to duck into one of the alcoves of those stores over there because there was so much being shot back and forth, and we were seeing people right in front of us getting hit by pepper balls and by those rubber bullets and rocks that were even coming and falling right near us. And so we ducked in there along with some other people who were seeking shelter from everything that was getting thrown about in the air, and we stayed in there until it was over. It took some minutes for it all to be over, and I'll admit, I was maybe a little overly cautious, but I did not want to get out of that alcove until I knew that it was all in the clear, because I did not want to get hit by anything. And it was intense and it was dramatic. One of the most dramatic moments, I would say, of my career. And I've covered a lot of stuff, so it was pretty scary. But at this moment, after that kind of calmed down, the crowd that had been facing off with the sheriff's deputies dispersed. They went in that direction. However, we every once in a while still hear some fireworks going off. They're still throwing fireworks this way. And we also are hearing some bangs and explosions in this direction. So again, just really speaking to the little pockets of activity that continue to persist here in downtown Los Angeles tonight. Not, I would say, quite as intense as some of the stuff that we saw last night, thankfully, but still quite a bit to be handled here in Los Angeles tonight. Guys, back to you.
Well, we're certainly glad you're okay, Laura. And yes, I know you've covered many protests, many violent protests. So for you to see cover as you did, you felt definitely a need to do that. So glad you did that. And while you were talking and you discovered this bag of rocks, we have a picture up where we see protesters just pulling out hammers and taking apart a piece of the curb and breaking it up. 4 rocks, we assumed, pieces of concrete to throw at law enforcement. At one point, we saw them, they seemed to be scrambling. I don't know exactly where they were going. Mike, did you notice that too? There are quite a few of them.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if it was because the LAPD moved up a little bit, but the LAPD is still a significant distance away from where these protesters are. But I want to ask John to go back into that curb, and we can show people what's left of the curb right there, just under the traffic signal where you see 3rd Street. I mean, and you see that person right there kind of picking at it. Look, he's picking up a rock or a piece of concrete. We saw somebody come over with a sledgehammer and just started sledgehammering the curb here to be able to take it away. He had a backpack, and he was putting the chunks of concrete in a backpack. And look, you see one person picking it up. They're kind of handing it off to people. We saw people put it in their pockets and just kind of hanging on to it. You see it handing off again. And they're just kind of, who knows what they're going to do with it. I mean, we assume they're going to throw it at law enforcement because that is what we have seen them do in the last several nights. I can't tell. There was, Pat, to your point, there was, what's over there? There's a fire, John. Can we move around? Something really is on fire right there. Look at that. Maybe setting the trees on fire too. Oh, a car.
That's a car.
Wow.
Yeah.
They graffitied the car first, I guess, and then set it on fire.
And we were seeing several people running around with sticks or something on fire. That's never a good sign, ducking under tents and things like that. When people are showing up to these protests with hammers and setting things on fire, even if it's not property at the moment, it's never kind of a good sign, and it's a sign of things to come. So we are now seeing the car go up in flames.
Right underneath of a tree that will probably catch on fire as well. And, LAFD, we saw this last night. LAFD is not interested in coming in trying to put these fires out with this crowd being as hostile as they are. They let, those Waymos burn forever yesterday before they came in because it just wasn't safe. What was that? John telling me something one more time as we watch. Sorry, we can't get in too tight on the car, John's telling me, because there's a lot of profanity on it, which has been the case, since this all started. Every piece of profanity they're doing is really intense. And this car is going to burn pretty hot. And I can't tell yet if it's caught the tree on fire, but it is certainly very close to it. This just happened. Obviously, we didn't see, when it happened. And I can't tell, John, is that an electric car? I mean, that was part of the problem yesterday is the Waymos are obviously electric, which makes them burn. It's a Hyundai, John tells me. But those, lithium-ion batteries, we know how those burn, and that's what happened yesterday with the Waymos. This obviously on fire right now as well, and a situation that is not what we wanted to see tonight.
And it looks like there's another car right behind it, which is kind of a volatile situation as well.
Yeah, and hopefully it doesn't spread to that. And here's law enforcement. They're going to start to move up. Hopefully they can, there's not very many of them, but hopefully they can get on the other side of the car fire and they'll let City Fire come in behind them to try to get the fire put out before it spreads to the tree or another car behind it. But it's just, for what purpose at this point, right? I mean, there's obviously never a reason to light a car on fire. And here we are at almost 11:30 at night. Now we're seeing this Hyundai burn just off of 3rd Street here.
And they don't know who it belongs to, for goodness sake.
It's parked, yeah.
Really, the purpose behind whatever they're doing is to make a point to send a message. Well, what message does this send? Because we don't know who this car belongs to. As far as we know, that could be somebody out there protesting.
Yeah, right.
I mean, really, when you think about it.
And I want you to look too, and John goes back in a little bit tighter. We can't go too tight, but look at all the cell phones and all the cameras that are being taken. This has become such a spectacle. Every time something catches fire, you have so many people taking pictures of it and video, and that's...
The lights went on.
Yeah, and sorry, John's telling me we're going to come into a fuel situation here where he's got to go home and get fuel. So this is probably the last thing we're going to see from SkyCal as this, kind of heats up, no pun intended with the fire there, but right here off of 3rd Street.
Yeah, and people taking photos of it, but no one making an effort, it appears, to put it out or try to get help in any way or calm the situation down.
Yeah, or back the crowd up so the fire department can get in. Yeah.
And you know what sends another confusing message? I've seen so many people in those lime green jackets, the vests that you would think at some point would be service people. I remember during some of the Palestinian protests at UCLA, those were some of the people that were actually, I don't want to say organizers, but were trying to, shield people or tell people, guiding people at some point. Yeah, they were like liaisons.
Right, or at least groups. I mean, and John's telling me in this situation, it looks like that person maybe have press is a loose term I'm going to use for people, but there's all kinds of bloggers and photographers and all those kinds of things that will claim to be press that are trying to make themselves distinguish or stand out from the rest of the crowd using those high visibility vests. But yeah, I mean, it certainly gives them a different point. But to your point, Pat, yes, there were, I think in 2022 there were people that were wearing vests that were trying to act as kind of organizers or as your point, liaisons.
Well, not in this case. We've seen them take pictures, but that's about it.
Right.
Yeah, dangerous situation there, too, with all the other cars and the flammable material all around it. And these poor firefighters who are trying to go in and do their job. It makes it so dangerous and so difficult for them because they don't know what awaits them in the crowd.
Right. Right, yeah, and we're going to lose, SkyCal's going to have to go home and get some fuel here, so we're going to lose them very quickly, but we'll watch as they kind of take off here. You'll see LAPD behind them. Everyone's watching the car burn. Yeah, the officers are watching it, and so are the protesters.
Okay, walk us through last night, Mike, because if I recall, that car that we saw on fire, was the fire department able to get in and put it out, or how exactly did that
Well, the Waymos,
extinguish?
So there were the 5 Waymos that got set on fire, and the fire department came in time to put maybe the last 2 or 3 of them out. But I believe the first couple had basically burned themselves out. I mean, all the way to the ground.
This was a separate. It didn't look like it belonged to anything having to do like a Waymo,
right,
or a law enforcement vehicle.
No, not at all. And last night with the Waymos, it looked like somebody obviously intentionally called them there because all 5 or 6 of them ended up together on one street, and then they were very quickly vandalized. This looks like it's a car that's just kind of parked on the side of the road there, unfortunately, where they're who knows if they're a protester, if they're just somebody that lives in the area, works in the area. But unfortunately, now their car is gone, and they'll have to deal with that as well. But hopefully, for insurance purposes, they'll be able to get a hold of some of that video because obviously there were so many people down there that were recording this and making this just a huge spectacle.
And we noticed most of those people had on masks.
Yes, yeah, which makes it hard to identify people. Yeah. I mean, they'll do their best, but it makes it hard to identify people.
Well, we certainly hope that that car fire is extinguished and it doesn't. While we're on the shot, we didn't see the tree catch on fire, so knock on wood that won't happen.
All right, well, hundreds more military troops are being deployed to Los Angeles tonight at the direction of the president.
The state is filing a lawsuit to get them out. So KCAL's Leslie Marin joins us now with details about that. Les?
Yeah, Pat Rudabay, we know both the governor and the Pentagon confirming tonight that an additional 2,000 National Guard troops will be deployed to Los Angeles on top of the 2,000 deployed over the weekend. Now, shortly before that announcement, the White House confirming that 700 Marines will land in Los Angeles in the next 24 hours. Well, the governor claims many of the troops already here are sitting unused in federal buildings and called the move reckless and pointless. City Attorney Rob Bonta confirmed the troops are activated for the next 60 days, and right now state officials don't know when they will stand down. The National Guard and the Marines' mission to help protect federal personnel and federal property. But the last time National Guard and Marines were federalized and sent to LA, well, back in 1992 during the LA riots. Political experts I spoke to told me tonight that was a very different situation at the time. The governor and mayor had both requested it. In the meantime, the governor is now suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his consent. The state asking a judge to declare it unconstitutional for the court to halt any future deployments.
An order that abused the federal government's authority and violated the 10th Amendment and federal law. An order that skipped over multiple rational, common sense, strategic steps that should have been deployed to quell unrest and prevent escalation. As a result, I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump.
He's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
Well, President Trump went on to say that had he not sent in the Guard, well, LA would have been, quote, completely obliterated. Again, the National Guard, well, we have not seen really leave federal property. We actually saw them down the streets in Santa Ana for the first time. Many of the clashes happening on city streets are with local law enforcement and protesters to help out those local law enforcement. Well, the governor announcing today that he is adding an additional 800 state and local law enforcement to help out Los Angeles, which is why we're seeing Ventura County sheriffs there on scene in downtown LA. Sending it back to you guys in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Leslie. All right, let's take another shot of that car fire that is continuing to burn in downtown Los Angeles.
Yeah, on 3rd Street near San Pedro. San Pedro's the cross there to the top of the screen. It's hard to tell from this angle because the smoke is blocking that intersection to see, but you can see some of the protesters are up there still in the corner. And don't see any fire department activity, obviously. The LAPD, we had seen the skirmish line that was kind of below them there, but they haven't moved any further forward. It doesn't seem like any of the protesters are right up against the car, but still the LA Fire Department not moving in, and understandably so. I mean, it's a very tense situation. The police don't have the exact scene secured here, but that car is definitely fully involved now.
And Mike, I see another fire up on the top of this. It's off screen now, but up at the top of our screen to the right, it looked like there was another small fire burning on the other street. Yeah,
that was, I think, that small pallet fire that we originally came over here for. That's on San Pedro, and then this is 3rd. And I'm trying to see if the tree went up too, as the chopper gets in a little bit closer here. I mean, that thing is really cooking now.
Yeah, so much black smoke filling downtown LA and the skies right now. All kinds of smoke from
chemicals
and fireworks and fire and
smoke bombs,
just chaos.
Tear gas. And we do know LAPD knows about this because we could see them. They're watching it, Mike, right? They're just not able to get the fire department in there, I guess, to.
Yeah, and I would say that just looking at the number of officers, and the shot keeps, goes in and out a little bit, but looking at the number of officers, I don't know that they're in a position where there are really enough of them to advance past the fire and start encountering some of the protesters, because it does look like with the number of protesters that are in the street right there and the number of officers that are in that skirmish line, it does look like the police officers would be outnumbered. So my guess is they're not going to want to do that and put themselves in a situation there where they would be quickly outnumbered by the number of protesters. The car fire, though, it looks like it's getting kind of close to that second car. Hopefully that doesn't, well, it looks like maybe it's starting to fizzle out a little bit, but it's burning obviously very close to that other car and the tree that is above it. But yeah, fire department's not going to touch this until LAPD secures the scene, which they have not done yet, likely because there are more protesters at this point than there are officers that are in that skirmish line.
All right, but the thing is that with communications, they know what's happening there. Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
For sure.
And the only reason that they have not advanced, they can't just put it out themselves.
Right.
And, visibility, I guess, also, and trying to get past protesters, which we don't see right now, where that car fire is.
Right. They're up in the intersection here, and again, this is at 3rd and San Pedro. And they're up in that area. I would assume LAPD is hoping to get some more units in here and be able to push this crowd out. They have not done that yet, obviously. The intersection is still full of cars, which obviously gets really tricky. As you can see, some motorists are, some of them look like they're involved, some of them look like they're trying to get through, and I don't know what that person's doing under the car. I hope they're not setting that car on fire, too. Did you see that? He went there. Somebody ran up to the front of that SUV on the left side of your screen.
That's what we're looking at.
And crouched underneath of it and then quickly turned around and ran. So. It makes me nervous when they do that.
Yeah, and it just looks like a very different crowd, this late night crowd, after 11:30 at night. A very different crowd from the one we saw earlier today. And the reporters on the ground saying most of them were peaceful. And then you see these agitators come out and, it's a dwindling crowd, but you have to wonder what they're doing, so late at night out there with the fires going on now.
Yeah, and you know, whatever, you know, the message was earlier, the protesters were, I mean, we're not seeing, I mean, hardly any flags. There's no signs. There's no any of that right now.
Is that the tree going up in flames?
I think so.
Okay, we are going to be joining Stephen Colbert on The Late Show on CBS Channel 2. However, we are going to continue our programming and following the disturbances and the raids that are going on in downtown Los Angeles on KCAL Channel 9. Okay, and I mentioned the raids, but also certainly the protests and what's left of them in downtown Los Angeles. We still have seen quite a few people carrying signs, but a lot more, I would say, are just milling around, and some are out for destruction. We've seen them set fires on street surfaces. We saw a car being set on fire. So these are people that are definitely agitators. They're tearing up the street curbs and in efforts to have rocks throw at officers and other projectiles. So this seems to be the remnants of the protests as far as tonight is concerned.
Yeah. And we thought maybe we could make it through today and it would look very different than what we saw over the weekend with these scenes of chaos, but it kind of devolved as the night grew later. We're looking at video right now. We saw fireworks being lobbed at law enforcement. We saw dumpsters being wheeled over to them in their direction. We saw, as Pat just mentioned, the curb being ripped up and various people coming over and taking little chunks of it, throwing it at law enforcement. So a pretty volatile situation here.
It is volatile right now. The good thing is the difference in tonight and last night is, thank goodness we haven't seen as much destruction as far as destroying property. I'm talking about vehicles, even a CHP vehicle. We are fortunate enough to have Mayor Karen Bass on the phone with us right now. Mayor Bass?
Yes.
Hi, it's Pat and Rudabeh and Mike. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. So I know you are monitoring probably our station for sure and looking at these pictures that you're seeing. We heard the press conference earlier today, and we know that the LAPD has certainly had reinforcements. So
yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. And I will tell you that I am disheartened by what I see. We had peaceful protests this afternoon with thousands of people, and unfortunately, there's always these situations where people hang around that have no intention of supporting the cause of immigrant rights, but their intention is to just create mayhem. And I am disheartened and extremely angry at what I see downtown in terms of the vandalism, the graffiti that has just defaced buildings all over the place. And this is just unacceptable. But I do have to say, Pat, that none of this would have happened if there hadn't been an ICE raid on Friday. And so I believe that this, unfortunately, was provoked by actions from the federal government. I feel like Los Angeles, we're in a laboratory. We're a test case of what happens when the federal government steps in and takes over power away from the governor, away from local authorities. Sending in National Guard when they were not needed just aggravates the situation. LAPD is not in this alone. They are working with the sheriffs. They're working with nearby cities. They join forces with situations like this. And right now, the National Guard is protecting a building. They're not involved in any of this. So one has to ask, why are they even here? And my goodness, the idea that now we need the military, instead of the military being fighting a war overseas, now we're going to have the military in the streets of Los Angeles. This is an experiment that needs to end, and the ICE raids need to end.
But you know, Mayor, you said that we're going to have the military. Do you know what they are going to do? What powers do they have on the streets of Los Angeles? They're just going to be involved in keeping order at the federal buildings, or are they going to be able to go out on the streets of Los Angeles and deal with protesters?
Well, heaven forbid they go out on the streets and deal with protesters, streets that they have no knowledge of versus our law enforcement that knows this area. But you hit the nail on the head. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know why they're being deployed, except for to be used as a stunt to say that our city is in chaos, and our city is not in chaos. This is a few streets in downtown Los Angeles. Now, again, I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm furious over this. I'm furious over the amount of money it's going to take to clean up the city when in just a year we're going to be welcoming the world for the World Cup. But this was not warranted. We did not need this type of situation happening. I appealed to the White House. I said, please don't send in troops. That's just going to aggravate the situation, and that's exactly what has happened. And, you know, if you look at it nationally, there's a lot of people that think that what is going on in L.A. is equivalent to what happened in 1992. Pat, you and I were there. You and I know this is nothing like that. This is isolated to a few streets in downtown Los Angeles. This is not happening citywide. And the majority of the people, the overwhelming majority of the thousands of people that showed up for the rally today were 100% peaceful. I don't know who these people are.
Well, Mayor Bass, we've heard from reporters on the ground. They've described it almost as a tinderbox. People are angry. People are out there. They're facing off now with the military in some instances, but the prospect that the military is on the way, the National Guard. And these ICE raids are not going to stop anytime soon, as far as we know. What do you project for the city in the coming days and weeks?
Well, actually, you know, part of that depends on what is going to happen on the federal government level. So we don't know how long these raids are going to go on. We've heard 30 days. It could be 60. It could be 10. We don't know. We don't know when they're going to happen, where they're going to happen, or why. But what we do know is that what we've seen so far does not warrant the level of aggression that we are seeing. So, for example, when the administration came in, they said they were going to go after gang members. They said they were going to go after violent, actors, violent felons. Well, I don't know how many violent felons were at Home Depot. I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to chasing people in a Home Depot parking lot that are day laborers who are just trying to make it from day to day.
Do you have any information, Mayor Bass, on the many people that were at the Metropolitan Detention Center? We heard from some families earlier today who were very distraught because they don't know, they haven't received any information about their loved ones or where they could possibly be if they're even still at the detention center. Do you have any updated information?
No, and can you imagine the terror that a family would feel? I mean, are my relatives here? Have they been sent off to the prison in El Salvador? Have they been sent to Venezuela? I mean, this is just a horrible way to basically create a sense of terror in a population that is so unnecessary. Let me give you a story that's even more egregious than that. We are hearing reports of people who are in the country legally. They have their green cards or whatever documentation. Once a year, they have to go to the immigration offices to report in. They're getting appointments, they're going in, and they're being detained and up for deportation. And so what that's going to do is that means that people are going to now go undercover, they're going to miss their appointments, and then they will fall out of legal status, they will become undocumented, and then they'll get arrested. Why would we do this to the nation's second largest city now? How is this supposed to help anything? It would be one thing if there was some massive problem that we were having regarding public safety on Thursday that warranted enforcement actions on Friday. None of that was happening.
Mayor Bass, I want to ask you another question. You said earlier today that the people that vandalized downtown Los Angeles and committed crimes, that they can't hide. They may not have been arrested right away, but they will be arrested. I want to know, does that still hold, and how difficult is it for people that are out there even tonight with masks on?
It is difficult. It is difficult. But I know that investigations will take place, and there's enough people out there without masks on. There's other identifying ways to look at people, and in talking to some of the law enforcement officers, they gave me a variety of examples, not necessarily appropriate to discuss here, but they are able to identify people in a variety of ways, even if they are masked.
Okay, what can you tell us about, I know, again, you're disheartened watching these pictures tonight, but obviously business as usual in downtown Los Angeles as far as businesses are concerned?
Yeah, well, Well, yes, to the extent they can, but you know that a lot of people are working remotely right now. You know that people are worried about coming to downtown. So, business might be usual in one way, but if this goes on for 30 days, then it has a serious impact.
Mayor, what kind of plans are you making for the next 30 days, assuming that these ICE raids continue, assuming that people continue to pour out onto the streets, and assuming that the federal government continues to send in troops and other resources?
Well, first of all, I don't want to assume any of that. I want to continue talking to the administration and trying to convince them that this is not helping our city. This is contributing to chaos. And it looks very intentional, and that's no way to bring our city together to prepare for the World Cup. So I intend to continue appealing. I also intend to continue working with the organizations that have spent decades working with new people that come into our city to see how I can be helpful, how we can educate Angelenos to understand, what their rights are. I think that's very important. But I also think it's important for all Angelenos to understand the impact that this could have on our economy. So you can have a man, for example, a father, arrested at a factory downtown L.A., and maybe his wife works in a home providing child care or other services on the west side of L.A. This impacts all of our city. It doesn't just impact the people that are being detained, but we have a number of industries in our city where the majority of the workers are immigrants. Now, they can be documented, they can be legal citizens, but in their household, they can have people that are not. And so, again, that creates a sense of fear and terror throughout our city, and it was just unnecessary.
Well, Mayor Bass, we're going to wish you the best because, frankly, we're all in this together. So
yes,
we understand certainly how you feel, how other members of the administration feel, how law enforcement feels at this particular time, and, of course, the families that are impacted. So we want to thank you for joining us tonight, and know you have a busy schedule ahead of tomorrow, probably some of it not necessarily on, plan because things are happening so fluidly.
Oh, this is what I will be focused on 100%. Thank you very much, Pat. Always great to talk to you.
All right, you as well. And we want to thank our viewers for joining us tonight. We're going to join, I believe that's Family Feud in progress on KCAL 9, but we will be back for KCAL News Morning starting at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Good night.